Disney Plus, Hulu.
Shalom, shalom all. I hope you guys can hear me. Please let me know how the audio sounds because my microphone's not actually plugged in. I'm actually using the one on my laptop. So if it sounds absolutely awful, please do let me know. As you can see by the title, by the calendar, by the song that I played, today is America's birthday, sort of, in a way. Today is the day that we declared independence, also kind of, sort of, in a way. Technically, we didn't actually declare independence on July the 4th, and nobody actually had everything signed until, I think, July the 5th or 6th. But it's the day that we celebrate it nonetheless, so it's America's kind of, sort of birthday, or as I like to call it, America Day. So happy America Day, everybody. I decided that I wanted to have a open room today because I haven't chatted with y'all in a while. I haven't done anything up here in a while, actually. I said I was going to get like 3 or 4 other videos on the homosexuality issue before June was out, and now June is out, and I didn't get those videos up. So, yeah. How's it going, friends? Here we are today. I do have some important stuff I want to talk to y'all about. I'm in a somewhat jovial mood, so I'm going to go ahead and keep it that way for a little bit, stall for time to see if anybody wants to join us. But I do have something incredibly important to say today. It'll be a little somber. It'll be a little harsh. It'll be a little rude. In honor of this being the 25th anniversary of us telling a large body of people to kick rocks, I will be saying something similar today, though not necessarily as forcefully. But just some things that I think need to be called out, and so I'll be going ahead and doing that. Nonetheless, how's it going, friends? Link is in the description if anybody wants to join. I don't have actually a topic for today. I actually was simply doing this for the purposes of doing this. So I'll go ahead and stall for time, find some stuff to talk about for a minute, in case anybody wants to join. One of the things I would like to discuss, since today is, of course, America Day, is the state of our nation from a biblical perspective. I think that's a good thing to talk about, considering the fact that this is a Christian majority nation. I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it a Christian nation as other people say. I understand why people say that. Obviously, we are Christian majority. We have certain Christian elements in our civic discourse, like one nation under God or in God we trust. And of course, the foundation of English people on this continent, whether it be Plymouth or Jamestown, was or became, I should specify, was or became some level of religious freedom for Christians fleeing from other Christians. So I understand what people mean by that, but nonetheless, since this is widely considered a Christian nation, or a Christian majority nation at least, right, because at least the majority of our population claims to be Christian, I would like to make a couple quick comments about that, and also I will pass it on to Danny here as soon as I'm done. Thank you for joining me today, by the way. But just quick comments. So, I think for the most part, we all probably agree that the idea that we are a Christian nation is probably something that, even if we're just talking about majorities, is kind of in name only, right? We don't have a whole lot of people actually living a Christian lifestyle anymore. We certainly, as a nation, do not endorse Christian things anymore. We've gotten to a point now to where we have the literal simulation of lesbian pornography at the Oscars, right? And that's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. That actually happened. So what are we to do about this as Christians who also might be patriotic? And I think this is something that deserves a whole video of its own. But I want to just briefly say that I think it would behoove Christians to understand the differences between the way things are supposed to be and the way things are, number one, and also the institution versus the individuals inside of the institution, or the specific cogs in the machine, if you will. So, usually when I'm talking politics, one of the examples I always give about this is police, because police is something that's topical. Everybody is talking about something that has to do with cops, whether it's defund them or support them or whatever, right? And I always make the point that police can be individuals, but you can also be talking about the police, this sort of massive institution that domineers in your local city or potentially your state if they're a state trooper group, right? And I feel like they should be distinguished. They should be addressed as different things, because one of those things is a collection of individuals, no different than yourself, and the other, because of the fact that it has become an institution, is essentially like a faceless machine, really, for lack of a better term, right? It's kind of something that happens with institutions throughout, whether they be companies or whether they be churches or whether they be political parties or whatever. As soon as you start to institutionalize, you start to have a separation between what we, the group, believe and what we as individuals who make up the group believe. And I think that can be applied very much so to the question of patriotism too. In that it's different, don't get me wrong, but in that we are obviously not endorsing all of the different aspects of what happens in the United States, or what the United States government is about, or what the United States culture is about, just because we are endorsing the country itself, because we happen to be patriotic people. And likewise, on that same sort of token, right, if we do happen to be patriotic people, we can't let that sort of a thing take control and have us excusing things like unjustifiable wars, like political corruption of our favorite politician, like this, that, or the other thing, because I like freedom, or because I like my country, or because I like the wealth that we have. And it's just a small rant I wanted to go on real quick to buy some time, but nonetheless, Danny's here. Shalom, Danny. How you doing today?
Hey, I'm just fine. Just wanted to pop in.
Nice, 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 nice. Do you have anything in particular you wanted to pop in about, or just kind of popping in?
Just mostly pop in. I mean, are you with your family, or because I chose to stay at home?
Yeah, it's just a day at home for me at the moment.
Yeah.
Just doing the video here. I do have a important topic I want to address at some point, but I'd like there to be a little bit more people watching when I address that point.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I just wanted to kind of do a video because I haven't done a video in a while, and I feel like I should be doing more of these.
I wonder if there are going to be a lot of people because it's the 4th, you know?
Yeah, to be honest with you, so far I'm at 8. That's not terrible. It's not great either, but it's also not terrible. Sometimes, honestly, these things can fluctuate a lot for me. Sometimes I'll get like 20, 25 people at a single time. And then other times I'll have periods where 10 is like the high point for a whole month.
What was the topic that you wanted to bring up? What did it have to do with?
Well, so it's just an open mic, open topic. But what I was just talking about was sort of patriotism from a Christian lens.
Oh no, what I was asking was like you wanted to talk about something, but you wanted more viewers. But whatever that topic was, what sort of subject did it have to do with?
Oh yeah, that's going to be so. The long and short of it is Smokey. The
Okay, that's all I need to
somewhat
know.
longer short of it is everybody around here has been discussing a lot about NIFB, YEC, and OSAS, and it seems to be centered a little bit around Smokey, and I have some choice words not only about those topics, but about Smokey himself and about this so-called community.
Yeah, I mean, there's like someone was telling me, someone I got along with was telling me, I heard when I heard so and so talk ill of me, you didn't defend me or something like that. And I had to remind, maybe they were joking, I don't know, but it didn't seem like they were. But and I've had multiple people tell me this, right? And I'm not on YouTube to like defend people when they're like either wronged or like if I choose to defend you, then it's just for that particular situation. I don't operate on any principle. But I think that I'm on YouTube for the purposes of discussion, um, and uh, and what was secondary to that is having, a sorts of relationships with people, like friendly relationships with people. And I otherwise, if I had to care about, every time someone talks ill of so and so, I would be exhausted. But this is just my own prerogative. I think that people look to these communities for fellowship and relationship, and then they operate very differently. But for me and myself, I'm nomadic across the internet, and I hop in between communities, and I don't see the logic when someone says, "Oh, well, if you enter so and so's stream, you're endorsing their views or their behavior." I think that's just for me. I don't understand.
Yeah, I kind
Depending,
of.
depending on circumstances, it's a lot different for those of us who are Christians and have our Christian responsibilities, especially if we're doing a public channel or something.
Yeah, I think it even depends with Christians. Like, I don't think you're responsible for like if you go on a stream and that person, either the owner or people in the stream misbehave. I just don't see why you would hold to a principle that you should call them out.
Yeah, I mean, we're responsible to call each other out and that sort of thing. And if someone's being like a public figure but completely misrepresenting Christ, then the Bible has instructions for us on that and stuff.
Yeah,
So,
I think you must be exhausted.
no, I'm not exhausted. I have Jesus to carry everything for me. You must be
Okay.
exhausted. You don't have Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that sort of exhaustion. I'm saying that like to spend the time to like because the criteria you just gave for when you should pipe up and call someone out, it occurs almost every hour.
Oh, yeah, that's why I spend most of my time with people that are more like they're more like real about following Jesus in their Christianity, and they want to be corrected by God and stuff. So we're the type of people who want that from each other, and so it comes across more naturally and stuff.
Oh, so you stay away from like non-Christian channels and streams?
No, non-Christian stuff is okay. It's Christians who don't really want to follow Christ. That's when it gets difficult.
Well, and to kind of even to piggyback on that a little bit, it even varies then, because it's one thing, say I have a theological disagreement with someone, and it's to such a point that I think that person is not a true believer, or that they're at least in danger of not being a true believer. That conversation can be one thing versus somebody who perhaps is abusing power, like say a Ravi Zacharias, right? Whereas that would be now a completely different thing. Both of them are bad, but in one of them you're talking about a issue of discussion, whereas this other person is using their leadership position or whatever power they happen to have to abuse people, right? And doing so under the guise of your movement, and sometimes even with your tacit endorsement if you're not careful. So I think it varies from case to case. I mean, there are those people, like there's Pulpit and Pen, and they go around, they call out literally everybody for everything under the sun, and it is ridiculous. Like it gets mind numbing just listening to Seth Dunn and the other guys over there at Pulpit and Pen, because they're so pedantic, right? But there are other times where it's like, theological issues are important, issues of abuse are important, issues of representation certainly are important. Like for example, if we have somebody who is being abusive and they're the representation of Christ for the majority of people, like a lot like Ravi, right? Ravi was probably the most popular apologist in the world before he died. That's a problem for the movement, that the rest of the movement, whether it be a political movement or in our case, a faith, that they need to do something about, right? That they need to call out, to condemn, to make sure that it's not a frequent problem, and that that's not the representation of their group to the rest of the world. And in my personal opinion, and I know this is my own belief, and I only say that just because I know that you're not a Christian, Danny, but I think it's even doubly so in that not only do I not want my faith represented this way, but I do believe in a real God, right? At least I believe he's real. I understand that you might not. But so in my opinion, it's not just defending what I believe. It's also this person is a representation of an actual person who I happen to hold in incredibly high regard, that person being God.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, I'm just grateful that I don't have to defend atheism in the same way. I think so, like I don't this whole representation of atheism doesn't make sense to me, but representing Christianity seems like that's something that's worth I guess piping up in case there's misrepresentation. But I don't care. Like there are atheists that like do really crappy things, and there are atheists that do really good things. But I just don't have to care about calling out in the same way as you would have to call out people.
But then some atheists would call people out at certain times, maybe because of their social activism side. I would take it, maybe.
Can you elaborate?
Like if someone has a personal scandal of doing something that's widely agreed to be terrible through society, then like some of the other atheist YouTube community people who were close to them might suddenly stop associating with them publicly. Like it's something.
Yeah, I'm not rejecting what you're saying, but I think the very idea of an atheist community just seems nauseating. Like I maybe it seems purely reactive, right? That's to say, there wouldn't be an atheist community if it weren't for theism, and vice versa. The idea here is that I don't really see why a group of human beings should unite under the proposition that God doesn't exist. It seems like if you're talking about an atheist community, you're talking about some further sentiment, right? It's not just the fact that God doesn't exist. It's because I don't believe that God exists, but I could care less about other people. Like if I find out that other people don't believe in God, I don't really consider them part of a community, right? But I think that's not true of Christianity, right? I think that Christianity is sort of defined as a community, but and that's a disanalogy between, I think, atheism and Christianity. So,
well, and there's a lot of truth to that, right? And in fact, I'm currently toying with a concept that sometime in the future, if I ever get around to it, I might write like a C.S. Lewis style essay on, because I think it's a fun thought. But
we missed
the idea,
some keywords there. A C.S. Lewis what?
A C.S. Lewis style essay. So like he used to write small, less than 100-page essays, sometimes even less than 20 pages, and publish them. And that might even just be a normal thing that people do, and I'm just only aware of it because of my familiarity with him. But nonetheless, but the idea of like I've always wanted, not always, but I've been recently thinking of this idea of like, it's interesting that Christian nationalism is such a hot topic, because in a way, in a sense, all Christians are nationalists to a nation that on this earth does not actually exist in the traditional sense. And that seems to me to be the teaching of the scripture, right? Like when Jesus says that he's a king. Well, he's asked actually by Pontius Pilate about being a king, king of the Jews, right? And he talks about how, if my kingdom were of this world, then my servants would do as you say, namely fighting for him and saving him and all that, right? but it's not of this world. It's of heaven. And of course, consistently we see references to you are a peculiar people, the people of the kingdom of heaven, in that same peculiar people verse, or in one of the peculiar people verses, because there's a couple of them. Peter calls Christians a royal priesthood. There's this constant motif of a sort of spiritual nationalism for a spiritual kingdom. And I find it interesting that for at least some believers, or perhaps even believers so-called, that does manifest in not just a earthly nationalism, but a kind of rabid earthly nationalism that we might see in a theocratic style of system. But the only reason I just to say that.
Sorry, brother, are you proposing that their nationalism for the kingdom of heaven manifests in their patriotism, or their overdone patriotism in this case?
I wouldn't use the word manifest, and let me quickly explain why. It's because I think it is a counterfeit, right?
Okay, because I think you just used the word manifest. I'm pretty sure that's where I got the word from.
Well, so perhaps I even did, and if I did, I apologize. But it is, in a sense, like I think there is this inherent, really, you have to call it nationalism, in Christian thought that carnal people will manifest in a way that is a sort of rabid earthly nationalism that typically is theocratic in some way and not just purely nationalistic. So I actually don't even have a problem with political nationalism. I just think theocracy is a big problem, and nationalism can, of course, go way too far to the point
Why
where
do you think theocracy is a problem?
Why do I think theocracy is a problem?
Yeah, thank you, Danny. Yeah, CJ, why is theocracy a problem?
Theocracy is a perfect way to make sure that whoever disagrees with the status quo is persecuted with full justification of heart, mind, and soul of the persecutors.
That seems like true of any government.
I disagree wholeheartely.
Are you telling me that people that go against the United States, whether that's their laws or whatever, betraying the United States, the in comes the hammer, right? I mean, like,
it certainly can vary from era to era, right? But like, for example, right now, if I go on a tirade today about how bad Joe Biden is, right? At worst, I might get my YouTube channel revoked. That's it, right? But in theocracies like Saudi Arabia, like Tibet, like a lot of the old Catholic states in Europe, I start saying something bad about the Pope or the Imam or something like that, I'm about to go get put in front of the Inquisitor and tortured.
No, but that's just an example. The point is that theocracy is not defined that way, right?
Yeah, but the problem with operating with that kind of a mentality, if I may be blunt, is that something cannot be separated from its effects, in my opinion. Like, right? So, like, for example, people will often say, well, fascism is by definition this racist totalitarianism. And that racist adjective is actually, it's not accurate, right? By definition, fascism is a political philosophy that does regard autocracy as better, but it's not inherently racist. It really varies from fascist to fascist, right? But the thing
is, there's a little bit of disanalogy between, I think, fascism and a theocracy, in the sense that fascism is more of a family resemblance concept, whereas a theocracy has a very straightforward definition where a particular theology is included in the law making process of a state. Now that can range from any kind of, like, it could range from Christianity, Wicca, like Wiccans could form a theocracy. I mean, like, it could just be anything. And the point is that if I have to choose between a state that has a theocracy versus a state that that's not theocratic, I actually think they're equal in the sense, because you could have a tyrannical theocracy and you could have a tyrannical non-theocracy.
I agree very much with Danny, and not only that, but I think I can prove the case real quick, because statism is a religion, so we're still in a theocracy.
Well, I think that's equivocating on theocracy.
Well,
you don't want to say every state government.
Well, spiritually speaking, I disagree. I think it's possible for a government to not have a religious thing going on, but it's extremely rare.
Well, to have a state religion is not the same thing as having a theocracy. To be clear, right? Most countries have some level of state endorsed faith, but they usually don't do anything about it, right? Like just because the Church of England
Well,
is the primary church in
well,
England doesn't
no, I
mean that
think you're
Muslims are going to be persecuted.
completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. Like, for instance, right now, the state religion in the United States is, I guess maybe wokeism would be the best way to sum it up. And so we had this intense religious thing going on through 2020 where like everyone was wearing these ritualistic masks and stuff. And like there were certain things you weren't allowed to say, and it was getting intensely out of hand and stuff. And then the demonic spiritual forces that were going on, especially on like the leftist side, where they just like went crazy and turned into these weird chaos clowns, you know? Yeah, all of that spiritual because there's like a theocratic thing going on, the theocracy of Satan.
Well, really quick though, because I want to get back to the analogy because I do think I understand there's a difference between fascism and theology or theocracy, excuse me. But the point of my analogy was to say that fascism is not inherently racist if you look at it purely by definitions and looking at fascist philosophy. But whenever we actually get fascist governments, they become racist, and we don't yet have an exception to that rule. And as a result, we have associated fascism with racism, and rightfully so, because every time we see fascism, we actually turn it into something that's incredibly racist, right? And a perfect example of that would be the Spanish, right? The Spanish had a theocracy, or not a theocracy, excuse me, a fascist government until 1975. Franco and his version of fascism did not in any way declare Spanish culture or Spanish people or Spanish race or Spanish language or anything like that to be superior or anything like that, right? But he did still manage to have that ultra chauvinistic mentality that all fascists do. And over time, not very much time, and only took a couple of years, Franco was persecuting non-Castilian Spanish people because of this idea, right? And so it's one of those things where, like, sure, definitionally, fascism isn't racist, but it always ends up being racist. And theocracy, I think you have the same thing. Theocracy isn't definitionally persecuting all minorities, but it always does.
Yeah, this seems really problematic to me because then you're gonna be committed to a case where, let's say, a person lives where Christians are oppressive, and then they're gonna just think that there's something about Christianity that's oppressive using your logic.
Well, no, because my logic relies upon having a totality of evidence, right?
We don't
In
have
other words, every theocracy that we can go to, without exception, is persecuting the minorities.
Well, a person could make the same claim that every Christian I've encountered, right, has been oppressive towards me.
That's not the same claim, though. That's not, because I'm talking about, like, we can't actually go out through history and we can count all of these different. It's not my experience, right? It's the statistical evidence at large, and it's a unanimous, right? It's 100%. It's Buddhist theocracies, it's Muslim theocracies, it's Catholic, it's Christian, it's Mormon theocracies. Nobody's going to find that on a level for, like, even a hyper violent religion like Islam. Nobody's going to find, even at a personal antidote level.
Well, then, I mean, it doesn't really matter, because then I can just say, in some world in which all Christians are failing with respect to their morals, then there's a causal tendency for Christians to be oppressive or to be evil. And certainly you're not going to accept that.
Well, to a certain extent, it would depend on, I guess, what the person was trying to say. I would say evil, obviously, right out the gate, I'd throw out. Because
the point is that it's not their Christianity that explains their evilness. It's something else.
Well, see, but that depends on what the person is addressing, though, because if this hypothetical person is say it's the raging atheist, and what he says is evil is, for example, wanting traditional understandings of marriage, right? Now,
This
obviously,
is a red
we have
herring,
a definition of evil. However, he is right to say that Christianity is the source of that understanding of marriage.
But this is a red herring. You can just adopt the notion of good or evil that Christians use.
I don't understand how that makes it a red herring, though. Like,
It
I
doesn't
think
look.
that,
I'm saying that my hypothetical is such that when I use good or evil, I'm using that which conforms to God's desires or God's commands. So then, what you propose, and that my point still stands, right? What you propose is irrelevant.
I just I don't see how that stands at all. I think I don't mean to be blunt, but I think I've shown pretty conclusively
What do
how
you
that
think my
doesn't stand. In
hypothetical
fact,
is?
like, I mean, just get back to the basic point of saying, well, X group has done all this stuff to me, and therefore, that doesn't even work with the point that I'm
What do you
actually
think my
addressing in the first.
hypothetical is?
Hypothetical is obviously something that isn't actually
No, I'm
happening.
not. I don't mean to insult your intelligence. What do you think the hypothetical that I gave is? I know what you know. I know you know what a hypothetical is. I didn't mean to ask that. I meant to ask, what do you think my example is again? Because I don't know if you are understanding my example that I'm giving.
Yeah, you were saying in your example, you said, well, all the different Christians I have encountered have been oppressive to me,
No,
therefore
I
Christianity.
changed it. Right. This is why I changed it to account for your objection. Here's your objection. Right. In some possible world, every Christian has operated in some kind of evil, oppressive way. Right. Now, a non-Christian, if they inferred that therefore Christianity has a causal tendency towards violence and oppression, they would be wrong, because it's some other contingent factor that explains why a Christian is being oppressive in that world.
Well, I mean, you could talk about hypothetical worlds all day, though, but the thing is, this hypothetical world doesn't exist, right? Like, there's no real person.
Do you really not know the point of a thought experiment?
No, that's not the point. You're misunderstanding my point, right? You cannot have any real world example where anything like that exists. When you're talking about real world pragmatism, right? There is a absolute link between something. If you have something that's happening every single time that something else is happening, nobody at this instance is going to say, all right, just because causality doesn't necessarily, or what is it? The correlation doesn't necessarily equal causality. That doesn't mean that correlation never equals causality, right? And we'd absolutely be looking into it if it was 100% of the time. And I think it's very clear once you start getting into those high of numbers, right, that to start denying some level of causality starts to become absurd. And that's why I gave the example of the homosexuality thing, right? Say the raging atheist is the person bringing up this thing, and he's saying that whatever they're doing is evil, right? And his example of what he thinks is evil is wanting a traditional understanding of marriage, right? Now, he can say all Christians I've ever met are evil, and what he means is all Christians I've ever met want a traditional understanding of marriage, and he can create, okay, correlation equals causation, therefore Christianity leads to wanting a traditional understanding of marriage, and he'd be exactly correct.
Yeah, but
because
that part is the red herring. That's just a red herring, because what the thought experiment is supposed to show is that the person that's making the inference is invalidly making the inference, right? Do you think that they're validly inferring that because all Christians in that world they've verified to be oppressive and tyrannical, that therefore Christianity has a causal tendency towards that? Do you think they've correctly inferred just from the information I gave?
If there was a world where that was possible, then it would not be possible for Christianity to not be the cause. I would go that far.
Okay, so what's the argument for that?
There's never been an instance otherwise. I mean, I know that people want to say that's a black swan fallacy, but I don't really care, to be honest with you. Like, if 100% of the time I'm pulling up 2 when I'm rolling a dice, then
No,
I'm going to say I'm rolling a 2 next time, and I'm just not going to be convinced otherwise. That's not pragmatic.
Look, listen. There could be a world in which, for every time you have grapes, they have purple skins. Okay, that would be a silly inference to say that the purple skins caused the grape. A silly inference, and the reason why is because you know enough about the concept of skin on fruits that is causally irrelevant with respect to why there's sugary meat inside the skin, right? In the same way that you have a concept of Christianity, and I agree with you. This is so weird that I'm defending Christianity. I think that my concept of Christianity, your concept of Christianity, does not serve for any kind of causal disposition towards violence, right? So that way, in a world in which every Christian is violent, right, it wouldn't be a sufficient explanation to point out their Christian identity as to what explains their violence or their oppression.
I mean,
Nicholas,
like
do
I
you
said,
agree? I want to
like
know
in
if
a
Nick agrees.
hypothetical, you could like have that idea, but I just don't think it
Yeah,
works in a pragmatic world. Like we never have any sort of an example where there is a 100% of a thing is X. X leads directly or seems related to Y 100% of the time, and there's no causation or correlation. Like
Wait, look,
it's never
again,
happened in the real
just
world.
take you and I agree that in a world where someone verified that every grape has purple skin, do you think it would be a good inference based on your knowledge of grapes, a good inference that therefore the skin causes the growing of the grapes? Would that be a good inference? And obviously no, and the reason why is because you know enough about your concept of grapes and skin and fruits and whatnot that's a silly inference, okay? And I'm just saying that you know enough about Christianity such that in a world where Christians were being every single Christian failed with respect to their standards of morality, that Christianity is not the cause of that.
I mean, like I said, I just don't think it's possible, right? Like I think you could be
What's the
hypothetical
contradiction?
well, for one, if you have the exact same Christianity in this world, then that every person would end up being violent is just absurd. It can't happen.
What do you mean? They could just fail. Every person failed with respect
Well, every
to their
person
aim.
can fail, but the idea that every person would be violent, like I said, it's just an absurdity.
Look, there's no contradiction to say that there's in a world where everyone is a Christian, they fail with respect to their moral aims, right? In fact, that's so weird given your free will theodicy that it's perfectly coherent that there is some world in which everyone fails with respect to their moral standard. There's no contradiction. No logical contradiction.
First off, not everybody would fail at the same thing, and second off, I don't think something necessarily needs to be contradictory in order to be absurd.
Well, then I don't know what you mean by absurd.
Well, so for example, if something is so statistically impossible as to be like in the Googles of numbers, right? Like 1 in a Google chance, then it's absurd that such a thing would occur if you only have, say, 1,000,000 chances, right? That's not. There's no contradiction.
Then you're just
there,
using
like
improbable.
it's not logically impossible.
Well, then
you're just
using absurd to mean like highly improbable or unintuitive.
Well, right, but I mean, you can't. The thing about like saying that you're only using absurd to mean highly improbable or unintuitive is, first off, that's what absurd means. But second off, like we can't just like live in a realm that's lofty and in the head. You know what I mean? We are talking about.
I really don't know what you mean.
Pragmatically is happening.
I just don't understand. If you accept that it's a bad inference to say that, in a world in which all grapes have purple skins, then therefore the skins cause the purple grapes to grow. You and I agree that that's a poor inference, right?
Yeah, but I don't. That doesn't have any relation at all to my original inference.
Look, I'm just saying that the skins correlate with the grapes. Every time you see a grape in that world, you see purple skin. In the same way that in my world, that the hypothetical in which all Christians fail with respect to what God commands them, that may be various commands. It doesn't matter, right? That just because they're Christian doesn't explain why they failed.
Oh, so is the grape then God's command and the skin is the failing Christians?
You can think it, or vice versa. The point is that they're Christian. That correlates with them failing at Christianity. The point is that them being Christian doesn't necessarily explain why they failed. Right? Because Christians
hang on, because this all started with theocracy, and them being theocratic does necessarily explain why they oppress.
No, because you can have a world in which you can have a theocracy, right, in which is oppressive, and you can have a theocracy in which promotes liberal values.
I don't think that's true. Because the thing is
there a contradiction?
You would, and you haven't, right? And I know that sounds like a simplistic way of looking at it, but all things that can happen do happen.
No, that's just that what that commits you to is a view called necessitarianism, that there are no possible worlds. That destroys freedom too, right? If everything that can happen does happen, that's just to eliminate modality or the notion of possible, which means that there's only one world, and that means no freedom. You lose the license to say that Pluto could have been green, or that we could have had 4 people in the room rather than 3. That would all be false under that view.
Well, it doesn't work I guess I'll rephrase it then. It won't work for a specific thing, but in a generalized sense, all things that can happen do happen. So, for example, it's not true to say this specific planet can be green, therefore it will be green, But it is true to say planets can be green, therefore we will find a green planet. And we have found green planets.
Why would anyone accept that inference? I don't understand the argument. No
I
one.
don't understand
I've
why you
never
wouldn't
heard that
accept it.
argument.
Like,
I've
what's
never
your
heard that kind
argument
of inference.
against it?
Here's what here's my inference, right? That theocracy, all I take a theocracy to be, right, is a state in which endorses or uses a particular theology in creating laws, or exercises rule utilizing theological doctrine or principles. Okay, that's all I take it to be.
And then
Okay,
hold
nothing.
on, because you may be incorrect there, Danny, because there's also something called theonomy, which might be what you're talking about, Danny.
Well, I'm just saying that where I just, maybe you mean something different, but what I take people to mean when they tell me I don't want a theocracy is that they don't want religious doctrine, theological doctrine, to influence in a kind of an endorsed, established way laws or decrees or commands of the state.
Well, technically, so in there is a there's actually two different definitions you can use for theocracy. One of them is not really possible, barring some eschatological circumstances. So the second one is the one that we primarily mean when we use it. Theocracy technically means rulership by the divine, right? Which is that first definition that doesn't ever actually happen, barring something extreme. Like I would, for example, say that as a Christian, I think that Moses led what could probably be akin to a theocracy in a sense. But even then, Moses is not actually God himself. Moses is a prophet, right? So there is even a little bit of difference there. In other words, the only time you would ever actually see a true theocracy in its pure sense, which would be perfectly fine, to be clear, would really be in the eschaton, which is the end of days for those who don't know the terminology. But what we typically mean, pragmatically speaking, is rule by the religious officials or bodies, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I meant to articulate. The idea is that there's an endorsement of religious or theological laws or doctrine, right? And there's an endorsement of utilizing that to rule or make laws or decrees, commands, whatever. The point is here, and there's obvious. Even if you're kind of bothered by the hypotheticals, there are just real life examples of this as well, in terms of why you shouldn't make this sort of inference, right? The heart, right, that pumps blood is coextensive, right, in every world, right, with noise or sound waves. Okay, the point is that those are enter a one-to-one correlation in the actual world. This is not hypothetical. Okay, and we would never infer that therefore hearts, right, necessarily emit noise, right? Because if we could be some other world in which you could have a heart and pumping but making no noise, or the idea is that there's no causal relation between those two coextensive traits, right? The pumping and the noise. Okay, so the idea is that if you had a world in which there were Christians that were all misbehaving, so to speak, okay, I just wouldn't say Christianity then now has a causal tendency for evil. I think I would reject. I would really push back on that sort of inference.
Well, so here, let me articulate a little bit better then, because I see what you mean, but I think there's a couple of things that they seem as if they are assumptions to me, and they appear that they are not assumptions that you're actually using. So let me sort of articulate what I mean there. So you say, I have this world, and all these Christians are behaving badly, right? And I don't therefore conclude that the cause is this Christianity, because it could be some other cause. And you give an example there of like did you say harp with a P or with a T?
Heart. Oh no, that's an example without using a hypothetical, because it's true that there's coextensiveness between hearts that pump blood and hearts that make noises. Okay, where you have heart making, but that's just to show that there's a one-to-one correlation, but we don't necessarily have like a causal, like establishing the causal relation is going to take a lot more work than just saying that they're coextensive. Okay.
Right. So and perhaps this is even my fault, but when we're having conversations and somebody says, every time X happens, Y accompanies it.
Yeah.
There does seem to be the implied, if albeit unspoken, asterisk there of, and also other things, for example, Z, A, and B, don't actually always have Y, right? So, for example, in your hypothetical with the Christians, when you say, all the Christians in a certain area are violent, well, the fact that you specified Christians would lead me to believe that that's something unique about them in this world, that there's a unique level of violence amongst Christians, and it seems to be unanimous.
Sorry, I'm not really following. Maybe are you suggesting we mean something different by Christian?
Excuse me. So what I'm saying is, when you go back to this theocracy, right? So you have 100% of theocracies are accompanied with oppression of groups that are outside of the theocratic norm, right?
Yeah, and I want to say that's not explained by a theocracy. That's explained by something else.
Well, and so hang on real quick. So you have that as what I think we could probably agree, even if we don't agree as to why. We do agree probably that is a fact, right? All theocracies that we've actually seen are highly oppressive.
I'm historically incompetent, but that seems true as far as I know.
For sure.
I mean, I don't even know, but it could be true.
We'll just assume it's true then, just for the argument. Sure. And if it's not true, then you can come back and roast me if you'd like. But nonetheless, now when that is said, the fact that I specified theocracies would seem to the common listener to suggest that I'm speaking of theocracies specifically. In other words, that I don't think the same rule applies to, for example, a kingdom. I don't think kingdoms 100% of the time are oppressing groups of people every single time. There's plenty of examples of quite benign kingdoms existing in the world. Same thing with republics, same thing with a whole bunch of other different systems of government. In other words, I've now inherently, and perhaps I need to articulate it verbally rather than, leaving it to be inherent in people's minds, but it does seem that I have inherently created a border that's like this ideology, theocracy, right, has a quality unique to it, where every time it seems to be manifesting itself, persecution and oppression follows. And that doesn't happen with other groups. And so, for example, to even give like the grape, right? Or no, let's use the heart. The heart's a better example because that's a real one, right? So if you were to say the heart that pumps blood makes noise every single time, but nothing else seems to make noise, then that would lead me to believe there is something about the heart that creates noise. The fact that noise exists elsewhere is the reason why we wouldn't have the heart there, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with saying something like it's the case that all theocracies have this have this property of being all theocracies that have occurred have this tendency or this property of being oppressive, and that's explained by a further cause, right? That I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is just kind of stopping there and saying, oh, well, there's all this oppression. Well, of course there's oppression because it's a theocracy. That's where I want to push back. I want to say that in our world where there's theocracies that are being oppressive, that you need to solidify, you need to give a more of an argument or a narrative as to why 100% of theocracies are oppressive, right? It's not sufficient just to point that out and say, therefore, theocracies are oppressive.
Well, to be fair, I do think that I grant that saying theocracies are oppressive inherently is not explanatory, but I do still think that it's true. And I don't think the true statements necessarily have to be explanatory, but if you wanted like an explanation as to why, like what is it that causes 100% of theocracies to oppress groups outside of the theocratic norm? I do think you can explain that, and really I think that the best explanation is the human concept of divine mandate tends to be rather strict and harsh. Humans are very hierarchical species, and we don't like it when you don't listen to dad or head chief. So if we don't like that, then we probably really don't like it when you don't listen to.
You see, that's to me that's I don't know anything about the topic, and let's just use that as a good explanation. But that's really explained. That to me, that's a good explanation. That people's concept of God is one that's strict and demanding with respect to society. And that's just the point, is that you could have a person that doesn't have, that might not exist in the real world, but you could imagine a world in which all the laws of physics were the same, right? And they have a loose concept of God, a liberal God, so to speak, and then they institute that sort of God in government, right? And then you would have, if it's truly explanatory, right? Then where you have a person without that sort of concept of God, you're going to have theocracies that are far more liberal. Like I'm using liberal in a very loose sense. Please, not to conflate it with like our, these liberal, dumb liberals, right? I'm not talking about that sense of liberal. I'm talking about the sort of Enlightenment sense of liberal. But
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it may have never happened, but you could imagine a world in which someone, comes up with a God concept that has all the Enlightenment values, right? And then institutes a theocracy on the basis of the whatever sort of theological doctrines that kind of put together that those God's commands, right?
Well, I mean, I would argue that that's Marxism.
I was about to say, I think that what you're saying has been attempted, and it doesn't really work out the way that people want it to, right? In fact, even better example. Don't get me wrong, Brother Nicholas, Marx is a flawless example, but an even more flawless example of such a statement could possibly be considered anything but absurd. Would be the Jacobins from the French Revolution. They literally turned the Enlightenment into a religion, and they ended up. It resulted in the Reign of Terror, 40,000 people massacred in a 9-month period of time.
It seems to me as that spirituality has continued through time, it's continued into what's called Marxism, and then also things like socialism and critical theory, and things that go under that umbrella. So we're talking about the same spirit, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is 100% accurate, and in fact, I think it's interesting. The French Revolution is where we got the terms right and left, because those on the right side of the assembly, I can't remember what they call their assembly, but those on the right side of the assembly were for the church and for the monarch, and those on the left side of the assembly were for the revolution.
I want to extend. I mean, there's. It's fine to say that if there's a theocracy, like if someone's instituting a theocracy, then very probably speaking, they're going to be oppressive. I'm fine with that claim, but notice that the notion of probably doesn't invoke explanation at all, right? You can say that, well, if there's a grape in the room, then probably it has skin on it, right? But you haven't talked about what explains that.
Maybe the unspoken thing that's going on is that, Danny, like you eventually asked CJ for an example. Maybe it's that you haven't given a counter example.
I don't think the counter example matters, because I think that I could grant that every theocracy is oppressive. I could grant that. Okay, it's not going to be enough to establish that. Therefore, necessarily, there's a theocracy. Necessarily, you'll have an oppressive society or an oppressed society. Sorry.
But you do see, though, why, even if it's not necessarily, it's like it is one of those things where, in all likelihood, even if not causally
I'm fine with that claim. I'm totally fine with that claim. But you notice that claim doesn't even consider explanation, right? Because it's merely operating correlation. Think about, look, it's fine to say that if you're Asian, you're probably making more money than everyone else in the United States. Okay. Notice I haven't invoked an explanation there. Okay. It could be the fact that there's, Asianness explains it. It could also be other factors, right? Who knows, right? It could be the way that the U.S., lets in immigrants, and that could explain it. The point is that when someone says, well, if you given X, probably you'll have Y, they're not endorsing an explanation of X to Y.
So let me ask a question I just am curious about, because it seems like, and I apologize if this sounds abrasive or rude. I don't mean it that way. But it does seem like your sort of your understanding, I guess, of what really could be proven is really, I guess, the idea, logically speaking, seems contrary to certain practices like science and history, where, and it really specifically science, because science relies on, essentially what I had just said, right? Like, so for example, if you were to have a test where you have your hypothesis, we all know the scientific method, right? You have your hypothesis and you test it and you test it again, you test it again, you change the circumstances a little bit and you test it again, you change the circumstances a little bit, test it again, so on and so forth, and you get the same conclusion. Then now you have a functioning scientific theory.
Yeah, I'm actually a scientific anti-realist of a sort.
Okay, so that, yeah,
Meaning,
I figured you would be, but just
meaning
wanted to
that
have
I
it
think a
out.
lot of what's going on in science is just kind of practical, right? That like there's these consistencies, and we posit things like electrons, leptons, and whatnot, and it's all to like for the sake of like being able to navigate our world, which is a pragmatic endeavor. So I'm very sympathetic to scientific anti-realism. I don't think any of these theories that we put in the sciences, whether it be in physics, chemistry, or biology, actually map out the world, right? They're just useful.
Oh, that's pretty interesting, because if we were to go like deep down to it, we could probably agree with that from a Christian perspective pretty easily. But there's something that I want to come back at you with now, CJ. This somewhat relates to what Danny's been saying, that the theocracy is not necessarily the quality that's the problem, but there's some other quality being brought into 100% of the case study. Is that a good way to put
Yes,
it?
that's my view, Nick.
Yeah, or at least he's saying that's a possibility. And then as Christians, I think we especially have to be like, yeah, if Christianity were to get the level of political influence that and when I say Christianity, I mean the agreement in Christ. I don't mean like a political body of people who identify as Christian, or even of people who are Christian. Just people who are Christians being in a certain role doesn't necessarily mean that their Christianity is in that role. And so, yeah, I do think, because it could be possible that just through democracy, let's say 99% of the United States, and 99% of the United States became Christian, and then just by nature, we had functionally a theocracy, or we decided we'd rather entrust it to God at this point and all that, and it was actually being done in a totally different way, then yeah, and this also goes back to why I'm pushing back as a Christian, because you were saying that there are some kingdoms that have not been oppressive in this and that, and there are some republics that have not been oppressive, etc. Whatever the exact wording is, But I also question if, from a Christian standard, if that's true, or if they've all been oppressive. I mean, if we look at the United States, which in some ways has been has given so much liberty and safety and benevolent things to so many people, at the same time has had a lot of malevolent stains on its history, even.
Yeah, and so there's a couple things there that are really important to point out for sure. The first thing is to say that there is some level of agreement that I have with you, especially on that last point. And so just as an example, I am, despite my relatively hardcore political conservatism, I actually have quite a bit of views that are considered to be on America's political left, and particularly as they pertain to certain minority rights. For example, Native Americans and things like Japanese internment and ramifications thereof, and stuff like that. And obviously, reason I even bring those up is just to say that those are clear examples of the United States government oppressing people, and especially I think the Native American one, because as bad as the internment camps are, the Native Americans were put through nothing short of a systematic genocide, in my personal opinion. And obviously, that's not even 100% of the time, right? That varies from government to government. In the United States itself, certain governments in America were more lenient, if you will, than others. For example, Andrew Jackson in his presidency.
I think there was a specific era where they went really genocidal for a while, and that was enough. I think it can be a mistake to sort of spread that era out and think that it characterizes the past before it, for example.
Yeah, then there's actually two really big ones, and you are right that they're kind of limited in a way. So the first one is, I was actually just about to say, the Andrew Jackson presidency. I think that that in a short 8-year period of time, it's kind of unbelievable how much damage that man was actually able to do to Native communities. And then the second period of time, it's a little longer. But from about 1865, the end of the war, the Civil War, to about 1891 with the massacre of Wounded Knee. So what is that, like 26, 25 years, something like that? That period of time was pretty rough also. But there is, for certain, a lot of periods of time where there was wars against the natives, but they weren't, genocidal. Obviously, conquering is its own thing. It's not extermination of peoples, right?
That was a good.
I wanted to address something that maybe a point of agreement. I think that if someone were to say, "Hey, should we institute a theocracy given these conditions that we're in?" I would say, "Hell no!" Right? I don't trust any. I don't trust any of these politicians, and I trust very few people to lead in general. Right? That's why I think divided powers are good in this kind of circumstance where you don't trust anyone in particular. And the idea here is that I just wanted to defend the claim that theocracies don't, given the concept, don't have an inherent tendency towards tyranny, nor do they have inherent tendency towards a society with not that many ills of society, ills, right? A society, a good society, right? And the concept doesn't lend you any of that, right? Your experience might lend you what might happen in the future. Like, if someone tried to institute a theocracy in the Philippines, let's say, given past experiences and historical considerations, that was likely to not end up very good. Okay, but that's not given your concept of what a theocracy is. Given what some kind of historical inductive picture, right? That's all I mean.
Yeah, and so I think I can kind of real quick. I do want to address the end of Nicholas's point, and then I do, and then I'll get back to you because that is a good thing to talk about as well. Honestly, good conversation. So to wrap up on the oppression part, the reason I brought up Native Americans and all that was just to say I even say, when I say there are republics that don't oppress people, there are asterisks to that for sure. When I say the United States, for the most part, has not oppressed people, I do specifically mean its own citizens. And even then, there are always going to be some exceptions to that. One of the black eyes on America, for example, is that both the Confederate and the Union governments in the Civil War arrested journalists without trial and kept them in prison for the rest of the war in egregious conditions that some could actually label as bad as concentration camps, for sure. Look up Andersonville if you don't believe me. But the point just being that there's, compare that to, say, Saudi Arabia, right? Whose track record, and you don't have to just use Saudi Arabia, but it's the only modern theocracy, so it's just the one I'll use for a second. Whose track record is, they just in 2015 legalized women driving, levels of oppression, right? Christianity is still not legal there, and it never will be, I don't think. It's not legal to be Jewish there. It's not legal to wear certain clothing there. It's not legal to be an atheist there. And the punishments are not, hey, we're gonna, like give you a fine or something like that, which would still be egregious, but they're, not. That's still not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is like, we're gonna cut your hand off or lash you or some other sort of disgusting thing, right? Throw you in prison for the next 6 years in a rat-infested hole because we don't actually take care of our prisoners.
Yeah, I do think we're having. Oh, that's weird. Okay,
There's a little bit of an echo there.
It's better now, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
So, that was a bit distracting, though. Oh, I do think that we're having a bit of a problem that the cause is probably not necessarily theocracy. Like, you're coming up with an example, and it's a good example, but Saudi Arabia is also one of the most powerful nations in the world of supposedly secular nations. Hold on one second. And so, yeah, they're one of the most powerful nations in the world of supposedly secular nations because there's something about political power amongst humans that's what's really going on. And it's not when necessarily specifically if a religion's put in charge. But then also from our Christian standpoint, this is actually going to bring some things together pretty well because I was just addressing the human sin problem there. I have a couple notes here. But then, yeah, as as Christians, we have I need a moment to get my thoughts back on track. Excuse me.
No, you're definitely all right. Do you mind if I answer your question about the Christian perspective, though, real quick, or is that gonna knock it off?
No, I kind of want to package everything together. Yeah, my whole sort of point here. So I was saying how, like, Saudi Arabia, yeah, there's something about earthly politics or human politics, human power systems. We can think back to the conversation between Christ and Pilate, and also the clay that will not mingle with the iron. I think that's like Rome and the church never really becoming the same thing. So every theocracy you named was a non-Christian theocracy. The closest thing I can think of to a Christian theocracy is the United States, one nation under God, in that it's not trying to let the Christian aspect come in a Pontius Pilate kind of way, but it's trying to allow Pilate to listen so that it can hear the gospel and kind of bring it in through democracy. So, and then that sort of comes back around to the non-violence of Christianity. And the thing is that the United States, aside from this rebellious side that we're calling the left right now, which we can just leave it at that for the moment, the United States has done a good job of walking away from all these atrocities and going somewhere else, unless that's just a farce covering up what's really going on. And so, I don't know, I think it's sort of up to the people to do our best to force the United States to be the United States as it should be, not to go back to past mistakes like letting 8 years and another 25 years commit genocide on a people,
Yeah, for sure.
And also not going forward with different mistakes like Marxism or something like that. But the nonviolence of Christianity, I really do. Well, that's where, if I can screen share real quick, this really is super quick. Because I think this is a bit of a gratuitous thing in a sense. It's like a semantic device, but for a reason. So is this on the screen? It's there. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's off to one side, but that's just the way this website is for whatever reason. Theonomy versus theocracy. What's the difference? As nouns, the difference between theonomy and theocracy is that theonomy is the state of being governed by God or in accordance with divine law. So I would say that the United States was like supposed to be established to be theonomic. While theocracy is government under the control of a state-sponsored religion. So that's specifically what the United States was established to not be. That's by these definitions. I'm not trying to say these are the right definitions or something, but they can be useful. The word theonomy, I think, was basically invented to compensate for the change of definition of theocracy. Sort of like liberal change definitions. So then some people try to equate libertarianism with old school liberalism.
Oh, that opens up a whole can of worms in my mind.
Yeah, everything opens up cans of worms, but if we can let CJ and maybe if Danny wants to put in his response, but I think a lot of what Danny was getting at about possibilities kind of plays into this, that I think we at least should hope for theonomy done in the correct way. And so far, the Constitution of the United States allows for that. And a good and godly people, the way the United States is structured, have the power to make the United States more and more virtuous. And if it's not becoming more and more virtuous, it's because the people are not doing that as they should be.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, and I think this is the part where I would get, now to speak of it from a Christian perspective, right? So, if we were to have a society theoretically that were led by genuine Christians who not only were Christians, but were, like grown-up Christians, right? Filled with the Spirit, on the right path, all that kind of stuff. We had these guys making up all the different levels of government. That would obviously be, not obviously, I guess, but I would agree that it would be a very positive thing, right? The thing about it, though, is I don't think it would ever actually happen in this world, at least. And let me kind of explain why I think that. So, from a biblical perspective, we don't actually have to talk about hypotheticals because there actually was a theocracy in Israel. And obviously that was instituted originally by Moses, and went on until, in certain ways, obviously fluctuating with its strictness and severity from king to king, but went on really until about 586 BC with the conquest of Jerusalem. And like I said, in various levels of operation. And then it even popped back up again in the Hasmonean dynasty for like 100 years of time, between 160 and 40, so about 100 years, or 120 years of time, rather. Also in the BCs, right before Herod the Great ruled. And so if that's instituted biblically by God himself, we would think that that would be the best possible example of earthly theocracy, right? At least that's my thinking, what I first get initially. And first off, it immediately goes down the tubes, right? Literally right off of the bat. Goes from Moses, Joshua, down the tubes, right? Read the first book of Judges. It's well, technically the elders of Joshua after, and then down the tubes, right? But it's not long at all, right? And it didn't start very good either.
Yeah, but we are post Christ though, the outpouring of the Holy Spirit at Pentecost and all that.
Well, hang on though, because I am gonna get to that, right? But we first have to understand that this is the only example of, at least as Christians, right? This is what we would believe to be the only example of God instituted state ever, right? And yet it immediately just pummels. I mean, in the presence of prophets, right? It takes no time at all for the tribe of Levi to be having people like Korah, for example, who want more power than they deserve. For people of the Aaronic line to start offering strange incense, for the people to stop following the law. Even Moses himself gets to a point where he has, it's a relatively minor sin, I think, comparatively to some of the things his contemporaries were doing. But he strikes the rock, right, and is not allowed into the promised land as a result. Only Joshua and Caleb are actually allowed into the promised land, fun fact. But anyways, then it continues. They
Joshua
go
and Caleb, yay!
right, exactly. I love those guys. But so then they go into Israel, led by Joshua, right? And they do good in the time of Joshua, and then Joshua dies, and the elders of Joshua die, and they immediately stop doing good. Literally immediately. It's the very first chapter of Judges. They stop going after the Canaanites. They start even worshiping Canaanite gods. They start sinning before the Lord. The Lord gives them unto oppression. And there's a cycle of this for almost 400 years until David actually becomes the king. I say David because the cycle doesn't actually end with Saul. Saul's reign is contemporaneous with Philistine oppression. A little fun fact for you, but nonetheless. Then
Do
you
you
have
mean
David.
the Israelites oppressing the Philippines or the Philistines? Sorry.
It's so what it is Saul is fighting the Philistines who are occupying what we would consider the southern area of Israel. In fact, David actually uses it to his advantage because he actually flees to the Philistines.
So are
When
the Philistines oppressing the Israelites? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, it's the very last oppression of the Judges period. If you're talking rabbinically speaking,
I think
not
we
if you're
lost
talking
you for a
about the
minute
Bible
there.
itself. Because it's important to note the book of Judges ends with Eli, but the rabbinic tradition also includes Samuel, and it is said that Samuel dies only a couple of years before Saul, so that extends the period of the Judges to right before David comes to power. And it appears that Paul actually believed that as well, which is why he gives Judges as 450 years. So probably, not obviously not all rabbinic traditions are true, not even most of them are true, but that one in particular does appear to be true. Nonetheless, so then you have David. David is he's the king anointed by God himself. He's been anointed by a prophet. He's after God's own heart. He wants to build the temple. Surely now the theocracy is going to work, right? And his own kid, Solomon, the wisest man who has ever lived, tears the thing in two, to which it never actually recovers. It has people who try to recover it, like Hezekiah and Josiah, but it never actually occurs. Notice none of those people are high priests, by the way, they're kings, because the high priests just immediately go down debauchery, right? And what you end up having is constant references from the prophets talking about how evil and wicked and oppressive the priesthood and the government is. Now, of
But
course,
we noticed which two rulers actually had good reigns. David and Yeshua.
well, and so that is I am going to get to that point about Yeshua, right? Because that is an important thing to note. But I'm building up to a point real quick, and I'm sorry that it's long winded. But what have we seen so far by the time Israel collapses? Right, the only God instituted theocracy in history falls apart instantaneously, and it goes immediately into corruption, into persecution of the poor, into evil and debauchery of all different kinds, and it never really recovers. Right, it goes. You have Moses, you have David, Moses kind of, and then David actually, right? David has a solid period of good prosperity and rule there for a minute. Which, to be fair, I guess that's a period where theocracy works. So I'll eat crow a little bit, but then move on right all through all these other people. Never truly recover. Hezekiah and Josiah try, but they can't actually do it. And you have prophets who obviously come out and they speak out against it, but it never actually occurs. Now, of course, this was always God's will. And how do we know it's always God's will? Not only because God is all-knowing, but also because Paul actually says explicitly that the law is a yoke of oppression, right? That's he compares the Mosaic law. And by the way, I'm not an anti-law guy, right? In fact, me and Brother Nicholas have had quite a few conversations on this. I even think that the law is still, technically speaking, I do think it's still binding. That's a huge conversation, but nonetheless, I'm not here to trash on the law.
Yeah, because a lot of people would be confused by what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's why I want to specify that for sure, right? Because I'm by no means here to trash on the law. But Paul is clear that the law is a yoke of oppression. And why is it a yoke of oppression? Because the whole point is to show people all the things that they do wrong, and to put righteousness up in this really high regard, as all theocracies do, by the way. It's not unique to Moses. It's just, this is the way you treat the word of God, right? And put it up to such a point that the others are harshly persecuted, which is why there's 32 capital punishments in the law of Moses, including mouthing off to your parents. And by the way, I know everybody likes to say that, well, cursing your parents is a different thing. I mean, Paul literally says being disobedient to your parents is reprobation, is one of the qualities of reprobation, I should specify. But the idea being, right, that like the Mosaic law is cruel, it's harsh, it's brutal. That's the point.
Well, I also think when it comes to the obedience to parents having such a harsh punishment, that's to give parents a government level of authority, because that was how the government was really handled. You know, there was a time when there was no king, so you went to judges for certain things, but then it was the patriarch of the household and the mother to the children also.
Right. Well, and I'm not saying any of it's wrong. I think the law of Moses is as perfect as an earthly ethical system could possibly get. And of course it is, because God's the one who revealed it, right? That being said, though, I think God is clear as to why he even gave us such an amazing piece of work in the first place. And it is specifically with the stated goal of oppressing us by showing us our own sin and pushing us towards a savior. Now, here's where it all kind of gets up into a nice bow, right? Pushing us to a savior does actually submit us to the yoke of a king who rules as a theocrat, interestingly enough, that king being Jesus. But notice that doesn't happen until the end of the age, and that Jesus, though he is a man, is not just a man. What's the implication that the Bible is providing for us here, right? Theocracy, even when instituted by God, instantly falls apart. But theocracy, when led by God, will be not even just a good system, but the eternal system, the perfect system, right? And I think if that kind of an understanding from a Christian perspective really does paint a lot of my view now, if we're looking strictly at earthly theocracies, right? Because if that is true, then the only theocracy that could ever even possibly work is one led by Jesus himself. If it's not led by Jesus, even if it's led by a prophet, not going to work. We already saw that. Moses tried, didn't work, right? And I like that. That seems to me to be a clear teaching of Scripture. Well, I shouldn't say clear. It does seem to me to be a teaching of Scripture. If I say clear, it assumes that my position is right. I don't want to say that, but
well, I think if we use the distinction that I have here on the screen, then if we incorporate theonomy into the whole discussion, I don't know if that could eventually come back around to theocracy in a different world. And probably not, because we also have prophecy and eschatology. So it's kind of, I'm kind of trying to talk about more like what we should do and what we should want to strive for. And then, even if we expect humanity to fail because of what the prophecies say, it still behooves us to understand what success looks like. So even if success is impossible, I still think it behooves us to have a concept of what that looks like, even if we don't expect it.
well, and
So
I think the distinction.
I have
Sorry,
to
go
go,
ahead.
guys. Thanks for having me on. Have a good 4th of July.
Yeah, you too, Danny. Thanks for coming
thank
on.
you, Danny. So this theonomy here, if you see what I'm talking about, is oh yeah. So now that Christ has come, and we are, as the definition on the screen says, like I said, if we use this distinction as an aid to help us discuss it, the theonomy is the state of being governed by God. And then if that incorporates through the democracy and Constitution of the United States and all that, so that the voters can vote so that United States law is in accordance with divine law, then that would be theonomy going enacted further. And that's really where I would want to focus the discussion before going back to theocracy, is like, what about this theonomy stuff?
Well, and I do think it can depend. I certainly believe that as Christians we should try to have a government that is glorifying the Lord. In fact, 1 Corinthians 10:31 tells us to do everything that we do to the glory of God. And we should try to take that as literally as we possibly can. And that would include obviously governing ourselves and our children, our children's children, and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah, and can I make sure we include the non-violence of Christianity in this part? Because we're talking about the theonomy that you are talking about, where we are governed by Jesus on the throne in heaven right now. So that's the theonomy of being governed by God. And then the next step is the American system allows for a theonomic people to bring the benefits of theonomy to the state also. But that would include the nonviolence of Christianity and all that,
Absolutely, and I would be 100% with you on everything that you just said, actually. And in fact, there's even a third party political party that, at least for now, because obviously these things tend to go south once people get power, but at least for now, that actually is basically their platform, is respect for the Constitution and biblical values. They're called the Constitution Party, actually. And that's actually my favored political party if I was forced to choose one, though I'm a registered independent. But, and I do think it is a rather big BUT, right? I think that it is important for us to, because the reason I bring up, the evils of theocracy and stuff like that, is because there is people who want to take what me and you agree on way too far. I think the NIFB is a perfect example of that, right? Wanting to institute like state executions of homosexuals, for example.
Yeah, and so to deal with it correctly, to get things into a theonomic state, I think it has to come spiritually and like through the people, And
Yeah.
so it would have to be that whole natural process where, because if Christians will be theonomic with themselves and hold themselves to God's government, then and then we also do the Great Commission and make students of we'll call them the Gentiles, right? The Gentiles around us. And if we make students of them, true spiritual students, and then but I think we do run into a problem here that like we'd like to imagine that everybody has like potential Christianity and then potentially respond to the gospel, And in some sense, there always is that potential because God's always willing to have mercy on them. But Jesus says stuff like, "My sheep hear my voice, and all who are of the truth hear my voice." And, then there's also like discussion of election. And I'm not big on like defining exactly what God's election is because I don't necessarily know exactly how all these nuances parse out. But yeah, there's just, if there's some people who hate the truth and are not going to respond, then like that 99% hypothetical I said, that's not really like, it might not be possible. It might not be that everybody has a potential Christian in them. It may be that God has elected who he's chosen will be Christians, and all of those people are all of the Christians, and it's our job to like obey God's will because his way of doing that is through us to some extent,
Absolutely. But so one last thing I do want to add on this though, and don't get me wrong, I don't actually think it's going to be the NIFB. I don't think they'll ever actually get very powerful. I do, however, think that the theocratic mentality that they have will. And if my understanding of end times is correct, we will probably, and whether or not we live to see it, obviously, is of course a different conversation. But I think the end times is going to see a theocracy that will probably appear in many ways superficially to be Christian. I think it's probably one of the easiest ways to see through it. This is just my own personal prediction, but probably one of the easiest ways to see through it is going to be some level of ecumenism. Being way too friendly with Muslims and Hindus and other sorts of non-Christian belief systems, even Jews, unfortunately.
Well, I would just say, actually, John chapter 10, where he says that his sheep will not follow the voice of strangers. And so I really think that's how these things actually end up panning out. The easiest way to see through it is if you're of his sheep, you're not going to follow that voice.
I do believe that's true for sure. But I also do believe, though, we got to be careful about it, too, because I think there is obviously it's all God's plan. Nothing happens without his explicit sovereign will.
But I can clarify, because you might be getting at this. I'm not saying a call to inaction or something like that, because it's like we are his ambassadors and proclaimers, and he's told us to make students of all nations. So it's like, it just means when we speak, we stick to his voice, and we trust that those who are going to hear his voice will hear it. Now, that's a very nuanced sort of thing, to stick to the voice of the Lord when he would do what was right for different circumstances. So, but
yeah, well, and that is exactly what I was going to get at too, because in fact that's the whole point of the Watchdog, right? Is trying to, which, by the way, fun fact for anybody who watches those things, been on hiatus for a very long time. Going to be going live tomorrow at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, and leaving that hiatus. So, tune in. Anyways,
yay, end the hiatus.
Yeah,
you know what you said?
Right. It's been a long time coming for sure. But no, yeah, I'm a big part of the whole point of the Watchdog is, as I'm sure both of you guys are even fully aware, right? I'm preaching to the choir, but is that understanding that I have of the end times. I think that and because it does seem to me that is the direction that we're going as well. And it's interesting because I've always, since I was a little kid, been taught that global ecumenical government headed by the Vatican was going to be the end times government. And so even in my period of non-belief, I always had that in the back of my mind because that's something that I was taught by my believing family.
It has to be so. It must be so. I will declare that.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing: as soon as I became believing again, the Watchdog, as Brother Nicholas knows, and as you may well know as well, Brother Jamie. I'm not sure if we've ever talked about it, but has been a long time coming for me because it was literally as soon as I was into Christianity, like before I was actually even saved. What I mean by that is I've often said there's a period of time in my life where I was kind of intellectually a believer, but I wasn't really, like, my heart wasn't really in it, right? But even in that period of time, it was still looking at this papal news because that was part of the intellectual part about it, right? Is looking at the end times from a purely carnal perspective, which is seeing it manifest in my own eyes, in front of my own eyes. And honestly, the biblical evidence has me solidly convinced. But if I had any doubt whatsoever, the evidence of what's actually happening over the last, it's really ramped up in the last 8 years, 9 years since Pope Francis has been elected. But it's been going on for almost 100 at this point. It's just ramped up a ton in the last 8 years. Anyways, the point is that has definitely stamped out any doubt. You know what I mean? Some of the stuff that happens, some of the stuff I've reported on, it's almost unbelievable, right? Say again?
The way it lands on dates and stuff is amazing.
Yeah, for example, My little brother even pointed this out, right? I wasn't, he was actually in the middle of one of my, hang on one second, I gotta let my dog out.
Oh,
Anyways, so I was doing my first stream on the interfaith prayer at right? Now, for those of you guys who don't know, and I'll be very brief, the Pope in March of this year led an interfaith dialogue and prayer, yes, I said prayer, to the Abrahamic God, quote unquote, along with Muslims, Jews, Baha'i, Druze, Yazidi, and numerous other quote unquote Abrahamic groups, Mandaeans, all these other kind of groups, right? They all went to namely Sumer, right? I only specify that because it's possible that that is not actually of the Chaldees. There are two different in that region. Nonetheless, of Sumer, right? They went there. They went to the ziggurat in which is a temple dedicated to the moon god Nana, whose name also happens to be Sin, by the way. They had this interfaith prayer there and their whole dialogue and all that other kind of stuff. And that was in March of this year, my dudes, my friends. Now in the middle of that, while I'm doing the stream talking about that, right? My little brother, he's in the live chat. I won't reveal what his name is because obviously I don't want people to know who I'm related to. But nonetheless, and he types in and he says, you know, there were a bunch of people talking about how there was the Revelation 12 sign in September of 2017, where it appeared that Jupiter, the king planet, was inside of the quote unquote womb of what we would consider the constellation Virgo, with the Lion Leo constellation at her head, as well as three other planets that made up 12 quote stars from a human perspective, and the moon at her feet, and the sun behind her cloaking her, and Jupiter's there for 9 months, and it birthed in September, quote unquote, right? So this, and a bunch of people were talking about this being a sign of Revelation 12, because that seems to be exactly what Revelation 12 is talking about. Well, my brother does the math. 1,260 days from that moment just so happens to be the exact day that they had an interfaith prayer at And now I'm actually convinced that that probably was a Revelation 12 sign, to be honest, because I wasn't before.
Is that 3.5 years, right? On a
Yeah,
prophetic
3.5
calendar?
years, but it's 3.5 years according to the Jewish calendar, not according to our calendar. So it's 1,260 days.
Which is 3 years, 3.5 years of 30-day months, right?
Yeah, and it's only like 15 days less than it would be in our calendar, maybe even less than that. It's not much, but it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, seeing that happen and all of the different things that we actually report on there. Oh, by the way, this all of this could be a commercial for the Watchdog, because this is what I talk about over there on the Watchdog. For those of you who don't know, let me just go through some of the things that I have reported on since the inception of this show, and I will be brief, but I just want to let you guys know the amazing things that are happening in our life. By the way, you're going to see me get some stuff wrong over there, right? I'm just a man. I've predicted some things recently about the Israeli election that didn't end up happening. It happens, but the information is stupendous, my friends. So we have reported on, and this is not an exhaustive list, the Sino-Vatican Provisional Agreement of 2018, where in September 2018, the Pope signed an agreement with Communist China that nobody actually can find any records of because it's all hidden at this point, right? But we can decipher at least a little bit of what it is because we have seen some of the results. And what is involved in the agreement, based on what we've seen from the results, are the Vatican gets full legal rights to operate as a legal religion within the borders of China, but China gets the right to vet the Catholic cardinals and bishops in China and Hong Kong, and gets the right to edit the Bible. It also could very well be the case, especially if you read a papal letter to the Chinese Catholics. It definitely appears that this is the case. But it very well could be the case that involved in this agreement was the Pope's either implicit or explicit endorsement of the Chinese Catholics' current, or not Chinese Catholics, excuse me, the Chinese government's current internment program. I know that sounds like a stretch, but you guys really need to read Pope Francis's letter to Chinese Catholics if you think it is, because he basically tells
now
them.
I have to dig up another link, brother. I already linked your channel for the Watchdog, but now I got to go find that episode of A Rabbit Hole of Rabbit Holes.
Yeah, I do apologize. I appreciate you and your vigilance.
Which, by the way, it would be good to get back to a few more episodes. I think we have at least like 2 or 3. We have, I'd say, 2 or 3 more to do on Marxism, and then getting back to the papacy.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we're going through all of this. For those of you who don't know, we're going through all of this over on Brother Nicholas's channel in a series we're calling A Rabbit Hole of Rabbit Holes. And by my rant, you can see why we're calling it that. Now, real quick,
And I gotta say one thing real quick. I have a document I want to go through. It's an old Puritan document from like the Pilgrims or whatever, against popery. And I don't remember what it's called at the moment, but I have it on my computer. But I could do that as like a side thing for A Rabbit Hole of Rabbit Holes without you, because it'll be time consuming. And I've been thinking I wanted to read it anyway, so I could just put it under that brand. Because that's what we do, is we go through whole documents word for word, you know?
Yeah, and the episode he's even looking for now is us going through this letter that Pope Francis wrote personally to Chinese Catholics. And I kid you not, friends. I am not exaggerating at all. I'm not misrepresenting. You can read it for yourself, or you can watch me read it for myself for you, right? He literally tells Chinese Catholics, hey, if you hold to the traditional Catholic values, we appreciate your you going through persecution, and you can expect more coming around the corner. But just know that we appreciate you. It's a paraphrase, but I am not making it up. No joke. And then immediately after they signed that sign-up provisional agreement, they started putting Muslims, Falun Gong, traditionalist Catholics, and Protestant Christians in concentration camps. Not a coincidence, I guarantee you. Also, another part of that agreement seems to be the Catholic Church is taking control of holy sites in China, which they're doing all across the world, by the way. You look like you were going to say something, Brother Nicholas.
No, I changed my mind. Go on.
So that sign of Vatican provisional agreement, that's just one of the things that we've reported on here on the Watchdog since the Watchdog's inception, right? Another one, the Pope dedicated a Mormon temple in Rome in the presence of all of the Mormon prophets who are currently sitting in the leadership of the church in 2018. I believe that was in March of 2018. It may have been in May, one of the M months of 2018. Literally dedicated a Mormon temple, the Pope, not the prophets. The prophets were there in his presence, right? And by prophets, I'm using the word prophets, meaning it's the Mormon title, not real prophets, right? They were there. They didn't dedicate the temple. Pope Francis dedicated the temple in his own backyard of Rome in all of their presence while they were subservient to him. That happened in 2018. You can also find that on the Watchdog. Another example of stuff that happened since the inception of the Watchdog. This is just since the inception, right? We're not even going back before that yet. 2019, the Amazonian Synod, which, by the way, this even pissed off a lot of, please excuse the language, but it did. A lot of traditionalist Catholics, people like Taylor Marshall, for example, and Cardinal Edmund Burke were furious about the Amazonian Synod because it's so obviously blasphemous. Pope Francis went to the Amazon in October of 2019, along with a whole bunch of other Catholic officials and important people, right? And they went down there, and the purpose was to address the issues of declining church attendance and a lack of clergy members, right? Didn't have sufficient clergy members. So they go down there. Pope Francis begins the whole thing by participating in a pagan ritual dedicated to the goddess Pachamama, okay, who is a Incan fertility goddess. He then accepts a statue of the Incan fertility goddess Pachamama, declares it Our Lady of the Amazon, and proceeds to continue on with the synod, where the rest of his officials participate in further pagan rituals, and the writer of the synod who writes the concluding statement of the entire thing, right? Writes a statement saying the reason we go through these rites, rites, right, meaning religious rights, not like your political rights. The reason we go through these rites is because all rights, this is a direct quote, all rights are really worship of the self-same God. Now, I'm going to get a little crass for a moment, so if you have children, please get them out of the room. Because I'm going to explain to you some of these rights that exist in the world that these scholars of religion are fully aware of, that they just declared are worship of our God. The ancient Canaanite deity Molech, as well as ancient Canaanite deities such as Baal Hadad and El and Hamash and so on and so forth, were quite fond of sacrificing human beings, but specifically sacrificing babies. And not content to just have the sacrifice of babies, they actually wanted the sacrifice of babies in incredibly miserable and painful ways. So what they would do is they would heat up, I'm going to explain it in detail. Like I said, if you have children in here, get them out. What they would do is they would heat up statues, bronze statues of the gods that they happened to be worshiping. In the case of Molech, it would look a lot like a bull because Molech would be a bull god, right? And they would heat up this bronze statue so that it would literally glow with heat, right? And then they would take the children, and they couldn't actually walk up to the statue because they'd burned themselves. So they'd have these little sticks with baskets on them where they would pick the children up and go and put them over on the arms of this deity statue, right? Where the child would then screech and wail in pain, but would screech and wail in pain in such a way that it would echo and reverberate out of the statue, sounding as if the statue itself was roaring, and the roar was so loud that they actually had to have people banging drums on the side so that bawling mothers would not actually themselves go after the child that they just sacrificed. The Pope just said that that was actually worship of our God. Fun fact. Not done. Here's another rite that exists to this day, actually, in Papua New Guinea. The people in this particular tribe that I can't actually remember the name of, in Papua New Guinea, they have a belief that basically that semen is what makes you a strong and virile person. So they have the young boys and girls, starting at the age of 7, suck off all of the old men up until they are pubescent, making sure to swallow their loads. I'm not making it up. And the Pope just said that that was worship of our God. Do you guys want me to continue? Because I can. One more. Temple prostitution, real famous thing that happened in Greece, happened in Sumer, happened in Egypt, happened in Babylon, even happened in Israel. Unfortunately, you can read this in your Bibles. Not something that God was particularly fond of, as you can imagine. Temple prostitution was this thing where, see, certain societies really, really like sex. And let's just be honest, women look better than men do. So what these societies would end up doing is they would have this sort of a worship around fertility and lust and all these sorts of things. And the best way to actually get that done would be to have priestesses who were exceptionally beautiful in all of the different ways that is actually communicated. But here's the thing. Sometimes beautiful and curvaceous women don't actually want to sell themselves into this sexual servitude to the rest of the tribe. So instead, they would just organize a system, temple prostitution, where the parents would sell them when they were 14, 13 years old, and then they could go ahead and just get gang raped for the rest of their life until they died of syphilis at the age of 25. The Pope just said that that was worship of our self-same God. I am barely scratching the surface to some of the horrifying things that people have done in the name of religion throughout history, even to this day. And the Pope had the audacity, the unmitigated gall, to actually sit up there and tell the world all rights are worships of the self-same God. By the way, he's in South America talking to people who worship Incan deities, Incans who are known to commit pagan sacrifices, not only of animals and other such things in horrible, debaucherous, and torturous ways, but also of human beings, right? So we don't even have to move on to a new culture. We can just go on to this culture. They had a war culture, for crying out loud. Their whole culture was centered around, just much like the Aztecs actually, was centered around conquering people so that they could steal them and use them for their own quote-unquote religious rituals. And I say quote unquote because let's be straight up about this. All of these religious rituals, right? While there's certainly some of them are influenced by demons and maybe even most of them, this is just ways for evil, disgusting, repugnant, vile men and women to take control of other men and women, to abuse them, to degrade them, and to use them for their own purposes. That's why so many of them end up resulting in things like you getting fabulous wealth or some level of sexual gratification or something disgusting like that, right? The Pope said that stuff was worship of the self-same God that we worship in the Amazonian Synod. I am not making it up. It happened. And then, as if all that wasn't good enough, he took that Pachamama statue, Our Lady of the Amazon, and set it up in St. Peter's freaking Basilica, the holy temple of Catholicism. And if you think I'm exaggerating when I say that, right, they literally make the claim that the Pope built this building, the Roman Church built this building on the bones of Peter in fruition of what Jesus said, on this rock I will build my church. They consider this to be the church, and they have a statue of a pagan goddess right
and
there.
that church is that's the same Peter's Basilica then that's right next to Lateran Palace, right?
Exactly.
Which is
exactly.
on was Caelian the hill that I found out that was on, and that's the official seat of the Pope.
7 Hills of Rome.
Yeah, so and that's the official seat of the Pope. The Vatican is not his official seat as the Bishop of Rome, but his official seat is actually there on Caelian Hill at Lateran Palace or St. Peter's Basilica or both. It's like one complex. And so that's why the poor is on one of the 7 hills of Rome. And because Catholics will try to say that can't be the papacy then, because the Vatican's not on one of the 7 hills of Rome. And I even did that map layering in another episode of Rabbit Holes, so I guess I should link that too. Just because we have the actual proof that that's where the bishopric of Rome is, and it's on one of the 7 hills of Rome, and then it ties together with what you're saying now, because they have this statue there.
Well, I mean, just from Daniel, the last
real quick, before you bring up Daniel, just the links I put inside chat. So the first one is the Watchdog channel, which is called the Synagogue News. Is that how you call it exactly?
Yes, sir.
But anyway, the link says Watchdog. That's in the side chat. And then the next one's the Rabbit Hole episode. That's 3 hours because we went over the entire letter that the so-called Pope wrote to Chinese Christians. We went over it all in one episode, which ended up being like 3 hours. But it comes off to a pretty awesome ending with CJ and I laughing at their prayer to their Queen of Heaven. So it is a good 3 hours. I'd recommend it. But I also, the next link I put down was the Pope's letter to Chinese Christians. So that's the document that we go through. If you don't want to take 3 hours to hear us commentate on it a whole bunch and stuff, if you just want to read it yourself, you should get the right idea. It's pretty blatant.
By the way, if you don't think that, sorry, my dogs are playing with each other. If you don't think that the Pope and others worship Mary and other saints when they pray to them, you'll be in for a very, very good surprise, I think, when you read the end of that particular letter.
Yeah, so you could check that out at the end of our video, or you can go to the link where I put the link to the letter. You can go to the end of the letter. The prayer is in italics, so it's a big prayer at the end. So it's easy to find.
And by the way, just so you guys know, I'm not going to go on another rant going on every single thing because we'd be here forever. But me and not only in my Watchdogs, but also me and Nicholas in that rabbit holes, haven't even scratched the surface in this particular video of the things that we've talked about in those videos, Watchdogs and Rabbit Holes. And also, by the way, I'd like to recommend to you guys Chris Pinto. I don't know much about his theology. It might be garbage, so maybe don't take theological things from him. But as far as his understanding of the Catholic Church and of events surrounding the Catholic Church, he is brilliant. I'm not saying his theology is trash, by the way. I'm saying I don't, right? but nonetheless, that's just wanted to point that out.
Okay, and then before we hand it off to Jamie real quick, because now I have the link, and it's time-stamped. So I'll drop the link, and then I'll drop it again with some comments on it, but this one just so it's more in time with what I'm saying. So there's the link, and the map is on the screen at that time. So if you want more of an explanation of it, then I guess you rewind it a little bit. But yeah, what happened was I found the evidence, but and we were talking about it in episode 1 or 2 of the series, whichever one's previous to this. And then I was like, okay, well, I'll go find maps and I'll put the data together and prove it and come back. And then that's what this link is on, is I'm in the middle of talking about how the data comes together. So, and that's it for all that. So I can yield on that now.
Oh, I was just going to point out that if anybody doubts about Rome being the Antichrist in Revelation, I mean, when you look at Daniel, everybody agrees Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Now, how you stretch out the toes in history are maybe a different way you could look at it, but the fact is that, you know, it's Babylon and then Medo-Persia and then Greece and then what is it? What did I miss one? Anyways, it ends with Rome before, and then the feet are like the iron and clay, right? That don't mix, the miry clay, and that's the last kingdom before Christ, the rock strikes the feet, right? So, and fills the whole earth. So it's
Yeah,
really
and sorry, I didn't mean to get you. I just want to point out really quick, 2 things. Number one, notice it's the iron and the clay, right? So the Iron Kingdom is one of those 2 that doesn't mix, right?
yeah,
So
right,
it has
right.
to be
Thank
Rome.
you.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, I want to share a little fun historical fact with you guys. Did you know that the Roman Empire actually split into 2? We usually call the second one the Byzantine Empire in the modern age as a way to differentiate them. At the time, they would not have understood that phraseology. They would have considered themselves the Eastern Roman Empire up until the fall of the West in the 400s, and I don't know the exact year of the fall of the West, but
So
they
then
were based in.
they would be the 2 feet because there's 2 sides rather than one being the clay and one being the iron.
Or is it 2 legs?
Well, so no, it's kind of like what you're saying, Nicholas, where it's like you have the. It's not that they're necessarily 2 different entities. They're coming out of Rome, right? Which is, and you can even see that by the fact that there's still trace Rome there, but in such a way that they won't mix, right? And so we kind of have to go back a little bit, right? Because what ends up happening is, so in a city called Byzantium, the King Constantine, who many of us know from the famous, Edict of Milan and even more famous Council of Nicaea, he sets up a kingdom in his own name because he's got a gigantic ego, and he calls it Constantinople. He basically just takes this city Byzantium and he turns it into Constantinople. Fun fact, that is modern Istanbul in Turkey, if you want to know where it is on a map. So when he builds Constantinople, he sets it up as his capital. But when he actually came to power, Rome was ruling in a tetrarchy, which means there was 4 emperors ruling 4 different regions of the empire, with one of them being considered the first among equals, right? Which is a concept that the bishops of the Orthodox Church still actually adopt to this day. But nonetheless, and Constantine united them again as a single empire, right? And put that capital, rather than being in Rome, in Constantinople. So, he does all the things that he does with the Edict of Milan, legalizing Christianity, and winning the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, attributing that to his Christian faith, which people have debated whether or not that was a genuine faith, but that's not the point of what I'm saying. It goes on with the Council of Nicaea, whole thing continues, right? And eventually they split back into 2. one with their center in Constantinople, which was formerly known as Byzantium, right? Hence the name Byzantines, and one based in Rome, which we would just in the modern day call the Roman Empire. But at the time, they would have called themselves the Western Roman Empire in Rome and the Eastern Roman Empire in Constantinople, right? Now, these groups operate sometimes as allies, but usually as rivals for the next 100 and some odd years until the barbarian kingdoms from Germany destroy Rome. And they actually do it in successive waves. Arguably, the most famous sack of Rome is Alaric's sack of Rome, who's a Goth, I think specifically a Visigoth, if I'm not mistaken, but nonetheless.
Yeah.
And then after him comes the Vandals. And even though that one's not as popular, the Vandals actually take over Rome and end the Western Roman Empire for good. And there's a Byzantine king who will actually try to take it back. His name's Justinian, but it doesn't end up working. And from then on, Western Rome politically ceases to exist, kind of, right? Because what happened at the Council of Nicaea was the Roman emperor had kind of linked himself at the hip with Christianity, right? And there was kind of an attempt to shake that off in the form of Julian the Apostate, but for the most part, that continued on, not only for the rest of the Roman Empire, as meaning the Western Roman Empire, but also for the Byzantine kings, which is just basically a Christian kingdom as far as history is concerned, right? And what that ends up doing when Rome is destroyed is, even though we haven't gotten to the point of papal supremacy, which is in 606 AD, the Bishop of Rome, who is at this point called the Pope, is very important to everybody, right? And is considered basically to have the authority in a spiritual sense of the Roman Empire themselves. Eventually, he passes that on to the Holy Roman Empire, which causes a whole lot of schism between the Holy Roman Empire and the Papal States, sometimes, again, working as allies, other times working as foes. And eventually, the Holy Roman Empire is destroyed. Napoleon puts locks the Pope in the Papal States, and the Pope remains in the Papal States until Benito Mussolini in 1929 signs a treaty basically freeing him from his captivity or house arrest, if you'd like. And so you have this authority of Rome, so much so that they can even call other states, and they did so with fascist Italy and with the Holy Roman Empire, which, as Voltaire famously said, was not holy, neither was a Roman, neither was it an empire, but nonetheless, they were able to bestow in the eyes of the public the power of Rome, the spirit of Rome, onto these different empires and groups. What does that imply, right? That they themselves have it, and of course they themselves even live in Rome and have a country in Rome. But then there's that other group of people, those Byzantines, right? And they continue for the next 1,000 years after Rome falls. Technically, it's a little bit less than 1,000 years, but it's like 970, 980, right? Until they eventually fall after being attacked like 40 times. I'm exaggerating, but it was a good number of times. They finally fall to the Ottoman Turks in, I think, the year 1454, if I remember correctly. And yeah, and that's when it becomes Istanbul as we know it today, and it's been a part of Turkey ever since, right? Well, in 1054, which is already 600 years into this Byzantine Empire's existence, and so there's a lot of political power in the Byzantine Empire, right, that is separated from anything in Western Europe at this point, which is now branched off into a whole bunch of quote-unquote Christian kingdoms like France and Germany and England and so on, right? All under the guise of the Pope, who's bestowing this quote-unquote Roman power. Well, in this meantime, a bunch of religious resentment as well as political resentment builds up, and finally in 1054 you have a great schism between what we would now consider the Orthodox churches, which, with some exceptions for sure, because the Assyrians and Coptics have their own split stories that are 600 years older. But the 1054 Great Schism leads to the majority of what we would call the Orthodox churches, specifically the Greek Orthodox Church, but the majority of the rest of them as well, splitting from Rome over the issue of papal supremacy. And when they do that, they get the official state endorsement of the Byzantine Empire. Do you see where I'm going with this? Right? So basically what ends up occurring now is, just as the Roman Empire, meaning the West, had linked itself to the hip to the Roman Church, so now the Eastern Empire had linked itself to these so-called Orthodox churches, right? So much so that one could argue Eastern Europe, including but not limited to the mighty Russian nation that has made such an impact in the history of the world, almost owes its entire existence to the existence of the Orthodox Church by virtue of the Byzantine states. Even though the Byzantine Empire was more focused on stuff that was happening farther south, the influence of Orthodox Christianity was such that you have these very distinct religions, and having a distinct religion always helps when you're trying to get a distinct political nationality, right? Because when you're sharing the same faith with people, a lot of times the common man doesn't want to hate them, right? But nonetheless, this is made way worse by the fact that the Pope calls for a crusade. The Crusades totally just sack a whole bunch of Byzantine cities, even though they're supposed to be helping the Byzantines. And then you have this permanent Eastern separation that religiously manifests in the Orthodox and Catholic churches, which politically legitimize the Western European nations, which are France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, England, etc., and the Eastern European nations, namely Greece and Romania, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Russia, and etc. And is that not the power dynamic to this day? It very much is, right? And it's a divided power dynamic, precisely as the Bible discusses. It's a power dynamic that is divided against each other, but also divided amongst themselves, right? The Russians don't necessarily get along with the Poles, and the French and the Spanish are fighting all the time. And the English don't even get along with the Scottish, which means that the British don't get along with themselves. You know what I mean? But the point being that you look through history and you see this transference of power, right? From political bodies to religious bodies, back to political bodies again with religious justifications. I think it illuminates in a whole new way what it means for the iron and the clay to exist. Just a second, my dog is barking. You guys can comment on that.
Oh, well, I got to ask you something about the iron and the clay, right? Because are we agreeing that the clay is the true church, the body of Christ, and that the iron is Rome, or perhaps the spirit of Rome, circumstantially or whatever?
Say that one more time, please.
That the clay is the true church, the body of Christ, and the iron is Rome, or the spirit of Rome, depending on the circumstance.
No, I would actually say, and it's a good question to clarify. I would say that the iron is the spirit of Rome, and the clay is the spirit of rebellious Rome. In other words, Rome that has rebelled from Rome, but still not necessarily Christ, right? I think that whole statue, in my opinion, is talking about the world system.
That's interesting. Never thought about it that way, but I think that's plausible. I think because you see the kingdom of Christ like striking the rock, striking the feet. So it's like, is that saying that the whole thing is bad per se by that imagery or not? Seems to be an open question now that you say that.
Yeah, and I would honestly, I would say that not necessarily bad in the sense that no good comes from it, but bad in the sense that it's the world political system.
Yeah, that's good. That's an interesting point.
Well, I mean, if we're thinking that a lot of this was after the Lord's earthly ministry, then the rock coming down and smashing it to powder would be his return. So it's sort of the sudden obliteration.
Yes, the one day kind of thing. Yeah, I think that's for sure being suggested, that it's coming from, right? Doesn't it come out of the heavens or whatever? I mean, that it's sudden, at least, anyway.
Yeah, and that's always been my understanding of it. And You know, it's because one of the reasons that it's something I think is important to point out is, you know, we have to understand that there's been a pattern of liberty from Rome that has manifested in Romanism, religiously speaking, and it's happened frequently. So and I'm sorry to go on these big historical rants, guys, but there's so much context that you need to explain it, so I just have to go on the whole thing. I apologize, but so the first of these is really the Council of Nicaea, actually, when the Arians decide that they're going to break away from, well, really they don't decide, they're forced out, but nonetheless, they're forced out and they now are their own sect, right? You have the Nicene Christians, and then you have what at the time you would probably just refer to as Arian Christians, but who we now refer to just as Arians, and of course with good reason, right? The Arians, for those who don't know, denied the deity of Christ. They thought he was kind of like, sort of like a lot like Jehovah's Witnesses, actually, where he's like, he's a deity, but he's a deity. He's not the deity, right? So I'm not defending Arianism, but just speaking as like a historian, if I could call myself such.
Yeah.
So that's the first real split you have from Rome. And before then, you didn't necessarily have any sort of like nobody really cared if there was a split from Rome, right? Everybody was off kind of doing their own thing. A big part of the reason why the Council of Nicaea is so often blamed for this, that, and the other conspiracy theory, right? Oh, this is where they deified Christ. This is where they made the Trinity. This is where they declared canon. This is where they decided when Christmas was, all this other kind of stuff, right? None of that's actually true.
But it's because it's a pivotal moment regarding Romanism in the church, right?
Exactly, right? That's what you had there. This was the first time that the Roman government basically came down and said, what the church decrees, I decree, right?
Yep. Some of it
was
wasn't necessarily all wrong. It's just that it's a
well, this is why I tell people.
Well, that doesn't come for free. That's politics, and so
there you go.
If I can bring something to the table, around this time period, this was right after the Diocletian persecutions. I think that's the right ones, right, CJ?
Yes, sir.
And so a lot of the Christians who were actually brave and all that were slain, and a lot of the ones who were left alive were alive because they denied Christ with their mouth. And so there was letters going around like, what do we do with these people who denied Christ? Do we forgive them and also let them continue in their role as a teacher or whatever, whatever their role was exactly in the church? Or do we not let them do the role or whatever, And then ultimately, I think the conclusion we see from this is there's this big political compromise because a lot of the people who would not have compromised died in the persecutions. And if I may say, I think this also ties into something that Christ said, that we're blessed when we're persecuted for his name's sake. And so I think there was a blessing that came to the end. There was certain sorts of blessings for the church that came to certain sorts of ends when the church became so compromised with worldly politics. And I don't think the Protestant Reformation has really, I think it's only half escaped that compromise with worldly politics.
Well, and actually here, because I'm going to get to that in a minute. And I think you might agree with my analysis, honestly, because I'm right on board with everything you're saying. Because the thing that people got to understand, the thing is, everybody reads the Nicene Creed and they say, well, this sounds like Orthodox Christianity to me. And I don't mean to be rude, but it's a very naive way of looking at the historical event, because what the impact of Nicaea is not what necessarily happened there. What the impact of Nicaea is henceforth and forevermore, Rome, the state, has authority in Christian matters, right? And it has authority in all Christian matters. Because let's remember, They called bishops from all over the empire, and people even came from outside the empire.
This is
We're
what the
talking
Pope's doing now.
Africans, we're talking Hebrews, we're talking Egyptians, we're talking Arabs, we're talking Greeks, we're talking people from the Gallic tribes, right? Like everywhere there's people, Turkic people and Ionian people, and well, probably not Turkic people, they'd be in Mongolia still, but people who would be from Turkey, what we call today Turkey, right? All this other kind of stuff, right? They all come around, and basically what they do is they collectively have the Christian world, all of the leaders of the Christian world, yoke themselves with the state, and that state is Rome, right? And this never again is this ever going to be broken, right? And so at that moment, you have not only the union of all Christians across the empire with the state, but also the first split from that union with the state. So the second that Rome becomes a problem, it also has its first break off from it, which would be the Arians, to their credit, right? Because it, as wicked as the doctrine of Arianism is, nobody should have signed the Nicene Creed. No, in fact, truthfully, Christians should not have been at the Council of Nicaea. They should have seen through, because it was a game for Constantine to wield political power. And the thing is, secular historians and Christian historians alike have recognized this for a very long time. That's why there's so much questions as to why.
It relates to like the political naivete today, like what we see going on with the Southern Baptist Convention and stuff.
What about the World Council of Churches?
Yeah, 100%. Both of those are perfect examples. I'm very glad to hear you guys say that, because those are both excellent examples of the exact same thing. People, they yoke themselves to government systems, right? And then it's over at that point. Even if everything 100% of what you did, and this is why I tell people, I reject all ecumenical councils on principle. Even if what you said is 100% biblical, I reject it, because the concept of an ecumenical council itself leads you down a path that is evil. And I stand by that, honestly. And I know people don't like that. I know people want to say the councils are binding, but the councils don't determine what Orthodox Christianity is. The Bible determines what Orthodox Christianity is. When the councils agree,
I think it falls into that category. I've been talking about this a lot on Graham's channel lately, that no other foundation can be laid except through the apostles and prophets, the foundation of Christ Jesus. There's a couple of different ways it's worded in a couple of different parts, so I sort of mashed it all together, kind of.
The Pope understands this. He'll drop his skirt to any of these horrible religions, just because I'm sure he knows what it means to be associated with the one bringing everybody together, even if they disagree, even if they whatever. They know what they're doing. It's power. It's a way up to power.
Well, and it's even more than that. It's in a weird way, it's reconciliation, right? Because so when you have these guys, they unify and they join at the hip with Rome, right? Well, then what immediately starts happening at this point is a succession of people splitting off from Rome. And this is where you start to get everybody that exists today in the Christian world. And here's the thing, every single group, almost to a group, I'll say almost because some groups Rome was in the right, but almost to a group, all the groups that originally split off were genuine Christians. And then they fell into, and this is why it's interesting you brought up the Protestant Reformation, Brother Nicholas, because the Protestant Reformation, in my opinion, is 100% wonderful thing, but what happens to it is the same thing that happens to every single attempt. And I think it's explained by Revelation, and I'll get to that in a moment. But let me just get to the whole history thing, right? So,
well, there's another place where it's explained too. That's in teachers being heaped up for itching ears, and in politics. Just to sort of put it out there real quick.
Absolutely. So, the first schism after the Arians, which is a small one, but it does exist, is in 381, the Council of Constantinople, which is actually the solid affirmation of the Trinity, not the Council of Nicaea. People think that the Council of Nicaea was affirmation of the Trinity. That's not actually true. there was certainly a lot of Trinitarianism being discussed at the Council of Nicaea, but the actual dispute was between a Homoousian Christology and a Arian Christology. In other words, is Jesus of the same substance or essence as God the Father, or is he of a similar substance or essence as God the Father? And that was actually the primary dispute of 325. It's not until 381 at the Council of Constantinople, that they actually solidly affirmed the Trinity. And at that point, you have the schism of modalists, right? Those who believe in oneness obviously leave at that point, or are really excommunicated. And their reason for leaving, and they're joined by most of the Jewish sects of Christianity. And I do mean that in that the most general sense, right? So sects that would be Judaizers, as well as sects that would just simply be Sabbath keepers. As broad as you can be by saying Jewish Christianity, right? They joined in this schism primarily because,
to be fair, I think history got to a point that it was calling anyone who wanted to keep Torah closer to the letter and appreciate the ceremonies and feasts and stuff, they would all be called Judaizers, even
100%
if they're
correct.
even if they're not pushing any sort of salvific or requirement level kind of heretical perspective on the law, you know?
Yeah, 100% correct. And actually, I know a lot of people don't really like his ministry, but if you just want to get a good look at history, just the historical aspect itself, Michael Brown actually does a pretty thorough look at the church's utter anti-Semitism in the 400s.
We gotta provide a look from someone that we can send, you know, from ourselves or something, or find another place to send people to. We can't send people to Dr. Michael Brown. I mean,
Well,
sorry,
if anybody else
gotta
can
be
get
straight
it,
up though. Like that's really problematic because if he becomes influential to people who profess Christ, that's really problematic for them. You know, it's like I'm not saying it's a problem that you learned something from him, but it's like he's not a safe person to recommend. If he called himself an atheist and then was good at history, that would be totally different, you know. But he's such a demonic wolf, like coming in for the flock.
well, and perhaps it even would be a good idea for somebody else to just take, because it's just history, right? So somebody else can do the history for sure, and perhaps even I could do it myself. I don't know.
Yeah, because it should be verified by someone who can be trusted, and that process could be presenting it from scratch from the data simultaneously, you know? Because if it's not verified by someone we know to trust, then we're not even sure how good the history is. You might, because you might know the history yourself, so you hear him bringing it together, but you kind of get what I'm saying.
Yeah, certainly. I definitely get what you mean. Well, and so let me just say, I'll just say it for myself then, because from
well, while I'm on this tangent, just real quick, like I think the church needs to take responsibility for its own academics again. We've let like secular humanism and with it Marxism and with it Satanism have way too much influence on like our academia. So we need to take responsibility again for our own academia from the church in a trustworthy way also. So that's a lot of stepping up to do because the church hasn't really been trustworthy on that level as like the secular world, you know, like they say a lie runs around the world before the truth gets its shoes on, you know. Well, I think perhaps if that was a sign from Revelation in the sky, like part of that sign is a birth of Christ symbolism. Am I getting that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then like, so maybe now it's time that our shoes are on and we got to tighten that tie real quick and get to sprinting, you know?
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
that's one thing that I did real quick. I'm going to continue with my brief history lesson here, but I just want to say one of I call it my Moses revelation, because it was something that I believe God, not in any sort of esoteric way, just in the same way that all Christians get revelation, but something that I believe God revealed to me while I was studying Moses in Exodus. And that is that, there's a mixed multitude that leaves with Moses at the end of the Exodus story, meaning every single one of the signs and wonders and even judgments actually operated as a warning call and a trumpet and a bugle, if you will, to non-Hebrews who would serve the God of Israel. And assuredly, undoubtedly, there was Egyptians in that number. In fact, we know for a fact there's at least some half Egyptians in that number because the tribes of Manasseh and Ephraim are half Egyptian. What's the point? The point is that God, in judging the Egyptians, ended up saving Egyptians. That's pretty awesome to think about. And it lets you know that when you see signs, whether it's Revelation 12 sign or the building of a false temple or and whatever sign you live to see, glorify the Lord, right?
Or we
Because
could even use language a little bit with what you just said. In judging Egypt, he saved Egyptians.
yeah, exactly. That's a good point, actually. That's a good catch. I like that. In judging Egypt, he saved Egyptians because it's true, right? It's 100% true. There are Egyptians who we will meet in heaven who were servants of Pharaoh, and then they saw what Moses did, and they served Pharaoh no more. And I don't know. It's an awesome thing.
Hallelujah.
Amen. But so real quick though. So to get to this history lesson, I know I'm trying to be brief, but it's just not a brief topic. I'm sorry. So 381 AD, they have their Council of Constantinople, right? And it's at this point that they you get the schism of any remotely Jewish seeming Christians as well as modalists. And this isn't considered a great schism, but it's a schism that bleeds all the way into today. Because whether it's, I mean, there's so many movements, and these movements you have to take, case by case basis. I'm not saying they're equal to each other, but just think, whether it be Oneness Pentecostals or Seventh Day Adventists or Seventh Day Baptists or Sabbatarians or Hebrew Roots or Messianic Jews or Message Believers or so on and so forth. All of these groups can trace all the way back to these Christians that split in the 300s, right? And it's been a continuous belief ever since that's been separated from Rome. Then you get your first real big schism. I don't remember the exact year of this, but it's in the 400s. And this is where they start talking about Nestorianism, if you guys know what Nestorianism is, and things like the hypostatic union and all that kind of stuff, right? So basically, the controversy is there are three different beliefs. One is the idea, then people have typically called this monophysitism, meaning single spirit, that God has a single spirit and that it is somehow 100% divine, or single nature, excuse me, and that is somehow 100% divine and 100% human. Jesus is a single nature, it's 100% divine, 100% human. And people have typically called that monophysite or monophysitism. Then you had another group of people that a lot of people will typically refer to as Nestorians, which is Jesus has separate natures, two natures, but the natures are not mixed. And one of them, it's basically like the glass is filled with two different product, oil and water, 50% each, right?
It sounds like Matt Slick.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm sure Matt Slick would probably take issue with that, but
yeah, and I was sort of discussing this with someone the other day, but it's such a matter of nuance and semantics, and
I'm the someone. Remember?
you're the someone.
I think so.
Well, literally, what it ends up
I
breaking
don't
down
think
as,
so, but maybe.
what it ends up literally breaking down as is, do you believe that Jesus is one nature, 100% divine and 100% human, two natures, 50% divine and 50% human, or two natures, 100% divine and 100% human? And that was the whole controversy.
Was it Graham I was talking to, Jamie?
Yeah, Matt came in, and I think I should have said Matt Slick's the third one, but I would say I'm the first one, I guess. I don't know for sure. If I'm understanding you perfectly.
Oh yeah, this is the issue that you and Graham were having, where Graham was really against the idea of he's saying that God can't die, and then it's like, well, Jesus died and Jesus is God. I don't know exactly what that means, but it makes me wary to say that God can't die, but then he's wary to leave it open that
I'd rather say God can die than risk saying Jesus didn't die. or that he isn't God. But I mean, I don't like saying God dies. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous too. But I'd be curious to hear what CJ has to think. I don't want to interrupt you though, CJ, but
No, it's fine.
Yeah, because then I was bringing up like the hypostatic union, and it's like, how are we really supposed to draw those lines and stuff, the
Yeah.
nuances and all that? And I don't know if we really actually get the quote unquote nuances or technicalities exactly in the Bible. I think we do get the Trinity in the Bible, so to speak.
Well, and personally, I think, I'll say this much. I don't know necessarily what my answer to this question is. I will say I don't think it's salvific. I think that the question of the Nestorian controversy is way too pedantic to be a salvific issue, and I think the church way over exaggerated the issue at the time. And I'll also say at least two of them I don't personally understand the difference between. I understand what they so.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So when somebody says Jesus has one nature and it's 100% divine and 100% human, and another person says Jesus has two natures, 100% divine and 100% human, to me, it's just like I don't even understand what you guys are fighting about. You know what I mean? Like that's such a heady and pedantic and semantic and frankly ridiculous thing, and I don't get the.
But then when we were when the argument with Graham was about Jesus died, but God didn't die, but Jesus is God, and how does all that reconcile? And so then it becomes something that's not necessarily just pedantic, but I think God expresses a lot on the cross, and we should have our ears open to it, that in Christ being God, in Christ also dying, that God is expressing something about himself, about the weight on God to compensate and reconcile for our sins.
yeah.
So there's something communicated there that I think rather than like coming up with so insisting that even though Jesus was God and Jesus died, then insisting that God didn't die, I find that problematic when it comes to then really hearing the voice of Jesus expressed through what he did on the cross.
Yeah, what do you think about that, CJ? Like, basically, and I've been having this conversation with Matt Slick like multiple times on his after show thing, which is kind of interesting because he would like flip out and say, because I'm a Christian physicalist / soul sleep advocate, that and the thing that connects to hell, of course, in a way that's just consistent, obviously. But because of that, that I have to deny the hypostatic union, and he doesn't really explain it very well. Just that he knows I'm a completely like flagrant heretic for it, and that I'm like maybe even not saved or whatever. But he kind of wavers on that attitude. But here's my argument really quick, and I want to hear see if you get this, or if you think it doesn't make sense or not, or if it does or not. But it's just like if that's such a concern for someone like me to think, well, you can't have God dying, sort of thing. And I get it. We define dying differently. Okay, I get that. But it's like if my view is correct about death, and what the other side affirms, essentially, would mean that if I end up being my understanding is correct, the other side would essentially be denying that Christ died. But see, now the other way around, if I'm wrong with my view of death, the other view is right, I'm still affirming that Christ died. It's just he's like quote unquote more dead. And so, but I still, say it's all pedantic, I guess. But it just seems like if anyone, I just don't see why I'm such a heretic, if, potentially wrong if I'm trying to be consistent, I guess. Does that make any sense? I don't know.
Yeah, so I think that honestly, I think that it's an issue that is I don't know. It's not important in my opinion. Now, so not necessarily all of it, because there's elements of it that are and elements of it that aren't. The hypostatic union, I think the biggest reason why people would want to make sure that it's understood, number one, is because a understanding of Jesus being both fully God and fully man is certainly required. Otherwise, the Bible is straight up gibberish, right? And the hypostatic union certainly does give explanation for how that can be. I think also there is the issue of Jesus being like actually dead, in the sense that he is not only inanimate, but even perhaps even like annihilated in a way. Which I don't know. I don't think that's what you would say. Don't get me wrong, but I think as a physical issue, you would almost kind of have to, though, right?
Well, right. That's the thing. It's like I wouldn't say he's annihilated because his body was there. And so, because I'm a monist in a sense, but like, yeah, I understand there is a difference between God, but at the same time, I tend to think, well, he became a man which I think the question is like, what does that mean about his God? And that's the hypostatic union, right? Like I affirm the hypostatic union in that he is fully God and also fully man because both are like equally important. And I just feel like if you say his human nature died, well, then what is his divine nature? Did that just perform the sinlessness? And then if that's not what was sacrificed, that's a problem too.
Well, I think there is something through the death of Jesus that's expressed about the divine nature. And I could be wrong, but I think it's sort of like there could have been sinless reality, but then there would not have been humans. There may have been something similar to humans, but it wouldn't have been the same thing as humans are, And for God to have his humans, there's like a giving up of that sinless reality, and then there had to be the sacrifice on the cross to reconcile sin. And I think there's something expressed about that loss and about the different reality we live in that like Christ died and came back up in that glorified body because death could not hold him because he was perfect.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's problems on no matter what your view is. In my mind, I could see potential issues that someone could raise from either view. But it's like, isn't the whole point of him being the kinsman redeemer that he performed his what needed to be done in order to be not only fully a human in the sense of like performing the law or whatever and being sinless, but then also, so it's like, what is it about? Is it merely that because he was God that the sacrifice is valuable, or is it supposed to be that he accomplished something in the sense of not sinning as a human?
Well, I don't think there's any distinction between the two. That's what makes him not what makes him the Son of God, but he is the Son of God, so he is that, and then he does as he is,
Well, and I think there's a couple things because when we say, so what makes Christ the sufficient sacrifice? I honestly, I don't think it's a thing, right? So first off, I do think it is that he is God, fully God, the self-same God as the God of the Old Testament, and the everything that entails. I think, right? And I think that that's probably something that we all would agree on. Obviously, all Orthodox Christians would agree.
Yeah, totally. I may have said something that sounded terrible or something, but
no, you're good. I was just saying that
it's just you're kind of bringing up a lot of questions, Jamie, and I think CJ and I, it may be hard to articulate these things. I don't know how CJ feels, but I feel like I kind of have
you do
answers that God gives us answers, and maybe CJ kind of has answers too. So we're trying to convey that, I think.
Yeah, sorry, I just raised a lot of stuff and then like didn't explain very well, so I apologize.
Well, no, you're totally good. It's just just kind of trying to answer to the best of my ability, and hopefully glorify the Lord as we do, right? But so it's that's one of the first things, though, right? Is I think that the fact that he is that guy, that God, right? Which of course is the God. I think that does a couple things for the status of the sacrifice in and of itself, right? First off, it is a sacrifice of infinite worth, right? The sacrifice of a lamb, for example,
is that
was
like
only worth. Say again.
Would you say like the fact that he is God because of who he is, right? Like his quote unquote history, if you will, or like because he is that person who is God. It's not so much. I mean, I'm
You
sorry.
know, it is very much also what he did, but I'm saying there's no
Right?
distinction between the two. And the reason
Yeah.
I know it's because what he did, I want to say that's also in John chapter 10, because Jesus straight up said it. I'm pulling it up right now really fast because I'm pretty sure I know exactly where it is. In Solomon's porch, the Jews round about him.
Well, and just real quick, kind of just make this point, right? What you have there is, so being a sacrifice, because look at the sacrifices in the Old Testament, right? Certain sacrifices are good for like a year. Certain sacrifices are good until the next time you willingly sin. Certain sacrifices are good until the next time you have, X, Y, and Z event taking place, like a festival or something like that. But there's always need for another one, is the point, right? They don't actually atone. Christ's sacrifice, being the sacrifice of God, is a sacrifice that is inexhaustible, right? It atones for everything. And this is part of the reason why I don't believe in limited atonement, because I think that, personally, I don't think God possibly could have a limited atonement. I think the very nature, not the nature, sorry, the very idea that God would sacrifice would mean an inexhaustible sacrifice. That
that's not where the limit is. They don't think the limit is on the value that Christ provides or the ability to atone, but that the atonement is provided for the elect and for those who trust, and that those who do not trust, I guess they don't have atonement.
I think that's
And I'm not saying I agree with that. It's something that I think needs careful looking at with the nuances and stuff, but I do think it should be characterized right.
Well, and definitely, but I guess my point, just to say, that I think that it is that is the nature of God's sacrifice, being for each and every individual sin. And I even, because people say, well, then what about the inexcusable sin? Well, it's kind of interesting. Look at what the inexcusable sin is. It's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. If you actually examine all the different places where this kind of thing is explained, so you have the Pharisees calling Jesus's clearly godly miracles satanic. You have, arguably, Sapphira and her husband, whose name I can't remember, lying to the apostles while filled with the Holy Ghost. And you have turning away from the faith after knowingly tasting of the fruits of the Holy Spirit, right? What do all those things have in common? Also think of other things like taking the Lord's name in vain, which is the only one of the 10 Commandments where God says he will not hold them blameless, so on and so forth. What they all have in common is that they're people who have willingly decided that they are going to turn away from a God that they outright know that they're turning away from. In fact, think about the reprobate mind thing too, right? Knowing God, they glorified him not as God, and so God turns them over to a reprobate mind. In other words,
yeah.
These people who are, committing the inexcusable sin. The inexcusable sin literally is, at least it seems to be, in my opinion, rejecting salvation and grace, right? It's literally tasting of the salvation and grace and then deciding, nope, I'm good. And if you think about it, that's not even actually God condemning you. That's literally just a statement of fact. Like, the debt is paid except for he who won't accept it, right? That's not a judgment on the part of the person who's paying the debt. It's just simply the way it is.
I gotta ask Seed or sorry, Jamie, what sounds he was making? Because I don't want to make any assumptions, but he made a crazy sound a couple times.
I don't know. I didn't. I guess I didn't hear that.
But well, he's not here for me to really give my answer to him. But I have the scripture up on the screen. So
Wait.
because
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you're back.
Okay.
What sound are you making? It sounded like you were demon growling Satan.
No. It was the phone. It was not. It was like not
Just
connected.
static.
Yeah, I was saying like, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Basically, like I was. I think what you were pointing out, what CJ was pointing out, made a lot of sense.
Yeah, the third time time it sounded like you were just enthusiastically agreeing. The first two times it sounded like static or something. Maybe you had too much air blowing into the phone.
Yeah, I have an air conditioner in here. Sorry, and it was and I was losing connection. I think because I didn't see my. It wasn't, whatever you want to call that, pulsating or whatever when I was talking. So there's something wrong.
Well, yeah, and so real briefly, I want to just say too. So not only do you have that being important because it's inexhaustible, right? Because he's God. You also have, since he's man, that means he's kinsman redeemer. That's a very important aspect, right? In other words, he didn't come for the salvation of all unicorns or the salvation of all panda bears, right? Now, of course, I do think that panda bears will probably, I mean, in fact, in my opinion, animals don't sin. So I think they just kind of get a free ticket into heaven, but that's a different conversation. But the point is, he isn't the kinsman redeemer of panda bears, right? Or of ants or of anything else or of some Martian species that comes down. He's specifically a man, which means that human beings have salvation open to them. Had he been something else, had he manifested himself as a panda bear, then salvation would not be open to us because he would not be our kinsman redeemer. And then the other aspect, which this is when you get to what he did, is that, you look at the Old Testament, what's one of the most important things that they always harp on? Lamb without spot or blemish. Now think about that in the case of a man, right? Not only is that being without spot or blemish in the sense that he is not, physically imperfected by these things, but also, and this is the big but also, in the sense that he has not defiled himself with sin, right? And so that makes him the perfect, all-encompassing sacrifice because he is God, inexhaustible. He is man, our kinsman, and he is perfect in all his ways, meaning that the sacrifice is without spot or wrinkle.
Yeah, Graham. Oh, it's the echo that comes out of CJ's end when one of us is talking that sounds like Satan's voice.
I didn't know there was an echo on my end. You want me to mute when you guys talk?
It might be one of these weird StreamYard dysfunctions that happens sometimes so that it's not actually coming through your audio. Because if it was coming through your audio, it should continue, but it's just happening for moments and then not happening anymore. So anyway, we know what it is, so that's good. So I think, I think that's what was happening, but I think it was happening with Jamie earlier.
I think
So I don't know if you heard just now, Jamie, but there was something going on where I was just talking in CJ's side. I think StreamYard was glitching and it was like echoing me, but with static, and I sounded like a demon or something.
Yeah, it something was going weird. I made sure I have no other things open now. So
Yeah, well, you weren't here, and it just happened, so it's not specifically on your end.
Well, now you know I'm not demonic, so at least not because of that. So
yeah, well, I mean, I didn't really think so, but it was this. I don't think you were saying that word, but whatever your sound you were making was two-syllable, and the static was making it sound. Well, it sounded satanic in two syllables, so then I thought it sounded like the word Satan.
well, forgive me if I start blabbering because I have so much I could to say and or ask about. So, but
real quick, I want to tie in the scripture with what CJ was just saying. If you'll put it on the screen, CJ, it's already waiting for you.
Oh yeah,
because so Jesus is talking about the sheep and all that, and the robber that comes to steal, kill, and destroy, which is language that he uses about Satan, and that is sheep will follow him, and they won't follow the voice of strangers.
You mind? Graham's asking to come in. I think he doesn't see the link.
Yeah, we've told him it's in the description of the YouTube video, and then okay, so here we come down here. As the Father knows me. Oh, he says, I am the good shepherd, and know mine, and am known of mine. And Okay, no, up here is the first important moment that's super important. The thief comes not but for to steal and to kill and destroy. I come that they may have life and that they may have it more abundantly. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd gives his life for the sheep. Now, normally, shepherds, they protect sheep as an economic asset, and then they eventually slay the sheep to eat it, right? But in this case, the shepherd's laying down his life for the sheep. Because I think sometimes people think this is like using a good shepherd as an example, and I really think it's more of a contrast. Like, even good shepherds don't die for their sheep. That's not the purpose of sheep, to have a liability that you die for, But in contrast to earthly shepherds, Jesus is this intense form of a shepherd that's so good he dies for his sheep. And then as we come down further, he says, and other sheep I have, which are not of this fold, them also I must bring, and they shall come, and they shall hear my voice. And there shall be one fold, and one shepherd. Therefore does my Father love me, because I lay down my life, that I may take it again. No man takes it from me, but I lay it down of myself. I have power to lay it down, and power to take it up again. This commandment have I received of my Father. And so, there is an aspect to which who he is and what he does, I don't think they can be disconnected from each other. And here he says, therefore does my Father love me, because I lay down my life, that I may take it up, that I may take it again. So I think we can also read this to some extent as his Father loves him because he is who he is, but also who he is, being who he is and doing what he does necessarily go together.
Yeah, and well, to a certain extent, you could even say that's true of a lot of us, right? Obviously, and it's even true of our worst qualities, right? Even the evil things we do are literal old man. And Paul even talks about that, right? Talking about the things that I would, I do not, and the things that I would not, I do. Just kind of having this idea of like there is this inherent link between the things that you are and the things that you manifest into reality by virtue of your speech and deeds. In fact, Jesus even says, by my fruits you shall know them, right? And of course, that is how you know the tree, isn't it? Right? If you're not, obviously a botanist might have different ways to know a tree, or an arborealist or something like that. But if you're just a layman, it's a cherry tree because there's cherries on it, right? In other words, the fruit give away what the tree is. And I do think that's an important thing to point out that can be lost on a lot of people, especially when people have a proper understanding of grace, right? Because when people have a proper understanding of grace, the devil is fully capable of using good things to his advantage. And I think a lot of times he'll use the fact that we're saved by grace through faith alone to try and completely and totally diminish the idea that there is any sort of goodness in our fruits and our labors, when of course the Bible doesn't teach that at all.
Are you saying we don't earn our faith through works?
Well, there's nothing sufficient to our justification in our good works. That doesn't mean there's nothing good in our good works. There's just nothing sufficient to justification. Yeah,
and the way I put it is like so.
I agree with that, both of you guys, just so you know. That was bad.
Oh no, I knew you were joking. But just like a funny way to put it, right, is a cherry tree that is cut down before it has a cherry is still a cherry tree. In other words, the fruit didn't make it a cherry tree.
Yep.
However, that being said, the man who is outside and just looking at all these trees knows it's a cherry tree by its fruit. See what I mean?
Yep. That's exactly it. Can I bring
that's slightly different than I've understood it. Way of looking at it. I've always made the connection with the fruit being like, whether it's like, I never really thought of it that way, which I should, and that's obviously right, because it's like kind of borrowing from Genesis, right? Like fruit, the kind, seed after its kind, or whatever. But I've always, in the back, I guess I've always kind of thought of it as like bad fruit or whatever, rotten fruit, but that's totally wrong. Like that's not really what's in view. What you were just describing is a better way to look at it.
Oh yeah, and then this is where I've come into fruitful discussions with people about serpent seed doctrine. because I don't believe in any kind of biophysical serpent seed doctrine, but I do think that there's spiritual discussion of seeds and of the serpent, and there's the serpent seed against the woman's seed, right? Isn't it? Yeah. So there is a mention of a serpent seed in the Bible. So there are doctrines about the serpent seed. I just, of course, don't associate it with any of the biophysical stuff. But definitely with the spiritual stuff, when we talk about the fruit of the tree and seed and stuff, and Jesus calls them like sons of vipers, perhaps. You den of vipers, sons of Satan at one point, right?
The devil.
Hey, real quick, I do want to, because it did, Graham was wanting to comment on what we were saying just now. No, you're good. I didn't want to make you wait for too long, because I know what happens a lot of times in my streams in particular is that we get in these really deep conversations, and somebody came in and they don't actually get an opportunity to say anything.
No, I didn't have anything to say about that. I just wanted to. G'day. I actually wanted to comment on your rules. If a topic is brought up, stick to it. So the topic is 4th of July, right?
Oh, well, no, so
I'm stirring you.
Yeah. The description of the stream says open topic, so you're not going to necessarily be able to pull that one.
No. But Doki said only Americans allowed Independence Day stream. Sorry, Graham. So before Doki said that,
what are you going to do against the global deep state if the United States falls, huh?
Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, so
exactly.
maybe you guys have some reason to celebrate today too, at least for a
betcha.
tiny bit longer, maybe. You know?
This is what I wanted to do, because this is the topic, or at least the title that you started with. I wanted to go back to this. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her. And I don't know the tune well enough. I've already mucked it up already. But anyway, I wanted to do that. It is the land that I love. Well, I love your Constitution. I wish you'd follow it.
Heard for sure.
I don't subscribe to the royal we, so you're gonna have trouble sticking that royal you on me.
Well,
sometimes I do. I mean,
I mean, collectively as Americans, I'd wish you'd do it.
Yeah, I think you can only give people an opportunity for liberty to be a good thing. There was nothing the forefathers could do to necessarily force it. But we needed to always continue in following Christ. This is something we actually discussed earlier.
But sorry, I didn't want to distract from discussing Christ. I just there was one other thing. CJ, earlier you brought up big butts. Can I bring up another big butt in Ephesians 2:4?
Sure.
But God, who is rich in mercy, thankfully, even though America doesn't deserve God's mercy, none of us do.
Yeah, and that's true. And also on that note, I do personally believe, because everybody asks me a lot, because I'll get in these debates, debates on like judgment in the flood or the destruction of the Canaanites and all that kind of stuff, and people always say, well, why hasn't God done it to America? Because America does all these terrible things. And I got to be honest with you, my response has always been, you just wait, buddy. You just wait.
It's coming.
What I mean? Yeah,
you don't want it to come. Don't ask for it.
Exactly. 100%.
Well, I think there is a Christian half of America, and I don't mean half as in exactly 50-50. It could be a lesser half or whatever. But there is a Christian half to America that like we just saw this with the Southern Baptist Convention, that they elected someone who was like of the spirit of the world instead of the spirit of Christ. And then immediately he's having all these like scandals about not writing his own sermons and plagiarizing. And even before that, he had like heretical version of the Trinity in their statement of faith, and then also his sermons have all these like spiritual and doctrinal problems, and he's stealing them from the previous president. So it's now calling attention to the fact that the previous president had these doctrinal and spiritual problems too. And so and why? Because like even though they couldn't quite get the greater half of the votes, there's still all those real Christians there, and maybe God, for the sake of the smaller half, will shape up that whole thing. Now, I don't think the United States is Christian enough for that. There'd have to be some kind of revival or something first to change my assessment. But I do think there's an element of why mercy has come this far, because the founders put into the Constitution so that the Christian nature of the populace puts limits on government corruption, and we're being we were sort of being pulled out of such a savage time, and I feel like what 2020 is like, let's suddenly yank them back into the savagery of the Roman age and the age of empires and the feudal age and all that, and it's just terrible.
Well, I just got to say again, I like big butts.
This guy.
Sorry if that's uncouth. But I do like the butts in scripture. They're awesome. Right. Something else on your rules. Don't insult people. But Jamie's in the room.
Yeah, well, these open rooms can sometimes turn into, in fact, they usually do turn into dumpster fires, and I personally prefer solid conversations.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't allow dumpster fires on my channel either.
Yeah, and it's a shame that other people don't, because honestly, sometimes really good conversations get bogged down in just constant yelling and screaming and bickering and name calling and somebody dropping the F-bomb every 5 seconds.
Oh, yeah. No, not allowed. Swearing isn't allowed. Blasphemy is not allowed. And, yeah, exactly the same thing. No insulting, no cursing, no. Let's keep it civil and calm. And let's have some nice, disrespectful conversation.
You wouldn't allow someone like Irenic, what's his name, a Pelagian or whatever, who sits there and describes how he's the better Bible interpreter than anyone in the room, and as he's smoking weed in front of the camera.
Probably not.
Yeah, that's really amazing.
Well, and I don't ban people, I ban behavior, right? So in other words, if somebody's going to come on here and behave, then by all means, come on here. You know what I mean?
If Irenic came on my channel and behaved himself, that'd be welcome.
Yeah, exactly.
If Gavin could behave himself on my channel, I would welcome him back. If Smokey could behave himself, I would welcome him. It seems like they don't know how to.
Well, and I make exception to welcoming back Smokey because he won't tell the truth about his criminal
That's
charge.
exactly my problem. That's exactly my problem with him. Even if he behaved himself, I would assume that he's lying until I see some change in how he behaves in places where he doesn't have those restrictions.
Well, I also think as Christians who have YouTube channels, it's only on our small level, but we still have to be responsible with whatever our level of stuff is. And we have a responsibility that we can't just do what the world does and sort of overlook that and let some time pass and then be like, we'll pretend it never happened. Like, we have to be different than the world, especially in that way. That's like the blind eye that lets atrocity murder millions. We can't be that.
Well, I don't see. Go ahead, and this is a good segue, because I had a little bit of a rant I wanted to go on today. And now I have a little bit of an audience. So let's go ahead and do this, because I got a beef with this so-called community that I am not going to be silent about anymore. It's kind of driving me crazy. I understand that some of the people...
Have you gotten my letters behind the scenes, CJ?
Yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
I just discussed it with Jamie yesterday. So I mean, I don't really want there to be chaos or anything, but like I'll be honest and be somewhat present there to like bring my honesty to it. You know. So
Well,
I'm
and
with you. That's what I'm saying is I'm with you. I support you.
And I appreciate that. It's one of those things where I think of the General William Tecumseh Sherman, right? Everybody thinks of him as this vicious brute because he had his march to the sea where he burned everything in sight. But nobody remembers the 15 years before that when he begged and pleaded with the nation to not go to war, right?
Yep.
Here's the thing: you asked for it, and we're here. So
Yep.
that's the way it goes, right? So what's my beef with even some of my fans, with even some of my patrons, unfortunately? This whole, like, not only accepting Smokey Saint back, but also adopting his doctrines and propping him up like some kind of authority, it's not acceptable. It's just simply not acceptable. And frankly, every single one of you doing it, and y'all know who you are, y'all should be absolutely ashamed and disgusted with yourselves. And I will drop some names. I'll drop some names because I love you guys. Praise I am. You should be disgusted with yourself.
Yep.
Gavin,
Amen.
you should be disgusted with yourself. Dr. Kenny Rhodes, you should be disgusted with yourself. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever to be accepting, and because at this point we are beyond, oh, it's just something we need to show grace on. Oh, it's not very Christian. We're talking about somebody who abuses people. We're talking about somebody who lies. We're talking about somebody who lies about potentially violent criminal history. And to top it all off, we're talking about somebody who is, yes, going about spewing heresy. I'm sorry, if you're preaching a work-based gospel, you are preaching heresy, period.
Yep.
End of the conversation.
If I may also mention here, like, I made the mistake of overlooking some of these major spiritual and behavioral problems, which for public ministry, it's just really not acceptable. But it's not about like judging, because I made that mistake and then God brought me back around, and that's all good. And I thank God for it. But the whole thing is like, it's just about what's right and wrong. It's not about judging someone for being incorrect, because we all have our mistakes. It's just about being honest about what's right and wrong here.
Well, I would say it's judging righteous judgment. It's discernment. It's not judging in the sense of condemning, but it is judging righteous judgment. Yeah,
I just mean to like tell people who might hear this, or as we move forward, like when we're saying they should be, well, CJ was using some pretty intense words, disgusted, but it is pretty bad because we can't be like the world who overlook things, you know? And it's, I'm just saying that though the words are harsh, the harsh words go with the action, you know? And we've all had our moments of actions that we should be ashamed of, but that's neither here nor there. This is something that we have to address as public Christian YouTubers. We can't be giving people the impression that Smokey's deception is acceptable among Christians. In
100% agree. That's thank you, CJ, for saying that, because I've been wanting to say that for some time, but I don't think it means much coming from me. Who am I? I'm nobody at the moment.
Well, I guess the other point I was trying to make was just that I've seen it so closely, so I kind of like, I understand what it's like to understand the things about Smokey that can be appreciated, or it seems that way. But ultimately, you can't just mingle absolute disregard for Christian standards and deception and mingle that with some instances of good doctrine or something, and then like call that a thing. I mean, I was way off when I was condoning Smokey. I was way off when I did that.
Well, and I do want to be clear to people, right? I want everybody to know. I know that there's not a lot of people here who are brand new, but for those who don't know, okay, this is not. I don't say this lightly. 8 or 9 months ago was the very first time I ever called out Smokey Saint, and at that time it was strictly on his behavior. It's called The Examination of Smokey Saint. You can go watch it on his channel. And I at no point in time with that then was I saying that we should avoid his ministry. Was I saying that he wasn't a Christian? Was I saying I was disgusted with him or anything like that? It's been nearly a year now until finally I have just, and actually the straw that broke the camel's back was his scandal. I'll be honest with you. At that point, it was like, we're done here, because now not only are you abusing people in a verbal sense, but apparently now there's a pattern of behavior that goes into your past, and you've outright lied about it. So even if he's not guilty, people need to understand this, okay? Because it's an important thing to point out. Even if he is not guilty, the fact is his response to you and I was to lie about it. Was to lie about his name, was to lie about his age, was to lie about the things that he's done, was to lie about the debates that he's been in, so on and so forth. That was.
And also, if people are going to believe his lies and be that naive, then like, how is that good in a Christian debate community? Like, first you believe Smokey's silly, absurd lies, and then you go on MDD to like debate about the existence of God. You have no credibility anymore because you've believed Smokey's stupid, clownish, absurd lies.
Yep.
Exactly. And let's go ahead and take it a step farther, right? It's not as if this person is having like some level of positive influence, right? Like, so let's just take Praise, for example, right? Love Praise. I think he's a great dude. I really don't think he should be involved in ministry. It's my personal opinion. He might be good as like a host, like a radio host or something like that. I just way too theologically inconsistent. I'm sorry, but it's true.
He's a nice guy. He hosts a channel that could be doing much better things. He's good as a host, but no depth really.
Yeah, and
he's too immature to be a leader.
But the thing is, like, look at now, he's accepted Smokey back, right? What's the result? He's now got a fouler mouth than he ever did. He's had a foul mouth before, but never at the rate that it is now. He's now gone.
Well, maybe just before you got to know him, it's been that foul in the past. There was a time, because I'm not sure exactly when you got to know him and stuff, but there was a time when it was like so foul, and I was like, I don't really necessarily want to be that like constantly pestering, we got to have good behavior kind of guy, you know? But at the same time, I was like, didn't want to ignore it. So I was like, well, I'll just go back there and bring it up. Like, Jesus, I really don't think he wants all this cussing going on and stuff, you know? And then he cut it way down and he only slipped up a couple times. So what you're saying is more than ever before might be his norm, but from longer ago. Well, sorry, that's not even an important detail. But it's the truth, and I just kind of spit out the truth sometimes.
It's a fair point, but the thing is, though, is it's one of these things like you're seeing, you know, with him and Gavin, both of whom I love very much, right? I consider them to be brothers, but both of them now, what are they doing? They're going out of their way to insult in very degrading ways their brothers and sisters. I think, is there anybody here who's old Earth, out of curiosity?
I'm definitely not. Absolutely 100% young Earth.
Okay, so then let's just take the four of us as an example. I'm pretty sure that Praise affirms fellowship with all four of us, right? And yet, he'll go on there ranting about YEC tardism, how it's a disgusting and abhorrent and abiblical and satanic doctrine, and he spits on it and all this other kind of stuff. Not that he cares anything at all about what we have to say, right?
Nope.
And to be fair, he doesn't have to. Praise doesn't have to. But the point is, you see this brashness that builds up with him. Why? Because he's accepted Smokey Saint back into his world, right? And frankly, like,
I'm sorry, CJ, but are you keeping an eye on the chat?
Not really.
Oh yeah, Kenny's here, and he just came up in chat. Yeah, so it'd be good for you to read his chat.
Yep, right, Kenny's defending.
And there is a link for you in here. Well, I think Kenny's just responding specifically to a couple things that we said. So he's already saying we assume too much. I don't want to like paint with too broad a brush around him, but I mostly spoke about my mistakes.
Well, can I answer Kenny's question? Who would Jesus hang with? He'd hang with the sinners and publicans who sought him out. He wouldn't hang with the Pharisees, who is exactly what Smokey is like. Smokey is a hypocrite who pretends to be one thing but is actually something else. He has no humility. Jesus wants to be with humble people who admit that they are sick and unwell.
Would you guys be willing to invite him in? I'd like to hear what he has to say. But
oh no, absolutely. The link is in the description. Dr. Kenny can come in and absolutely. I don't have any issue with that. But I'm going to be clear, and I'm going to say it in Christian love. I'm not saying it because I dislike Dr. Kenny or anything like that. But I'm going to say it in Christian. Like, I am calling out all of the people in this so-called community for their affirmation of Smokey Saint. Smokey Saint is a vicious, abusive, hateful, a-Christian, a-biblical scumbag, and the people who prop him up need to be held accountable for it. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is, okay? Like, if people were holding up Ravi Zacharias, then we had to call it out, right? If people were holding up, who's another one who recently got in a lot of trouble? Carl Lentz, and people had to call it out. People were holding up Jerry Falwell Jr., and people had to call it out. If all of that stuff is stuff that we have to call out, what makes Smokey Saint any different? Why does he get a pass? The dude is claiming to be an authority speaking for God. And by the way, let's not pretend here, guys. Let's not pretend like Praise and all these other guys are actually going out and saying like, well, I disagree with Smokey, but I'm really trying to reach him. That ain't true. That ain't true. We all know that ain't true. We watch the shows. At least some of us do. I watch them every now and then. I watched the most recent one because it had my name in it. But
no, I don't watch them. And I think there is more that goes on as far as what people say to each other. It's not just one-dimensional. But I would just like to mention that for me, it's not about judging. It's just like Smokey has chosen to do this distruth thing, and he won't back down from it. And then he's still having this public channel, and he does it the way he does. And I think we as the Christians just need to have the right stance on it. Is basically what I'm saying. It's not like I'm against Smokey repenting and coming around and I want to judge him or something. I'm just against the community putting a stamp of approval on this. We cannot do that.
Yeah, and it's actually, I'll just say real briefly two things, and then I want to, because Dr. Kennedy just came in, I want to let him go ahead and chime in. But I want to just say two things briefly. First thing, Smokey talked a lot about how I condemned him to hell because I said he wasn't a Christian and needed to repent. That's not actually true. Only God knows whether or not you're going to hell. Here's the thing, though. As it stands right now, not a Christian. I'm sorry. The fruits they're not even just rotten. They're like filled with maggots. They're disgusting, right? So let's just make that clear. Not condemning to hell, saying you need to repent from your current state. Second thing, very important thing here. Again, we are not talking about somebody who is just a sinner, who is backslidden, or who has a certain addiction, or has some sort of a struggle or whatever. We're talking about somebody who is claiming to speak with authority for Christ, right? And nobody is calling him out on this stuff. And everybody who does gets lovely little response videos like the one I just recently got, which you guys can watch it if you like. I really don't care. There's nothing to respond to. But the fact of the matter is Smokey had no intentions of calling CJ Cox out until CJ Cox went over to Standing for Truth channel and called out Smokey Saint. What's the problem you're seeing there? Well, once it becomes a problem for Smokey, now we have an issue. Right. Look at the people that he picks on, for example. Jamie, love you to death. You're my brother in the Lord, but kind of soft-spoken. Don't like to raise your voice. Don't like to speak up, stuff like that, right? And so Smokey likes to pick on you. Same thing with Praise. Same thing with Gavin. Same thing with P-Mars. Will Kincaid is somebody who's like kind of off into the shadows and he's an outcast and all that stuff. Now you're seeing it again with Brett Keane. You know who else does that kind of stuff? Cult leaders. Not making that up. It's literally how, like, that is textbook abuse tactics. You know what I'm saying? And people just let it slide because, well, as Christians, we're not supposed to judge. Bogus. Bogus. As Christians, we are absolutely supposed to judge that nonsense. And I'm calling it out. And I'm sorry, but I have to call out the people who are supporting it. It's absolutely repulsive.
Amen.
I don't mean to load so much onto your shoulders before you come in here, Dr. Kennedy, but you can go ahead and chime in.
Well, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. You do realize that my oldest daughter is older than you. I've been in ministry longer than you have been around. So if I were you, I would pause a little bit before you accuse somebody of supporting something who I have clearly stated both publicly and privately that I do not support his antics or what he does, but I am not going to judge a person or write them off. I am going to minister to them, and I'm going to lead by example. So I would suggest, before you so boldly call people out, you don't have the life experience to understand a lot of this stuff. You're a sharp young man, but don't assume too much about yourself.
I understand that, but I mean, I'm sorry, I just have to be blunt with this. Like, this is an ongoing issue.
Go for it. One time. Name one thing that I have supported.
Well, I mean, frankly, you're one of Smokey's go-tos for propping himself up as a minister.
No, I am one of his go-tos for counsel, for advice, and pastorally.
So, are you or are you not frequently on his channel as a contributor?
What does that have to do with anything?
If I was frequently
leading by example,
if I was frequently going to CNN as a contributor, would you say that maybe I have some level of agreement with CNN? Perhaps it would bare minimum some level of financial agreement, right? Like there's something that keeps me coming back, right?
Absolutely not.
Then,
Again, you assume too much. You have no idea what the Lord is leading me to do, what he has me doing, the progress I've made. You all need to just watch yourselves, because you're going to find yourself, you're fighting against what the Lord is doing himself. And I
okay, how do you know the Lord's
little...
not working through me right now in calling Smokey Saint out?
Because you're a brass young man who's got a lot of pride, because he's got a lot of talent.
Oh, wow.
A lot of people were brass and young.
I just have to say that these are not true traits of
wow.
CJ.
This is disgusting. You're treating him exactly the same way that you're accusing him of treating you. This is disgusting what you're doing, Kenny.
Hey, shut up. Shut up.
No, I will not.
We're talking about.
I will not.
Listen. Yes, you shut
I
up.
will not.
Yes, you shut up in the name of
no,
Jesus.
No, we're not gonna tell people to shut up.
Hey, you shut up. You guys have no
CJ,
no
you need
authority
to
to be
them
talking
real quick.
about
We just
me.
need to keep a little peace for a
All
moment.
right, look, we're not going to be
Because,
talking over people. We're not going to be telling people to shut up. All right, neither of those things are going to happen here.
Yeah, Graham, I mean, I agree with your side, Graham, and appreciate your passion, but we can't let go into rage. We just have a responsibility to not do that.
No,
brother.
I'm not going to let people who do not have the life experience to know anything. I have underwear older than you. I'm not going to let you tell me what is right and what is wrong.
That has nothing to do with anything.
You have no idea. So I would suggest you guys stop right there.
No,
because I am friends with somebody does not mean that I support anything that he does. I support any of the antics. I am there to be an influence.
Yeah, and I think CJ and I are speaking as people who.
Well, don't call my name out. Don't call my name out in the middle of the stream, not knowing anything
I'm trying
about
to finish a sentence that I thought mattered, which is why I started the sentence, if I may,
please. Well, don't call my name out in the middle of the stream if you don't want to hear back with the same kind of enthusiasm you guys are using, thinking you know what you're talking about.
No, I don't mind you giving the enthusiasm back. I was just trying to finish a sentence.
Okay, sure. I have nothing against anybody except for calling out stuff they don't know.
Yeah, because
go ahead. Sorry, Nick. I apologize.
Yeah, because I don't necessarily agree with, like, CJ said you should be disgusted with yourself, and then I took a different approach. I do think that there's more dimensions to what's going on than CJ is aware of. So
exactly, that's just my point.
But from our perspective too, where I do agree with CJ, is like we have these public channels and we are young and we're new to it. And CJ's done better than I have, but I've made some big mistakes along the way and stuff. But it's a responsibility we take seriously. So as people who take the responsibility of public influence seriously, and I know from my perspective, knowing how Smokey operates manipulatively and politically. I do come to disagree with you being at his channel because he does need that kind of support to continue the wrongdoing that he does. I'm not against you being in touch with him and having communication with him. It's not that.
If I go on his channel and lead by example and by my overall conduct, is that not doing what Christ would want me to do?
Absolutely not. Christ did not go to the middle.
Yes, he sure
hang on,
did.
no,
Yes, he
Christ did not. Christ did not go to hang out with the sinners in the middle of their sinning. He pulled them out
in the middle of their sinning. You
he
have
wasn't
no
like
idea.
hanging out at the brothel with
They
Mary
called him a
Magdalene. He was casting the spirits out from
They
her.
called him a friend of sinners. They came. You guys are just like the Pharisees.
That's absolute
John
hogwash.
drank too much.
No,
and
absolute
Jesus was
hogwash.
a friend of sinners.
Are you
That's exactly
serious?
what you're
Are
doing.
you serious?
Yes, exactly.
No,
You guys
this is an absolute
self-righteously
joke.
are
You come on
calling
here insulting
people
You
out.
come on here insulting.
Yes,
acting
because
like
you
you're
insulted
some high
me.
and mighty person
Well-
because you're older, which is
Yes,
nonsense,
yes,
by the way.
yes.
Because
I have
guess
been
what?
in the
You want to bring
ministry
up
for
the
30
Pharisees?
years.
The
What have
Pharisees
you done?
were the ones
Peace
going
for a
up
second,
to
guys.
Jesus.
What have you
and
done?
asking the
What
Pharisees.
you have a
Hang on,
YouTube
no,
channel.
let me speak. This is my channel.
You have a YouTube
Let
channel,
me speak. This
and
is
you
my
think
channel.
somehow that gives you a
All right, let's
platform
go ahead and
to
mute
dispense.
that. Okay, my channel. So I'm going to speak. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. Okay.
Listen,
So,
I don't care
no.
if it's your YouTube channel. You say crap to me. What?
All right, then you're going to get removed. That's the way it's going to go. Okay. So Jesus was the
CJ,
one who was being asked by the Pharisees, oh, you're going to say such and such a thing. You're not even 50 years old. So you want to start bringing up the Pharisees. They were the ones using their doctrine. Their,
brother, you don't need
wisdom
to
in
defend
doctrine. They were
yourself.
the ones using their self-righteousness. They were the ones using their age. You, Dr. Kenny Rhodes, need to be called out for your arrogance coming up on here, acting like you somehow have authority simply because you're older. I don't give a damn how old your child is, sir. You are one of the people propping up Smokey Saint, and you should be disgusted with yourself for it. It's not biblical. I don't give a damn why you do it. You are propping up his channel in public as a well-respected minister of the gospel.
Okay, brother, I agree with you every word you said, but here's the other thing too, is that like, you don't need to defend yourself. The truth has your back for you. Like, you should have remained calm, and if Kenny was going to abuse his age to like talk more and you weren't going to get to speak on it so much now, you'd get to talk on it later, you know? I just think even though you're right, that's kind of why I'm calling you out for where you went wrong, because those of us who want to be in the right, we've got to like follow through with it. We've got to keep calm, and we can let someone else talk even if they're saying the wrong thing, and we can be patient and wait for the future. You know what I mean, brother?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm definitely angry for sure. I'll grant you that.
No, it's okay. It's not a judgmental thing. It's just like, I need you, and it's totally fine that you're at that spot now because you're growing up, and I'm growing up, you know, and I need me to grow up fast, and I need you to grow up fast. And, you know, there's some stuff where, like, Jamie's not exactly totally in sync with us. He's more like a Venn diagram, and I'd like you to be pulled in more in sync with us, Jamie, just from my perspective, too. And then, like, you know, because I need the good brothers, and we need each other. But, yeah, I definitely agree with you, CJ. I just think we should have kept letting Kenny speak his piece and dealt with it more patiently.
Fair enough. I'll concede that. That's definitely fair enough.
Yeah, I would like to see it gone that way. I mean,
Another thing is, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to totally interrupt you, Jamie. Another thing is the choice of words that started it, you know, because a lot of this kind of stuff I've learned a lot of, you know, it's coming out of me instinctually now, but from back before I was reborn, I went to jail for a domestic thing, and it was like accidental in a sense, but still a losing my temper thing, just to make long story short. I had to go to a year of, people might generally call it anger management, but I would call it peaceful communication class. So I had the tools ready because I'm a good student. And then when Christ came to me spiritually, having the spiritual stuff and the tools on hand, so that all came together pretty nicely. But yeah, you opened up with choosing people and saying those people should be disgusted with themselves, and you know, I don't necessarily disagree, but I also necessarily can't say that because I know that Kenny has spoken about some things regarding Smokey, but I just don't know much about it. But I don't know. Maybe that was the right choice of words because you really do have an important point to make. Like, we can't be like the world, turning a blind eye to things for our social ease and our social comfort, you know? That's a worldly thing. And when it comes to, like, in First John, when he says, do not love the world or the things of the world, if you do, the love of the Father is not in you. I think if we become those blind eye turner worldly types, we're spiritually in that spot, are we not?
And look, here, let me explain my reason for calling out names and for using phraseology like disgusted. Because I get that it's language that is geared towards being offensive. That's the whole. That is sort of the whole point in a way, because this is an issue that is ongoing and constant, and every single time it's something else. It's always the something else is always a variation of the exact same thing. Some abuse of scripture to say, well, I don't want to judge because I feel like I'm not allowed to judge, as if Jesus didn't chase money changers out of the temple, or as if he never said to Peter, get thee behind me, Satan, or any of these things, right? And what we're talking about in Smokey, okay, we're not just talking about somebody who, you know, does a bad thing here or there, right? We're not just talking about somebody who maybe smokes weed or has a cigarette addiction, or perhaps he's a single man who is got a pornography problem or something along those lines. All things that are problematic, certainly, but that's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about somebody who is using a platform to actively abuse and belittle and degrade people, who is actively besmirching the name of the Lord, who is allowing blasphemies constantly on his channel, who's preaching heresies, who's preaching how much he would love to watch people cook and burn, who's going out about all this stuff about how this, that, and the other person is, you know, I mean, he uses egregious language like saying, oh, you're a faggot and all this other kinds of stuff, right? And then we have people like constantly, after all of these different situations, doesn't matter what comes up, doesn't matter if he abuses a Christian sister, right? Doesn't matter if he lies about the details of his life, doesn't matter if he goes after all the different Christian brothers, doesn't matter if, you know, he is got serious abuse charges potentially against him. Like, that's not a small thing, right? None of that matters. We're just going to continue on because we think that the Bible says judge not, and that's just the end of it, to put a period there, and there's not an entire rest of the chapter left talking about righteous judgment, right? And it's not like we've been sitting here trying for over, or well, maybe not over, but almost a year at this point, without using the harsh language, constantly saying, Smokey, you need to repent, you need to turn away from this scripture, that scripture, the other scripture calls you out, repent, and yet still nobody does it. And then these people, and the thing is these people, they want to start saying they're a community, right? That we're a community of some kind, as if this is a community of believers where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst of them. Not this 2 or 3, and I don't mean the 2 or 3 is in me and you. I mean the 2 or 3 is in this putrid community. There ain't no way in hell, I'm sorry to say, that I would be considering myself part of this community at this point. People wanting to accept things like this back. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And I'm sorry, but if people aren't going to turn away from it, I have to call it out by name.
Well, thank you. And also, earlier you said that the straw that broke the camel's back for you was his scandal. And actually, for me, the straw had already broken the camel's back on, I'd come to him multiple times with Ephesians chapter 5. I think that's I'm getting the right scripture there, where it talks about him not having fellowship with the darkness and crude humor, for instance, is one of the things mentioned there, but there's a ton of things mentioned there. And Smokey was just, he had no interest in hearing that scripture. And again, and when I say hearing, I mean hearing it in any kind of actual relevant way, right? It was always like, well, I have some excuse to not have an ear for this. And it's like, you can do that if you want, and like trust Christ's grace to still save you, but you can't do that and then still have a valid ministry. It's it's like so I was gonna have to confront him on that, and then the scandal happened before we got through confronting on that. So yeah, but in essence, the straw of the camel's back was already broken, and I was expecting to part from him, but and then the scandal came up.
Yeah, and to be fair, it wasn't even. I should be more specific, because the scandal itself, I actually approached Smokey in private and asked him about it, and we said what we said. It was private conversation, so I won't reveal any of it. But and then really, if I'm being actually very specific, the thing that actually broke the camel's back for me was his response video to the scandal, because in his response video, he started making up a collection of stories, right? So he started saying, for example, like he had told everybody his age was 38. It just so happened that the person who was charged had an age of 38. Then all of a sudden he was 43. That was kind of interesting. He said that he was debating Jesse Lee Peterson. And in fact, it's funny because he always says, well, or now, man, I'm getting ahead of myself. He said that he was the person who debated Jesse Lee Peterson in the Jesse Lee Peterson video, and in multiple different videos, by the way.
Well, these are the topics I'm going to offer to debate him on. Like, I'll debate him on whether or not he is the man in the Jesse Lee Peterson video,
Yeah, exactly.
I'm personally not going to debate him on theology at all, because it's just, he's not a proper representative to debate something like that, personally.
Well, and here's the thing, right? He has that, and he's bragging about how good he did. Now he made Jesse Lee Peterson look like an idiot, and even Knock was saying how good that he was doing and how he was so well calm, and see, he can keep calm and all that kind of stuff. And then this image of the guy in this charge looked a little bit like him, and all of a sudden this was just a big, long, scheming way to troll everybody, and that wasn't actually him. And you see, he just knew that it was somebody who looked like him, and so he was trying to troll for us, even though, of course, nobody knew what he looked like. So the way that we actually identified him was by his voice, but that's just a little detail, and details don't matter when you're in the business of lying. And all the all this other
just to be accurate, his face had gotten outed by the time the scandal came about.
No, I know, but the identification of him in the Jesse Lee Peterson video.
Right? Oh yeah, well that came about because he just I think was proud about it, and he like hinted at it and stuff, and then people figured it out because he had told me about it in private, and I had actually seen it, and then eventually he let everyone find out about it. So I don't think it was purely someone just stumbled on it and was like, "That's Smokey's voice," is all I'm saying.
Well, and don't get me wrong, that could totally be the case.
So there's kind of a lot of elements at play storming around here. That's all. Yeah.
But what I mean is, like, when it was originally identified as him, right? It was. I actually remember I was watching it on.
That was after Rage outed his face, because Rage outed his face from the Little Miss, the Sister Sunshine video.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Sure that was before everybody else knew about the Jesse Lee Peterson video. At that time, I think I was one of the only people who knew about it.
Well, that was exactly what I was saying, though. It's like, so you look at the timeline of what we have with Rage, right? So Rage, if you actually watch his video, his identification with the person, he doesn't start actually linking the images together until after Smokey's scandal. He starts actually, in the original video, he starts saying like things like, he'll put the pictures up like, oh, they look kind of similar, right? But that whole thing where he's like, oh, the ears and the eyebrows and all that, that's all post-scandal. Pre-scandal, though, the identifying factor for both him and John Peterson, not only in that video but in the open room they did after, was the voice, right? They're just saying that's definitely Smokey Saint's voice because nobody knew what he looked like, right? Even in the video of the Sister Sunshine thing, we don't really know what that person looks like. He's got his head all kind of down with his hat covering him and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you can only barely see what's actually going on there. And the reason that's an important detail to point out is because it's Smokey getting caught in a lie, right? It's Smokey sitting there. He's like, oh, well, I'll just say that I left these breadcrumbs because it was somebody who looked like me.
Because we got bogged down in minutia just now, and I still don't think we exactly agree, but there's no way I want to continue in the minutia. You're trying to make an important point.
Well, right. And that point was that he's consistently caught in lying about this, right? We know that it's his voice. It does look like the person in the Sister Sunshine video, but now all of a sudden it's not him, even though he's admitted it on Will Kincaid's channel and on Beckles' channel and on Jill's channel and on the Rage's channel and on everybody's channel. All these different places in all different contexts, he admits it's him. Lied about the age, right? Admitted that he lied about all these different things, and there's even other things, but I'm just forgetting them. But you can find them on a video that I used calling him out earlier. And after he lied about all these different things, when people called him out about it, he actually had the audacity to say, oh, well, I knew I had to lie about it because I knew you guys would turn against me. And see, you turned against me, thus proving I had to lie about it. And now imagine, if you will, if I decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to beat my dog. And then my dog bit me. And I said, see, I told you I had to beat my dog. He bit me. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Right? Obviously, that's ridiculous. Imagine I go to rob a bank and somebody shot me. And I said, hey, see, these people, they didn't have a right to their possessions. In particular, that gun, which I maybe never even knew existed before, because they were going to use it to shoot someone, in particular me. That doesn't really work, right? They shot me because I was trying to rob them. So on and so forth. I mean, it's true, though. It's true. Oh, I lied to you because you guys were going to be mad at me that I lied to you. Brilliant. You must be some kind of a freaking Harvard genius, sir.
That works, I think, maybe.
You get the wisdom of Solomon right there.
Exactly.
I just hope he hasn't cut any babies in half.
And by the way, Marty Camejo, thank you for giving me the view, by the way, and being here. Appreciate it. Smokey's already come after me, so I don't have anything to worry about. In fact, if you go look at Smokey's most recent video, it is titled CJ Cocksucker, as if I never went to the 6th grade and haven't heard that insult 4 million times. But that's the thing about Smokey, is that he actually only regurgitates the same insults to each individual person, slightly tailored to be about that individual person.
Yeah, I don't watch Smokey's channel at all. So I guess maybe he's talked about me sometimes or something. It's just like, I just don't care. Like Smokey, he doesn't have a credibility that matters to me. There's a certain kind of, like, I've been talking a lot about the agreement in Christ and, the agreement with those of us who really want to follow him. And that's the thing, is we also have a certain kind of like credibility, right? And that's the only kind of credibility that really matters. If someone's outside of that kind of credibility and they're saying things about me, like, I don't necessarily have time to defend myself,
Yeah, and to be fair, I never actually was interested in defending myself with him either. The only thing that actually caused me to be interested in him is first he started coming back. So I addressed him on doctrine with the old earth thing. He's too much of a coward or too incompetent, whichever it happens to be, to actually address that. So he never actually did. And then recently, I've just been kind of on a like total war kind of kick, to be honest with you. Like, I'm sick of it. And it really, what it is seeing Gavin and Praise and all the people over on Gavin's channel, or Praise's channel, right? And they're acting like Smokey Saint. They're adopting Smokey Saint's mannerisms and doctrines. Everybody shushes when Smokey Saint's around. If Smokey Saint wants somebody kicked, they're kicked. And it's like he's basically their little cult leader. You know what I mean? And it's like, all right, so he's back, I guess. He's back and he's rising in subscribers and he's got more views than ever and he's got more authority than ever, even though this is now post-scandal. It's almost like the scandal actually made everybody like him more, to be honest with you. Because at least before there was the scandal, Praise and all these other different guys weren't like worshiping at the altar of Smokey Saint.
Well, that's actually because Smokey started doing the nuance of his manipulation in politics differently. Because now that he had a scandal on him, he has to be like more of a people pleaser. But then he has his ways of playing around it, where I'm sure he can still be abusive, but also like the end result of his manipulation has to be more politically appeasing. Let me put it that way. And so because he has done that, he's kind of gained popularity since then. But yeah, the fact that his dishonesty with everyone doesn't have enough impact to counteract that, that's embarrassing for anyone who's a grown man and a Christian who's indulging into that. And
Well, and let me say,
I was the first one doing it for a prolonged period of time, and it wasn't quite as obvious, but still, it's embarrassing for me, and it's an embarrassing thing about my past now,
well, and let me just say, frankly, too, that not only does it present Smokey as being incredibly dishonest, but frankly, it kind of makes me think he's guilty. Just being honest about that. Like, you don't typically lie about those sort of things if you're not. Now, does that mean he's guilty? No. But, I mean, I could take a guess, right? Because it's not like he just lied in the sense that he said, I didn't do it, and he actually did. No, he lied in the sense that all of a sudden, his entire life story started being different. His age is different. Who he debates is different. Where he debates is different. Was he ever fat? I don't know. Could be different. When was he born?
He also said that he lived in the same place as that guy lives, and he also said that he did the same job that it turns out that guy does,
Well, yeah, and that's another thing, too. This person, at the time, if you look at his original video, this person is a family member that he's trying to protect. If you look at some of his most recent videos, this person doesn't actually have any relation to him whatsoever. And that's a pretty interesting fact in and of itself, because it proves, once again, that he's lying. It wasn't somebody who was related to him. Now that we're all distant and we kind of forgotten, oh no, now this person isn't associated with me at all, right? Getting farther and farther away from it. In reality, it's I think him revealing himself to be guilty, frankly. And I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say about that, right? Not you as in you guys, but as in like the world, right? Like if this was happening with Ravi Zacharias, everybody was calling it out, right? And when there was a whole bunch of talk about abuse and stuff about nature with Jerry Falwell Jr., people were calling it out. And when there's all this stuff talking about Carl Lentz, then people were calling it out. And even people who aren't actually leaders, but who are even considered like recent converts, if their conversions, are genuine, like, for example, Kanye West, right? Still getting called out. All these people getting called out. But for some reason, Smokey Saint just levitates. We can't call him out. That's not very Christian of you. The Bible says not to judge. Don't you know that? And it's like I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick of his influence. And frankly, I'm distancing myself from the whole group. I hope that people don't mind. Obviously, that doesn't apply to every individual, but as a community, I find this whole thing to be toxic and putrid.
For me, the whole thing is like, especially anyone who has a public channel and then is like publicly treating Smokey as like a Christian fellow in terms of public things happening, such as maybe debates or something, is just like, just imagine if our ZIM Ministries was just like trying to cover for Ravi Zacharias and just being total sleazeballs, I mean, that's what it's like to just like let Smokey lie about it and then just pretend it's not happening and look the other way. And so if people are going to continue publicly with Smokey in that way, then I'll end up having to ask some people to like remove my wrench from their channel, because it's like I don't want to be totally judgy, and I can still go watch their videos and stuff, but I can't have that like public association. And even the wrench is kind of a stamp that it's just such a clear line, I mean, if we don't start being Christians now, how can Christ expect us to be Christians later? I mean, we got to at least start now. And
Well,
it's
and I
not
am
just
glad.
whenever it's fun to fight with people and debate, we'll be hardcore Christians. But then when it comes time to do something that's unpleasant, we're just not even there. I don't really think that's the Christian walk. The Christian walk, you have to count the cost, not just count the profits that you're going to get, you know?
Well, that's a difficult dynamic in my mind. You could take my not saying much about certain things as being timid or something, and that's probably true. It is true, but not completely true. So I just want to be careful about what I say, that I mean what I say, and then I don't overspeak what I actually mean. But for instance, like I'm a little bit slow to discount what Kenny says. I do respect his I guess his, and I know you guys do too, but I mean, like I'm not quick to dismiss. I mean, like, what would his motivation be for doing what he does other than what he said, you know? And so I wonder about that.
And then I agree about Kenny's motives, but we're called to be cunning as serpents and harmless as doves. And Kenny's choice on that matter is neither cunning as a serpent, and he's dealing with a cunning serpent in Smokey, right? Nor is it harmless as a dove, because it is harmful to give Smokey's channel to be one piece of the sort of validation he needs in order to prop up his facade, you know? It's like he needs people like you, Jamie, and like Kenny, and he needs that. And now, I mean, there was a time when you were like one of those only key pieces for him, and I asked you not to be that piece, not to help him through that difficult time. But
Sure.
and I'm not saying that he wouldn't have made it through without you. I don't know, but
Well,
stuff just is
let
what
me
it is.
explain a little bit more, I guess. Just to try to be clear. Thankfully, I can say that I've been. I mean, maybe I haven't said everything I could or should, let's say, but I've been pretty honest to you guys and where I'm at on it. And does that mean I'm have it all figured out? No, I'm not saying that. I could be wrong for sure. And I constantly question that because I take what you guys say seriously. And so I'm sure there's something to do. Well, I can say this. Let's put it this way. I don't remember who I've said this to or not. So forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but I know there's something about my personality that growing up, like in high school, especially and beyond, where I tend to when like, because I respect a lot of the people that have problems with Smokey, and so, but like growing up, I've always had a soft spot for people that are, you know, condemned, let's say it, like in the sense of maybe it's a different kind of condemnation in other senses, and maybe I thought before sometimes it's you know, undue.
Yeah,
This is more due.
Jamie, just pluck that out and cast it into Gehenna. It's better that that goes into hell than that your whole body and soul be cast into hell.
Well, yeah, right. Well, so what I'm saying is, because of private interactions I have with Smokey, I don't think he's a total demon, I guess is what I'm saying. And then that's just my honest opinion. Like, and so because of my tendency to not like condemn people, like, and maybe it's just,
Yeah, it makes Smokey a dangerous person for you because, I mean, I don't know for sure if Smokey thinks he's a Christian and there's just a lot of demonic influence on him, or if Smokey is actually just a atheist, you know? I think that's a very real possibility, and we're just being stupid and naive if we just assume that there's some authenticity behind the character. It might literally just be a character. And it's just like, if you have a soft spot for that, then he's dangerous for you. Let other people deal with him.
Well, maybe, like,
well, not maybe. You're the one who's who's
I
describing a situation where he's dangerous for you. I just.
No, I'm saying that could be. I'm saying I'm open to that being my own tendencies, man, not making me think completely clearly. But the thing of the matter is, like, obviously, I've given support to Smokey. I support CJ, and like Chris Date and Standing for Truth. Those are the four people I support. So what is it that makes me want to support CJ, but also support Smokey and SFT? I'm not sure, totally sure, other than that, what I've just described. And like, you know, I respect what CJ has to say about it, and I understand it. And I lean towards CJ being right about his positioning on this. But at the same time, I have a lot of respect for Kenny too. So I should just stop speaking, I guess, and I'm trying to listen and consider everything.
Yeah, it's,
But
I mean, the Bible makes these points clear. So it's like, it doesn't matter what CJ thinks or what Kenny thinks or what you think, or that you appreciate both CJ and things about Smokey. I mean, the thing is that I was with Smokey for such a long time, like as essentially a sidekick for most of that time. And so, like, I understand the concept of things to appreciate about Smokey. It's just when he's lying about a criminal charge and then playing the Christian community for fools, and then the Christian community is compromising all of their credibility, and not like the type of compromise of credibility where because the world hates God, they hate that we represent him rightly, but the opposite end of that, where like we're obviously being hypocrites, and so it destroys our witness, you know? And I'm throwing out the royal we, but obviously it's not really me and CJ. But it's just
Yeah.
the whole thing is that it's the Bible that makes these things clear. Our opinions don't really matter. And like
Well, what I
for
mean,
Smokey, it's like I'm not judging him that he told one lie and maybe committed this one crime and stuff,
what do you
and now
mean?
he's not a Christian or something. That's not the point. The point is he's scandalized unto public ministry, and then he won't even speak honestly about it. And yeah, if you're getting financial support to that public ministry, you need to repent of that. I mean, that is a sinful financial support.
Well, I mean, you are judging him, and I think that's fine. But and I obviously not.
What I'm
necessarily-
saying is it's about judging this whole thing of public ministry going on and about us being
Yeah.
responsible for what we're doing. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is that what I'm saying is not about me like judging Smokey as a person. Oh, he's a bad person because he did this. That's just beside my point. So if you'll hear me for what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to make a distinction that like
Yeah,
I don't
understand.
care to argue about Smokey as a person. Like
Sure.
if I could
understand
deal with him directly, I'd deal with him directly as a person. But there's this whole problem of people approving of his public ministry. That is sinful. That needs to come to a stop. And it's the Bible that makes it clear. It has nothing to do with who's giving what advice.
Yeah, and I'll to piggyback on that a little bit, because when Kenny's saying like
Please
you don't understand.
Please piggyback on that. I need you.
Well, and absolutely, because I have being one of the things that is actually important in noting my age is that virtually everybody I know is not only atheist but rabidly so. Like my generation is just, they are God haters, and even the ones who are quote unquote Christians, there is some big old quotes there, right? And so I've had to deal with a lot of people like that, people who are my family, people who are my friends, people who I care very deeply for, you know what I mean? Would literally die for. And they are rabid in some instances, not all of them, but some of them. They are, right? Totally rabid. And I absolutely pray for them, and I witness to them, and I try to even meet them on their own turf, in the sense that, like, if one of them is more inclined to narrative and storytelling, then I'll tell them the stories that happen in the Bible, and hope that gets their attention, and the story of the gospel, and the story of Moses, Moses being the salvation of his people, and all that kind of stuff. Or if they're philosophically inclined, I'll bring up some C.S. Lewis or the Book of Ecclesiastes, and look at that kind of stuff, and then all this other kind of stuff, to try and meet them where they are. But if that person were to then go get a YouTube channel and be essentially the raging atheist, because I know a lot of people who are just as far in their God hatred as he is, I couldn't endorse that just because I love them as people and hope to see them saved one day, right? I couldn't go over on their channel as an ally, as a brother in the Lord, right? And as somebody who is propping this up as a friend. I could go in as an enemy, right? Or even as somebody who's being confrontational, right? Like, so for example, when I go into he's a raging atheist, I already mentioned him, right? If I go into his live chat, there's no questions. Everybody's aware. The audience is aware. The other participants are aware. Rage is aware, and I'm aware. We're not on the same side, right? That doesn't mean I don't care about Rage. That doesn't mean I condemn Rage to hell. That doesn't mean I wouldn't be enthusiastic if Rage decided that he was going to spontaneously convert to Christianity. It does mean I'm not going to endorse what he's doing publicly. And obviously Rage is just an example. But the reason I use him as an example is because his personality type and his level of God hatred. I know plenty of those people, right? And some of them, just for the record, some of them I have seen get to the point of where they want to seriously consider Christianity. At least one of them is now actually a believer. So when you see people like that, you know, don't necessarily lose hope. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that people need to be. And this, Smokey made this same mistake in his whole rant about me. He's talking about how I condemned him to hell. I don't condemn anybody to hell. My point with condemning Smokey and his ministry is not to say you're going to burn in hell or that I want you to burn in hell, but to say that you need to repent and turn to Christ, right? But it's also to distance myself from that public ministry, right? And to call out people who refuse to distance themselves from that public ministry. And I don't see how we have any sort of a choice, especially if we're going to be people who honor not only the figures of the Bible, but also like the figures of the Reformation and the early church fathers and stuff like that. I mean, all of these guys were real quick with the tongue and the pen when it came to people who were abusing the word of God. And I don't understand why we're not. And I've been going for a while. I'm long-winded, but that's.
Well, we're not even talking about doing discernment ministry or anything like as any kind of focus or anything. It's just like what actually is a part of what's going on right around us. We need to be responsible for in the right way according to the Bible. It can be kind of summed up in that way. Should we give Mind Ben a chance to talk before he never gets a chance?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Hi. So
Hey.
I remember seeing Smokey Saint debate on Modern Day Debate, and like a few months ago, and I remember like subscribing to his channel because he seemed like an interesting he seemed interesting, and like he had like I don't know. I just decided that he was a new apologist that I was going to subscribe to, and I didn't know, and I saw him like I remember one time he like made all this. I saw that he was just like constantly going after certain people, like trying to expose them. And I remember this one time there's this guy, I think his channel is now named The Presbyterian, but
yeah, Ryan.
yeah, he's named Ryan, and I actually known about Ryan for a long time, and I saw Smokey Saint make this really bad, really like false, like really like it's no one who is being serious about what they're doing would actually think that they found a real cause for accusing Ryan the Presbyterian. And Smokey Saint like released this video like saying that like digging something up about a guy that was named Ryan that didn't even really look like him when he used to do he used to have videos with his face, and so I knew what his face looked like, and I just knew that there was something wrong about Smokey when he just made this blatant sloppy accusation, and that's before I didn't extensively research. I wasn't sitting through all his streams. I would check in every now and then.
I mean, I don't trust Ryan the Presbyterian either at all.
Yeah, I'm not saying I trust him.
Yeah,
I've had
sort of
things
like
with him in the past, but
yeah, there's sort of like a community there that's like kind of drama geared and like not really totally trustworthy, unfortunately. And that's, I guess, how they get woven in with Smokey as like sort of a rival community or something, is that there's something about them that they have in common, that whole dark side, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not saying I'm not like I spoken with, I've email correspondence with Ryan before, and like and I personally do not like I did not like what I didn't think what he was doing was very sound. But it, but I just saw Smokey say making this really pretty much ridiculous video of supposedly exposing him, and even though I didn't really trust Ryan the Presbyterian, I just knew that this video was made up, and it gave me the impression that Smokey Saint was not really to be trusted, and now I'm like seeing, but I would still go on his live streams, but I I wasn't aware of all these other issues that have been brought up where like there's times he's gotten caught in lies and the other things are even more serious than that. And
and then at the same time as he's doing that, he goes around behaving so abusively, and it's like he's the last person who should get away with behaving abusively, and someone who's behaving abusively is the last person who should get away with lying to cover up such a criminal charge. And then not only that, but like none of us should get away with covering up a criminal charge by lying and then just like, well, he's obviously lying, but we'll just kind of look the other way and pretend it's not happening. Like, what is Washington D.C.? It is sickening. Now I see why CJ was using the word that they should be disgusted with themselves.
Yeah, and
I'll say it's sickening. It is.
And I like I don't know, Smokey Saint made this anti-OSAS video, and and he was mostly I think he was mostly gunning after wasn't necessarily gunning after OSAS, but he was especially gunning after like I don't know, people like I don't even know if you all know these names, but like Jack Smack 77 and all of these like very weird, very soteriologically weird people. And I made a comment saying that even that I believe in OSAS, which I do, but I find the demeanor and argumentation of some OSAS people quite disturbing on this video by Smokey Saint. And I feel like I need to like go back and delete that comment now because he like hearted it and everything, and I don't know, I guess I kind of associated myself very loosely and only very, even if it was not necessarily really really substantive. I don't know. Hearing all these things really sick, really makes me kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, what you want to do is really like on your conscience, because we're not trying to like group you up with people who know better and who have public ministry, and it's like there's different responsibilities different people take on, and different people have different levels of information. So it's just up to you to do the right thing between you and God.
Yeah, I was under the impression that Smokey Saint was, I guess, a rather combative type of individual who would be prone to like throwing insults and anger and stuff like that. And but it was in a way to where I was wondering if I guess Smokey Saint, if it was more out of like maybe a sort of improperly exercised zeal. But I don't think after hearing some of the things I have about Smokey now that that's really what's going on. I think we're just dealing with someone who
Yeah, and
is a bad character.
if I may chime in, mine, Ben, like that was part of the point I was making when I was telling Jamie what I'm talking about is not talking about judging Smokey, is like, for what I'm talking about, this matter of responsibility among people in public ministry. It's like, because of the public ministry thing and because Smokey won't come out with the truth and stuff, we have a responsibility to condemn and not condone his ministry. And that's regardless of if he has better motives or not. Like, we can't get to the bottom of any of that unless he'll come out with the truth and actually talk to us, you know? So,
Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, that's a different topic, which is like a fair topic, like what's going on with Smokey spiritually. And I think that's like the next step after, you know, as a matter of public ministry, let's all set ourselves straight. And if you don't set yourself straight, then that becomes a trait about your ministry, that it's not set straight like it should be. And that's not good for your ministry. That's your problem. And I don't mean you, mind, Ben. I'm like speaking to other people who it applies to, of course.
Okay, yeah. I was talking about like Smokey Saint personally, like my impressions, but it is probably it's I would say more than probably definitely more important to talk about from the public ministry and how it's influencing other souls. And yeah, I don't know. I just I'm probably not even really necessarily saying anything too meaningful, but I'm just, I don't know. I've really, my perceptions of Smokey Saint's ministry have definitely changed, and I guess I
think it's good for someone who hasn't known him as closely or for as long a time or whatever to bring out what it looks like from another perspective. That's really good for us to hear.
yeah.
So that it helps give us like more clarity on the effect that he has and stuff like that, you know, in the process that people go through, like seeing him some and maybe thinking he's so bad right away, or they see a different thing and they think he's not that bad. And people have all these different ways of discovering just the nonsense of all the character theatrics of Smokey Saint, you know. He really doesn't make it easy because he spends all his time weaving this elaborate thing, so it becomes a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I really don't. Really never understood what was like the rhyme or reason to like Smokey Saint's uploads or anything like. It seemed all kind
Well,
of.
I think if he's being really successful, then he must be like an atheist, an anti-theist Poe.
He is. He is. You know,
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all. That might be the most likely answer because
he doesn't believe, right?
that's the only thing he can be and also be succeeding. Anything else he might be, he's a failure.
Yeah, he just says all that stuff to be inflammatory to get him views. He doesn't
I'd not be
actually.
surprised.
Now, I'll give him this. As much as I don't like him, he's smart, and but he's a narcissist. So the only way he's going to get views is to be inflammatory. I mean, he doesn't actually believe, and I don't mean like he's not an actual Christian, like you guys decide who a real Christian is. Like he's literally not even a theist. He doesn't believe any of what he says. He just doesn't. Because there's literally no way, excuse me, I'm eating, sorry, CJ, that the way he talks, that you guys, God is looking, or yours Jesus is looking and going, good job, Smokey. There's no way. I mean, he's not even a theist. He's just not. And
well, and I even
ridiculous.
Sorry?
That's just a little over the top for me, I guess.
Well, and I'd say like I could, you know, I mean, maybe like he has like a philosophical belief, an intellectual belief in some sort of a creator deity. I guess I could see something like that. But in the sense that people mean like a follower of X faith, like does he believe that the God of the Bible is the God that he's following? I don't think so. I actually kind of agree with you, Marty.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, again, I don't know who is a real Christian, who is not a real Christian, but he's literally get down. He's literally sorry, it was my cat. He's literally doesn't believe in any of the stuff he says. He's a complete Poe. Everything he says is fake. He's just inflammatory to get views. That's it.
Well, and you know, as a piece of, because I want to, you know, I don't want to just make it sound like I'm just agreeing with Marty just because we both have a mutual distaste of Smokey. You know, it's interesting. One of the most eye-opening things for me personally about Smokey's mentality was we were talking about when I was criticizing the way he treats people well before there was any sort of scandal. We were talking about, you know, the way he talks about people and all that kind of stuff. And I had made the comment that the Bible says that to be angry at your brother without just cause is to be guilty of murder, and to call them a fool is to be guilty of hellfire. And it's, I mean, it's a harsh sermon. The Sermon on the Mount is a real rough sermon, right? And I was quoting that to point out that, like, you know, you see that your behavior, according to what Jesus says here, is like not only terrible but damnable. It's as bad as murder. It's something that like is filthy rags, as the book of Isaiah would put it. Smokey responds with, yeah, but these people aren't my brothers, because the phraseology used is to call your brother thou fool is to be in danger of hellfire. And it kind of blew my head back a little bit, because in the exact same chapter, Jesus says, and if you only do good to your brother, what good do you do? Even the tax collector and the sinner does as much. And I paraphrase that only slightly, but the point just being like, Smokey, I don't even have to leave the chapter I'm quoting right now to respond to you. You've never read this chapter, have you? You know what I mean? And
No.
who hasn't read the Sermon on the Mount, is as far as being a Christian is concerned? You know what I mean?
That's a good point. I was actually wondering about brother there. I was actually wondering about how that worked with brothers versus non-brothers, and I that's definitely, I guess that might have answered the question I had. I was thinking that I wasn't trying to flagrantly flagrantly do anything, but I was like, I guess as a matter of intellect, wondering what that meant exactly. But yeah.
Yeah, honestly, mine, Ben, I would recommend, I would recommend reading the whole Gospel of Matthew. But if you want to take it in like chunks so that you better digest it, the Sermon on the Mount is, as far as like some of the core nitty gritty of Jesus's teachings, one of the best chapters to read. That's Matthew 5, by the way.
Yeah. I think it's possible that I might have like read a chapter in Matthew, then read Matthew 5, then read Matthew 6 like the next day, then read Matthew 7 or something. I know I've read the Gospel of Matthew, but I think it's probably, I should probably just sit down and read the whole sermon one day soon.
Hey, you know, there's an old quote from my personal favorite author, that would be C.S. Lewis. And the quote is, if you've only read a book once, you don't really read. And obviously it's tongue in cheek, but the point just kind of being, if you're feeling like you don't remember the story again, by all means read again. I mean, it's not only is it great teaching in the word of our Lord, but it is also really like good storytelling, right? Like the stories in the Bibles are in the Bible, excuse me.
Yeah, I like to piggyback on this and encourage you in that too. Because, yeah, like a lot of times that we do when we come together in group, we end up having a lot to say about the scripture. We go into deep study and stuff, which can help the scripture feel more like at home and natural. But then it's really good sometimes to just read a book through. Like Revelation is really heavy. I didn't stop and try to wrestle with it every step of the way. But a while back, I read it through in like 2 hours. So doesn't really take that much time, and so that's good to do too.
There's definitely a difference in reading a book through like just take out a couple hours and actually read a whole book through versus reading a chapter every day or so. And see, I guess it could be easier to break it up too much to where you miss overall points and themes and so on.
Nicholas, where have you been? You were gone for a minute.
Oh, well, for a few months there, I was working full time just for money rather than, towards my ministry. So I'm kind of back now, but I'm doing a lot more work behind the scenes rather than in front of the scenes, doing a project and all that. And then I've also stayed in spaces that are like more of Christian agreement and healthier spaces. So like Graham's channel and CJ's channel and Sal's channel. He's less about Bible study, but that's another place I like to hang out. That's a good Christian place. So just different places now,
Okay. I was kind of worried about you for a minute.
Oh, thanks. No, I've been good.
Huh. I'm going to split, but I just wanted to inject my 2 cents. But CJ, we need to sit down sometime and have a sit down about your views on LGBT rights and so on. Because I don't know if you read your side chat from that stream you did with Knock, but you had me infuriated. Dude, I was so mad at everything you were saying. So we should have a sit down. I don't know if you still have my email. Did you ever have my email?
I don't know if I think we communicated via Facebook, actually.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay. Yeah, I'll absolutely get to emailing you. And yeah, by all means, oh
my God.
No, yeah, and certainly, and obviously you've seen my conversations with Rage, so
Yep.
you know that I'm gonna not be all I don't know, gross with you, because I know some people definitely are gross with atheists, and that's obviously topical because we're talking about one of those people. So I just want to extend that.
I know you don't. Well, that's not true. You did call me names once.
Yeah, and to be fair, I even know exactly what you're talking about, because that was in Rage's live chat, right, about abortion. I kind of just lost my top. Yeah. That was bad.
Abortion is really bad, though.
Yeah, but
well, and we'll go ahead and just for now, just because I know that you wanted to leave, we'll go ahead and just squash that real quick, because I know there's a lot of opinionated people in there. But I will admit for sure, I was totally out of line in that video. I'm
just curious if Marty can engage me, because I'm like so harsh, but I don't like.
I asked you to sit down with me, Nicholas, and you told me no. Remember those emails? You said you're not going to waste your time with me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think we talked about what it might be like and stuff. I had a lot of bad smoky influence at the time, but I also just don't know if I wanted to have the discussion you wanted to have and you wanted to have the one I wanted to have.
Well, what was the discussion you wanted to have?
Yeah, because I'm pretty stubborn on like my Christian end of things. I'm kind of presuppositional with how I approach things. So but I'd be willing to give it a shot and just to like jump in there now that I'm out of that smoky space. Like, why not? So
well,
I don't know if you want to.
It doesn't. Sure. Again, it doesn't. We don't. I mean, I'm a bisexual pagan. So anything that you want to talk about or ask me, you can talk about and ask me. But there's my email, Nicholas, in the private chat, just in case you don't have it anymore.
Oh, okay.
So
cool.
I'm gonna sit and listen and eat and play The Sims. So, and I just subscribed and hit the notification, CJ, even though you don't seem to like me a whole lot.
Hey, well, to be fair, as I have told, I used to say this to Rage, but me and Rage did have a little bit of a falling out, which that's fine. But I have also said this to Skylar and Jim Majors and others. I have very fierce disagreement with y'all, but I don't have any ill will toward any of you.
No.
And I mean that genuinely, just so you know. I don't know if it means anything, but I don't have any ill will toward you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it because I don't. It seems like you put anybody that doesn't not as bad. As I hate talking about it, but not in like the smoky way. Like anybody doesn't believe like you do is like all kinds of names. But like it seems like you'd be willing to talk to anybody that doesn't believe like you, but I don't think you have a lot of respect, maybe, or maybe just the way I'm looking at it. But I could be wrong. I don't know you very well. So.
It's definitely true of me. I think CJ tries to bridge that gap more cordially than I do.
Nicholas, if you think I've heard you talk, I've seen you. I've heard you in rooms. If you think you're harsh, you're not even close to harsh.
Well, like I tell people they're dead sometimes and stuff like that, So
that's not really that harsh.
Okay.
I mean, they're not dead, but that's not harsh.
But they are. Well, that's why I'm like.
I'm from New Jersey. All right, you don't scare me, Nicholas.
Yeah, but
you know what that just reminded me of? I used to watch a whole lot of the show South Park back in the day, and they have a whole episode. You just wouldn't get it. It's a Jersey thing.
Yes, I remember that episode. Yes, yeah, but yeah, you don't scare me.
I think there's a matter of what we consider uneven ground. As Christians, we don't consider non-Christianity to have even ground with Christianity. And so in a sense, we don't...
Like you think you're better than me because you're a Christian and I'm not?
No, we think Christianity is true, and so we think your side of the discussion is untrue.
So you're already coming in with a bias of whatever I say is crap, and what you say is good, so...
Well, depending on if it agrees with Jesus or not. So
with that mindset, why bother talking to people?
Well, I think that's sort of what happened, that we never had a talk, was this exact point. But CJ is better for that than I am. So when you were describing CJ, I felt like it sounds a lot like me. Like, I don't really have respect. I'll have respect for the person on the other side, but I won't pretend to have respect for their perspective, if that makes sense.
I don't care. As long as you want to check my ideas all day, but when people come for me personally, that I don't like, because that crosses that's just crossing a line. You can attack my ideas, and again, anything that I put forth, I don't expect you to believe or accept or change your mind into or do what I do for me and you do for you. So,
if I may, while that's a subject, I would like to make a brief appeal, not just to you, but just to all non-believers and also people who would be believing other faiths and also people who would be believing, but more liberally. In that same kind of a spirit, right, of attacking ideas and not attacking people, I think it would help all of us in getting along if much the same way that Christians have been told to attack the I'll use the word idea for lack of a better term, but I know that term isn't quite explanatory enough, but the idea of homosexuality rather than homosexuals. I would also say I think that it would help the conversation tremendously if people wanted to go after the views on marriage themselves and what the scripture has to say rather than saying that it's a hate thing. Because it isn't a hate thing. I have no hate whatsoever for homosexuals. I know for some it is, but I don't know if you've been, how many of my videos you've watched, Marty, but I actually got quite a beef with the NIFB.
Yeah, I heard you say that. I was there for about an hour and change into your stream with Knock, and then I had to go to work. And then when Knock replayed on his channel before he did the live room, I watched the whole thing because I missed about 30, 40 minutes of it, so I had to leave. But yeah, so I heard you say that you completely are against the NIFB and what they think and their methods and all that, and you don't condone what they say or do and all that. I heard you say that.
Yeah, and to give kind of an analogy, right? It's kind of like, it's almost the same way that I would look at evangelism, right? I don't have any ill will towards Muslims, and if somebody wants to attack Muslims or persecute Muslims or hurt Muslims in any way, I'm not down, and I am in fact on their side. But I also would prefer them not to be Muslims.
What do you mean you would prefer them not to? You would prefer them not to follow the religion or belief that makes sense to them?
Right, exactly, and that's why I do what I do, right? I want to convince them otherwise. But obviously, if they don't, that's their prerogative. They can do.
Well, why is that your business to convince them otherwise?
Because it's a pursuit of truth thing. I think if you have an interest in the pursuit of truth and you believe that you have the truth, then you should try and share that with other people.
Well, maybe I'll side with Marty in a sense here, because are we really supposed to be like trying to convince them? Because the way the Bible seems is to
Your God is
proclaim
supposed to convince them, not you guys.
to proclaim the good news, and then we're also supposed to make students of all nations. But I don't know if like we see the instance, for instance, on Mars Hill, when some people are interested in what Paul says and most of them aren't. We don't necessarily see an example that he thinks he should like continue with those same people and convince them. So maybe proclaiming the gospel is supposed to be more of the focus, and we're supposed to trust that his sheep hear his voice. Just as pushback.
But I mean,
Well, and I guess I would even, there's like, there's a lot of things to be said, but the main point, just to say of what I'm saying, is I don't like have any sort of. It's the same thing that the Raging Atheist does, that Shabir Ali does, that everybody who's not me but has a different position, or that does what I do rather but has a different position does. Right? It's not that we hate people; it's that we disagree with certain ideologies, creeds, religions, etc., and wish to convince people of our side.
yeah, but I don't make it my job to try and convince people to be pagan. Don't be whatever someone could worship. Cat litter. I don't give a crap. Just don't be a jerk to people.
Well, we have commissions from our Lord.
I know what the Great Commission is, but I mean, it's 2021. If someone wants to find Jesus, they'll find him. You know what I mean? Like I said, I live in the South, and you said that the world hates Jesus. I live in the South. I can't spit a dead cat down here without hitting a Christian. So you guys are everywhere. So for the world to hate you guys, there's a lot of yous. And I haven't seen one iota of hate towards you guys. I've gotten a lot of hate from, but I haven't seen a lot of hate towards. So maybe it's just where I live, but I don't know where you guys live, but.
Well, and to a certain extent, everybody's going to see stuff that impacts them more, right? Like, so for example, I remember, because I had some people really close to me in high school who were atheists, and we would talk a lot, and they still are. I'm just talking, this just happened in high school, and not all of them are atheists anymore, also, but nonetheless, having these conversations, and they would ask me like, what do you mean by you say that that the society is unchristian or even non-Christian? Statistically speaking, we're Christian and we have the whole under God thing, and so on and so forth. And the stuff that I would point out to people is stuff that it's like you just don't even really think about if you're not either a Christian or really, I say, an evangelical, right? Somebody who's more fundamentalist. And I won't go on a huge laundry list of them now because I know that the conversation is getting towards the point where it kind of wants to wind down. But nonetheless, the point just kind of being that, I'm sure the same is probably true of the opposite end, right? We can't understand people's struggles all the time. We can only understand based off the information that we are actually given. And, that's even a struggle that I've had to deal with a lot of times. Because obviously, you want to have an opinion on stuff, and sometimes you have an opinion on stuff that, even if it's accurate, is not really taking into account certain sensitivities and truths that a certain person might have in their life, right? And I understand that. I think, and I also go as far as to say I think a lot of conservatives and Christians and people who are generally on the what you might consider a right-wing end of ideological spectrums, I think a lot of times they do underplay people's experiences, even though I do think the other side overplays them.
Well, first of all, let me address logical, plausible. I live in Georgia, but I'm from New Jersey. So I lived in New Jersey till I was 30. So, and I'm 43 now. 44, excuse me. In my 40s.
So what I'm getting at about people loving darkness instead of light because their deeds are evil, and bringing that back around to people hating Jesus, is this is more on a spiritual level than a socio-political level. So it's possible that many of the people that you come across who talk about Jesus really do trust Jesus and follow him. And some of them might be more like Nicodemus here, who thought they trusted God, but they aren't really there yet. And I bring up Nicodemus because that's actually who the person was talking to with the quote from scripture here. So then, so Nicodemus is basically saying he thinks he's already born of God. And Jesus is saying, like, here's where he says, how can these things be? Are you a master of Israel and know not these things? Amen, amen, I say unto you. We speak that we do know and testify that we have seen, and y'all receive not our witness. If I have told you earthly things and y'all trust not, how shall y'all trust if I tell you heavenly things? And so just a lot of those people may be like Nicodemus types, because then he comes around like, so he says, for God sent not his son into the world to condemn the world, but that through the world, or that through the world through him may be saved. He that trusts on him is not condemned, but he that trusts not is condemned already, because he has not trusted in the name of the only born Son of God.
Yeah. I don't mean to cut you off, Nicholas, but I'm familiar with I'm familiar with the quote spiritual darkness end quote. Like.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to bring kind of an answer to what you were saying, because the point is that many of those people may still have this darkness instead of light issue. There's plenty of people who consider themselves Christians and do, but there's also different areas. Like where I live, I never hear about Jesus, and it's like mainstream television. There used to be some assumption of Christianity and culture that sort of existed on mainstream television and stuff like that when I was growing up, and that's pretty much disappeared. So it's like, it definitely is a matter of locality. I'm not saying there's no places where a lot of people love Jesus, but yeah, there is the whole darkness and light thing and people hating the truth.
I do think too, it is important to note that at least in my lifetime, the mainstream of like academic institutions, entertainment institutions, media institutions, and so on, has been pretty well non-Christian, if not actively hostile to it. And just to give one of, I think, my favorite examples. So now, and this is not to say anything about his campaign or policies, right? But this was a fun experience I had in 2016 and 2015. So people would say, Donald Trump is a racist, and I've always been a anti-Trumper, but I'm also stop it now.
What kind of dog do you have?
2 Huskies, actually.
Oh my God, they need jobs. They sound like they're bored.
Yeah, no kidding. I actually probably should take them out soon because I've been on here for about 4.5 hours. But so hang on, just real quick. Hey guys, stop it.
Huskies are working breed dogs. They need stuff. They need stuff to do. They need jobs. They need to be stimulated, which is why if you have a husky out in like your fence and yard, they will escape because they're escape artists, because they're bored, because they need stimuli.
It's funny too, because the one who's making all the noise actually, so she's only about 9 months old. The other one's about 3 years old.
Are they spayed and or neutered?
No, so I'm actually breeding.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh. Well, you gotta continue the husky line somehow, right?
No, don't do that. You know what people do when they get puppies? Because I work in rescue. I've worked with dogs for 8 years. In the place I work in now, we do like boarding and daycare and stuff, but we also have a rescue where people surrender their dogs when they move or get pregnant or some stupid crap. People buy a puppy or get a puppy, and then they don't realize a puppy's a baby and needs constant attention and constant care. So they bring it to the shelter because they say they can't handle. Oh, I can't handle it. Plus, female dogs that are not spayed are susceptible to something called pyometria. Have you ever heard of that?
I don't think I have, actually.
Okay, pyometria is an infection in the uterus that can actually travel into their bloodstream, and it can make them go septic, and they'll die from it if they don't get an emergency hysterectomy. And male dogs that are not neutered, they are at higher risk for testicular cancer and prostate cancer.
Well, and I do know, with the the dog breeding thing is not the dog breeding. Sorry, the dog giving up thing is something that I actually do have some experience with, because I'm quite the animal lover myself. And
Hey, look at that. We agree on something.
yeah, well, and actually, you know what? It's interesting. There are certain sort of random aspects of my political and social ideology that are like randomly kind of liberal, and animal rights is one of them.
That's not liberal. How is that liberal?
Well,
Everybody
it's not
should
really.
advocate for
The thing
animal
is, it's
rights.
been adopted by people more akin to the left wing, but really it's not. There's nothing conservative or liberal about it. It's kind of just.
No, you don't want to see animals suffer. That should
Yeah,
be an
exactly.
everybody. That should be an everybody thing.
It really should, but you know, it's interesting though. You do have, and to be fair, it is a dispute amongst conservatives. More limited government constitutional types tend to more agree with me, whereas your neoconservative types, like for example, my current governor Brad Little, tend to be real rough actually. And unfortunately, the neocon types are known for not only things like breed regulation, for example, but also like government mandated species hunts, which of course have led to numerous extinctions of species, including but not limited to Arizona jaguars and wolves in my own area, which we then reintroduced.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's brutal, and the thing is too is they always make it worse, because what happens is farmers complain about animals, so the state gets some kind of a state mandated hunt for these animals, typically predators, but not always. Like sometimes it'll be mustangs or something like that. Then the state hunts them to extinction or near extinction. So the ecosystem gets all sorts of messed up, because obviously the animal is a vital part of the ecosystem. Then to try and fix the problem, the state then reintroduces animals. But the thing is the ecosystem is trying to adapt so that it can actually fix itself from the problem that the state already caused. So then they reintroduce the species, restarting that whole process, creating a problem again. Then now you have a problem with the species. What's the solution? Government mandated hunts. And it's just a cycle that continues.
That's why I hate people when I work with dogs.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
What state do you live in? I'm not trying to dox you, but what state do you live in?
Idaho.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Jeez. You have jaguars out there?
Well, no, so there wasn't jaguars all the way up here. There was jaguars back in the early 1900s, actually.
Oh,
even
geez.
there was jaguars in all the way actually as far north as Utah, believe it or not.
And jaguars are the bigger cats, right?
Yeah. I can believe that.
As opposed to the cougars.
Yeah, and leopards and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, they used to be. It's funny because now you'll see them sometimes in Mexico, but really they're only about as north as they'll get to the Yucatan Peninsula for sure. But they're not really in like the center of Mexico anymore, and they're sparsely in Central America and then mostly in South America at this point. But they used to be the dominant predator, with the exception of wolves, because I think wolves are dominant wherever they are. But one of the dominant predators, at least, all over Mexico, in modern Arizona, modern Texas, modern New Mexico, as far north as Utah and Colorado, even. And there was a whole bunch of government mandated hunts by a bunch of different governments. It wasn't just the United States, but it was a common theme throughout governments in this particular region of the world. And I'm sure it was in other areas too. I just don't know much about European politics and stuff like that. But nonetheless, and yeah, they've completely removed jaguars from this region, like entirely.
There's the obvious example of the Tasmanian tigers on Tasmania.
Yeah.
That are supposedly extinct, but there's still sightings and stuff. So there's probably a few hanging on at this point, I think. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I hope so, for sure.
I hate people. That's why I hate people. I work with dogs. But yeah, I'm because I work in rescue. I am insanely pro spay and neuter, because I've seen what can happen to dogs when they're not spayed. I've seen what happens to puppies when people buy. One lady bought a $1,300 purebred Pomeranian puppy for her 13-year-old daughter. The daughter lost interest. They surrendered it to us because the daughter wasn't taking care of it. This dog, I mean, she was adopted literally 20 minutes after she came in, because she was a purebred, Pomeranian puppy. She was stinking adorable. As soon as she came in, someone took her home and adopted her. But like I've seen what happens when people don't spay and or neuter their dogs. So, and I used to work at a vet too. So that's. I mean, I'm not telling you how to live. I just don't. I don't like people that don't spay and neuter. Not that I don't like people that don't. I prefer people that spay and neuter because I see what happens.
No, I know what you mean, and then it's a opinion that is grounded in a shared opinion towards the way people treat these creatures. So I do feel you a lot. I think it's kind of hilarious. Not in an actually funny way, but in a quite somber and sad way. Actually, I'm frequently doing, I guess, what you might call pit bull advocacy.
Good.
And yeah, I appreciate that. And
I love pit bulls.
well, and you know, it's funny. One of the
I shouldn't have said that word.
well, you're all right. I appreciate you. But one of the things, because people will always ask, because there is a statistic, and it's true. It is a fact. There are more bites from pit bulls than any other breed. If you're just talking gross number, it's true. The thing is, they're like the third or fourth most popular dog. That's the first thing, right? So obviously they're going to have a greater number of bites. You look at that list, labs are way up there also. Chihuahuas are way up there also.
I was going to say, the last dog that bit me that sent me to urgent care when I worked at the vet was a Maltese.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, people are surprised, but like 5 or 6 of the top biting breeds are small ones.
Yes, because they have that Napoleon complex.
Well, I think that may be part of it because they have the whole different height thing. I've dealt with that with the dogs, but also I think has been tolerated in their breeding history more if they bite because they're smaller, they're not really a threat, and so the biting has just been allowed to be bred down, I think.
Well, and that's certainly true too, because like my older husky, his name is Rorschach. He's
Nice.
3 years old. He's 65 pounds, which is actually 10 pounds bigger than a husky's supposed to be, but he's solid. Like, he's just a really strong dog. If he even had a minor attack on me, I'd feel it for a couple days for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But whereas, a Chihuahua completely loses its mind. I might feel that for a couple days, but he's really not posing, like you said, he's not posing a very serious threat to me. My cat will pose a more serious threat. And that's not even an exaggeration. Cats can get mean if they're mean.
Oh, yeah. My cat, like I said, I work with dogs, and I did something I shouldn't have done, and I know better through my training, but we had a dog who does not get on another dog, and it wasn't a fight. He attacked another dog, and there was no way. It was in the daycare playroom, and there was no way for me to do anything other than get in there and split them up. So I had a bite. I'm a lefty, so they got my right hand. I had a nice bite on my right hand. I have a scar on my left elbow, and I had to go to and they messed up my leg. I had to go to urgent care, and I was barely able to move my right arm for like a week. And I know better than that. But if it was little dogs, I'll just take a bowl of water, dump it on them, and shock them out of it, and kick one the other side, and kick one the other way. But with big dogs, you can't do that. You shouldn't even do that with little dogs. But you can't do that at all. You're not supposed to.
You're talking about in an emergency.
Yeah, it was literally there was literally no other way for me to break this fight up. It wasn't a fight. One dog was being attacked. Like, the other dog had the one he was attacking, he had him by the throat at one point. I had to pull him off. He would have killed this dog. So I had to pull him off. But I mean, there was nothing else to do. But you're not supposed to break up dog fights with your hands.
Well, yeah, and you just hinted. Well, and you guys just hinted to a really good point too. One of the second things I tell people when we're talking about pits is the other thing you have to understand is, and I'm saying this as if I were talking to this person, right? The other thing that you have to understand, hypothetical ma'am or sir, is that this is standard misbehavior for dogs. The problem is you're now buying breeds with complex personality types and manners of behavior. Like, so for example,
we bred that into them.
Exactly, right? So you have two people. Both people are equally terrible dog owners. But one buys a lab, which has been bred to be docile, which has been bred to be incredibly loyal, which has been bred to be soft, all those kind of things. The other one buys not a golden retriever, buys like a Doberman or a Rottweiler or something like that, which has been bred to be aggressive, right? They're both doing the same thing, but one of those dogs, because human intervention, not because of that dog, but because of human intervention, one of those dogs needs that training more so than the other. His bad behavior will be worse, right?
Yeah.
And that one, to people's credit, they do tend to understand that a lot, because actually the analogy that you guys were just talking about, the Chihuahua one, I often tell them about the whole, obviously a bad behaving Chihuahua isn't going to be as bad as a bad behaving Akita, right? A bad behaving Akita will kill you. He certainly will kill you. But a bad behaving, Chihuahua, he's just small. And there's even other examples of that. Like, people often will ask a lot of questions about, like, I've had a lot of dachshunds in my life, and dachshunds are one of the worst to potty train.
Male Yorkshire Terriers are way up there on the worst to potty train.
I'm sure, actually, that I've heard some horror stories about that.
Yeah, we get a lot of Yorkies at work, and we have to use a lot of pee pads when a lot of Yorkie male boarders come in, because they don't like it. They'll go out and potty, and then they'll come back in, and then they'll potty again. Or they'll go outside and won't potty, and then come back in and pee on the floor. Like, are you kidding me? You're just outside. You're just outside. But
and it's true though, right? It's like it's the exact same thing, right? It's this whole thing where it's like you're not treating this animal with the respect that it does actually require, and now you've gotten a breed that has a particular necessity for good discipline. And so it's going to manifest itself.
What about the risk of different triggers that different dogs have? Like a herding dog, if it gets triggered, will like bark kids into a corner, but it won't bite them because it's not bred to bite. It's bred to chase sheep and bark at them. But that exact same trigger in a pit bull, if it still has that breeding in it, is going to be a trigger to attack and try to kill.
Well, so you kind of have to take your, sorry, I'll be.
No, go ahead, CJ, go ahead.
It does vary from breed to breed. I don't have exhaustive knowledge of all breeds for sure. I have an interest in dogs. I don't do it professionally, right? So that does need to be noted when I say this. So for example, livestock guardian dogs, they're a particularly interesting beast, because you actually usually don't know about their aggression, because they're actually really, really good family dogs, and they're really good with small animals too, and children and all that kind of stuff, because they're meant to hang out with
Did you
the
say
flock.
guardian dogs?
Yeah, livestock guardian.
Because that is a little different than a herding dog. A herding dog barks and chases, and a guardian dog will deal with predators, possibly.
Like a healer, like a blue healer, and like a border collie.
I don't know.
I'm talking more like a Pyrenees.
Yeah, I don't know if the difference is going to be relevant, but it might be.
Yeah, it's different. It's different.
They are different, but the difference between the groups won't be relevant. No, you'll see why in a minute, right? So, the point about livestock guardian is if you don't know what you're doing and you buy, say, a Great Pyrenees, right, or another version of a livestock guardian dog, their aggression might come out of nowhere when they're 6-7 years old, because you've never actually been in a situation where it was tested. And since they're such loyal flock animals, because they defend the flock, they've never been aggressive with anyone They've always really loved the family. They're great with the cats. They were great with the kids when they were little, all that kind of stuff, right? But all of a sudden, a new dog was around. This guy's not a part of the flock. And now that instinct that you never actually trained out is going to come up, and he's going to get real mean with the dog, precisely because he loves this flock. So, knowing that this is a threat with a Pyrenees or any sort of a livestock guardian dog, you make sure to get them socialized with non-pack members within the first 6 months of their life. And if you don't, you might as well give up. Not literally, but it's going to be real difficult after that. So now what's the point? The point is you learn about the breed of dog, right? And then you learn the specific things you'll have to do to make sure that dog's bad behavior don't manifest. In the case of a healer, for example, what my old family members who had healers would do is they would, kind of make the dog hang out when the kids were playing and sit next to him while he's just there being grandpa doing nothing, right? And so the dog would have to sit there and watch all these kids spazzing out and going around and all that other kind of stuff. And it'd be on a leash. And eventually, by the time it stopped getting up on the leash, then, he could take him off the leash and the dog would just sit there, but he'd come when he's called. And eventually he doesn't even have to be called. The dog just sits there and would only actually herd when he was told to, rather than herding when his instinct told him to. And that's something that wouldn't work with like a husky, for example, because it's not going to be a herding dog. And so the whole point, just to say, you got to learn about the specific traits in your breed and then focus around those specific traits. There's no such thing as an untrainable dog, in my opinion.
Right. There's no bad dogs, only bad people.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I definitely understand responsible animal ownership, and I guess that's part of it. Is I feel like some people have sentiment for pit bulls, so they pretend that there's no like issue of a potential trigger to be aware of because their dog's just a nice dog. And then it sounds to me that CJ's explanation was that you have to be aware of the facts and then be responsible accordingly.
Well, I have a pit mix, and he's weird around strangers. He's protective of the house. He's a little weird around strangers. When our next neighbor comes over, he's a little weird around them. But we know for a fact he does not like kids, and he loves the cat. He loves I have 2 cats, a male and a female. He loves my female cat. Loves the cat. Tries to give her kisses, and when she lays down, he'll try and snuggle by her, and he tries to play with her, but she don't want to play with him. But and I work with dogs. We have pit bulls that come on board. The only issue with a pit bull that I've had in 5 years of working at this place is this dog fight that I was saying. And the whole reason that happened was because the playroom was left unattended, and that pit bull didn't get on with the dog that he attacked. That's the only reason that happened. But otherwise, I've never had a problem. Like I said, the last dog aside from the fight that I tried to break up, the last dog that bit me and sent me to urgent care was a Maltese. And he didn't, I know dog body language. I know what to look for, but when I can pet a dog and not. He didn't bite me while I was petting him before I went to pet him. He bit me after I moved my hand away from petting him. So he gave me all the signals of pet me, pet me, pet me. And then when I pet him, I went to move my hand away, and then he gave me the signal. He gave me that side eye and that tight lip. And I'm like, you're going to bite me? I just gave you snuggles. Are you serious? And he took a chunk out of my left hand. So yes, there is, but then, and I've made this point before with other people, that any dog can turn on you, you're dealing with wild animals. Any dog can attack, any dog can fight, any dog can, also, CJ, that the pit bull lockjaw thing is not a real thing, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, and actually,
Okay.
so I had a unique way of learning that, because my original dog breed that I ever owned was a pit bull, or not a pit bull, excuse me, a bulldog, English, and
they're just the cutest thing. They have health problems out the wazoo, though.
Yeah, for sure, crazy health problems, and also that's another one that they have really sneaky aggression problems, because they're so friendly that people never even think to even notice that they're actually fighting dogs. You gotta socialize them for sure, because they were bred to kill things, and which is fine, right? That's obviously, there's no problem with that. As soon as you get them socialized, both my dogs were great dogs, but they're another one though that a lot of people will talk about lockjaw on, and I bought it hook, line, and sinker, and my mom had to, you can imagine a little stubborn 13, 14-year-old CJ. No, I've heard this and I've read about it from people I respect, Mom, right? And she just was like, no, I'm sorry, it's wrong. There's no such thing as lockjaw. Dogs don't have lockjaw. It's not a thing.
Yeah, dogs don't have lockjaw. Yeah, it's not a thing. And it drives me crazy when people are like, well, they have this thing where I'm like, it's that's not, what did you do? You read an article? I've been working with dogs for 8 years. Dogs don't have no dog breed has lockjaw. Like, it's just, especially not pit bulls. It drives me crazy. And I love Judge Judy, but whenever she says that, it makes me want to punch the monitor that I'm watching whenever she says that, because it drives me crazy. But we have a pit bull right now too, and he's an asshole. Pardon my French. He's a jerk. But he's not aggressive in that kind of way. We have a Rottweiler who is boarding with us, who's scared of the wind blowing the wrong way. He's a sweetheart. So it's And I've seen beagles when I worked with the vet. We had a beagle. I remember one time we were trying to give him vaccinations, and we had to keep trying to get help from someone to hold him because there's a specific. I don't know if you know how to restrain a dog, but there's a specific way to restrain a dog. And he was trying to bite a beagle, and we're like, what? So any dog has the ability to turn or to decide to attack or to. I mean, you're dealing with wild animals. Yes, they can be trained to be a certain way, but you're dealing with a wild animal at the end of the day that cannot express itself in the way of like, hey, I don't want you to do this, or I don't want you to do that. I don't feel like going. I don't want to go in my crate right now, or it's raining outside. I don't want to go. They can't do that. So we have to kind of we've over X amount of however long notice their body language and their eye position and their tail position and their ear position. And we also bred the dogs that have, I guess, a higher propensity for aggression. We bred that into them, and then we blame them for how they act. If we're going to breed a dog specifically for fighting, and then they turn a certain way, and then we take them to the shelter, bully breeds are the highest euthanized breeds in the country, right, CJ? You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we punish them for how. When I say we, I mean people. And then we punish them for acting like that. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, we're failing these dogs left and right. We as people. So all right. So CJ, look at all the stuff we have in common, huh? How about that?
No, I know, right? No kidding. It is interesting. This is not just this, but I don't like to talk about these sorts of things because I don't like to sit up here and just like brag on myself, right? But I am actually quite the activist. You know what I mean?
No, that's something you should be. That's something you should lead with. You should be like, yeah, I advocate for pit bulls because nobody else. Because if the ones that are vocal about advocating for them don't, nobody else will. They're being put down for the way that we made them, and it's disgusting. We absolutely failed that breed of dog, and it breaks my heart. And my dog, he's called Cerberus. He's a pit, and we think lab mix. He responds to stupid. Like we'll say, stupid, and he'll run down the hall. He loves me. He loves the cats. He's just not, he's not sure about certain neighbors, and he doesn't like kids. But we know, like, if Pizza Dude comes to the door, we have to put him up because a couple times when my husband thought that Cerberus was back away enough from the door, Cerberus got almost past my husband. My husband had to grab the collar and throw him back in the house. So now we know, Pizza Dude's coming, get in your crate. On Halloween, because I don't work on Halloween at Samhain, so I don't work that day. It's usually, if possible, I try to put him either at my work, because I don't have to pay for it, or I'll put him in the back bedroom and I'll turn off the lights and he likes to watch birds. So I'll put a bird show on TV and I'll crank the volume because kids might come to the door and it's going to freak them out. So, whenever people you know how people think about pit bulls, and it drives me crazy because I'm like, yeah, if we're going to breed these dogs this way, don't blame the dog. We blame the wrong end of the leash. That's what Cesar Millan says.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought him up too. I like Caesar a lot, actually.
Yeah,
one of my favorites.
I do too. Actually, when I was prepping for, because I went to school to be a veterinary assistant. I have a career diploma in veterinary assistant, and when I was in school, I was volunteering at the Humane Society by me, and I was watching a lot of Cesar Millan to help me when I got to work at the vet. So, puppies! How are they handling fireworks?
I've not yet had the girl long enough to know. She's only heard like a couple because we haven't had everything go through yet. So there's been like the random pops here and there, and she seems okay with that. But we'll see when we get the onslaught at dark. Rorschach, the boy, he's totally fine. He's actually, it's funny because he is the like biggest softie in the entire world. I used to have a cat named Chunk. Like you see, even right now, you see they're whining at each other is what's going on right now. And he's the loud one. He's the high pitched loud one. But he's just like the most, soft kind of, and I love it, right? He's such a kind-hearted dog, but it's one of those things where it's like when it comes to like noises though, like the trash man coming over, or the explosions outside every 4th of July or anything like that. He's just like totally stoic, doesn't even care.
Oh wow, my female cat was hiding behind the fan that I have propped up on an angle because I have to keep my male cat from not peeing in this corner. So I have a fan over here. She was hiding behind that, and my dog got a little nervous, but once my husband pet him a little bit, he was fine laying on the couch. And my male cat, who's afraid of the wind blowing the wrong way, didn't care less about get out of there. Didn't care less about the fireworks. So, but we have music that plays through the whole hotel that I work at, the dog hotel. So I cranked that bitch up to 9 on both the small and the big side. Put on some jazz, try and drown out as much of that as I can, and they're in for a treat tomorrow morning because there's going to be a lot of accidents. Because I bet you there's going to be a lot. Everyone's going to freak out and pee or poop in their room. Now, have your dogs figured out how to jump or open fences?
The older one, yeah. And in fact, he is the smartest dog I have been around yet so far.
Yeah, Huskies are escape artists.
No kidding.
Because they need something to do. If they don't have anything to do, they need stimuli, and they will go and find it. So, because when at my work, more often than not, when we get a husky to board, we have to put, do not leave out alone. They'll walk the fence line. We have 6-foot tall fences, and then we have a 45-degree angle barrier on the top of the fences all around the place, so no one can get out. But they'll walk the fence line, and they'll look and let me see, can I jump this? Can I climb this? So we have to sit out there more with most huskies. Ones that were regulars, we know.
Hang on,
I know no one asked, but I'm doing okay with the fireworks here.
Nicholas, are you okay?
When we got all these neighbors here with the really extreme fireworks, and it's like bombs going off out my window, kind of jarring.
Does that freak you out?
Well, it can be pretty startling on occasion, to suddenly have the percussion in my heart and to be hearing it, and it's an explosion. So yeah, I can.
Oh, do you have a PTSD thing with fireworks, or is it a?
I think I'm sensitive to sound because before I got tubes as a young child, I didn't hear properly. And that was in my developing years as a baby and toddler. So that's probably, I think sound sensitivity has stuck with me for life because it formed in those formative early years.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I'm glad that you.
Yeah, I'm just joking around about it though. But you guys were talking about it, and then it's exploding here. Yeah, exactly. But the microphone I use doesn't really pick up any background noise, so you guys don't hear it, but it's loud. They've just barely gotten started.
It stopped mostly over here. It was our across the street neighbor. It stopped mostly. For now, that doesn't mean they're not going to go out another hour or so, because sometimes they do that, but it's mostly stopped over here. But I'm going to let you guys go, and there's my email on the private chat if you guys want to email. My work is so busy right now, we're booked all the way until Dragon Con, which is the Labor Day weekend, and I go to Dragon Con, so I don't work that weekend, but so my work is crazy, and I have 2 Etsy stores, so I come home from work and I sit and eat for 30 minutes and then I do more work. So, but email me and we'll figure something out.
Sorry, these guys are they're real high. I'm actually gonna probably have to wind this down so I can walk these fools because they are. I'm sure you can.
Yeah, I hear them. Yeah, I'm gonna let these guys go. But yeah, like I said, my work is crazy right now, so schedule is crazy. But email me, we'll figure something out.
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate you coming on and having a conversation with us.
All right, bye, Nicholas. You too. You can email me too.
Okay. Good night, Marty.
All right, bye.
All right. Well, you guys can go ahead and say final statements. I am going to go ahead and wind down because my dogs they're just barking at each other. So I gotta for sure get them down, let them run some energy off.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll just keep moving ahead patiently as far as how to address the issues that are coming up before us. So I don't think we've really got to push anything. It's just we've just got to progress and say it like it is, and then that might end up, that's going to change something about how things line up, you know? And that'll be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, hey, here's the thing. I just, you know, I've said what I've said. I meant what I said. People can be displeased if they like. I'm fine with it. You know, I feel that the Lord needs me to take a stand. Not needs me because He requires anything, but needs me for my sake, right? And for the sake of people who might consider me to have any sort of authority, however little that quote unquote authority might be. You know, I feel that it's something.
Well,
that
maybe
needs to be said.
credibility is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
And you know, with that, I think that that's kind of just as far as that goes. I mean, I've made the active effort to distance myself, and everybody else can do what they want to do. You know, obviously, me and you are mostly in agreement with this. I think basically completely in agreement on this, but everybody else can do what they want to do.
Yeah, we're in agreement, and everyone, you know, when I say just trust Messiah, that emphasizes a few different ways, you know. But one thing is like, we can follow through with that trust. Sometimes, like, that's part of counting the cost. That it's sometimes what we would prefer socially is not an option if we're doing public ministry, because we have responsibilities to the commands and we can't control others. So if they're gonna, you know, in the most literal sense, division, right? What Smokey has done with lying about a criminal charge and then trying to push forward with that lie and just make a fool of whoever embraces him in his lie, you know? And like that does a lot of harm a few different ways through the community. And yeah, so even if socially someone wants to still be able to like enjoy discussions with him or have him do debates on their channel or this or that, like that's really not what the Bible allows for. But it's okay because we have Messiah and we can just trust Messiah.
Sorry, I was just talking and then the mic was muted. I absolutely 100% agree with that, and I think that, as I've said before, as you originally told me, but I think you said it in private chat, that just trust Messiah. That's a double whammy, right? It's trust only Messiah, but it's also do nothing more than trust Messiah, right? And it's the
do nothing more is the encouragement that we get to just rest in him and it's not of our works.
Exactly.
So we are his workmanship unto good works, but on a spiritual level, it's like we rest in him and he does it for us. And then the practical fruit of what goes on the spiritual level is that works come forth from us. But just compared to when I wanted to be a good person before I was regenerated, when I was, you know, a worldly sinner person, that was my identity, and I wanted to be a good person, that was constantly stressful. That was horrible, you know. But in Christ, it's rest because we can just trust him. We are his workmanship unto good works.
Amen. And then with that, I just want to pass it to Mind Ben. If you had any final words you wanted to say.
I guess I would say it's important to be discerning and to be willing to stand up for truth, even if it costs something socially. And so I wasn't here the whole time. I wasn't able to hear everything about Smokey, and I'm not entirely aware of the situation, but I appreciate the calling out, actually, because I think it definitely has influenced me to be a bit more wary and discerning of Smokey and to be careful to not really necessarily say that I am with him or condoning his ministry. And so yeah, I hope that both of you will keep on standing up for the truth, even if it costs a lot of friends in the sort of so-called friends. I don't in the in this YouTube Christian community, and so I'm not really sure what else to say, but I just I just appreciate covering Smokey because it's definitely altered my view of his ministry.
Well, and I do appreciate your words of encouragement for me and for Brother Nicholas, and also, you know, not that obviously, like I said before, I'm not here to condemn Smokey Saint to hell, but obviously I am here to make a very poignant point, and perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I wasn't quite gracious enough when Dr. Kenny was here. Maybe I'll even email him about that. But I think it's very serious, and I think that Dr. Kenny and others give Smokey a certain air of credibility. And I won't go on a tirade again, right? We're trying to wind down here. I got to get these dogs down. But nonetheless, I just want to see changes, and I know that I likely won't. So I'm sort of just making my claim and wiping my feet. And that's kind of where that is. And I appreciate you being supportive in that.
Thanks for this live stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what I'll say to end here, I am going to have to make this rather abrupt because my dogs are just completely going crazy right now. But nonetheless, I'll just say thank you guys for being here. If you liked this video, please do like and share. Get this up all the different social media platforms you frequent. Of course, what good is a message without an audience to hear it? And if you like this content, please consider subscribing to the Synagogue. If you feel led and want to help me make this into a career, please consider contributing to my Patreon. You can find me at the Synagogue. Link is somewhere in the live chat, but nonetheless, you can also do that as well. And if you watched all or most of this video, thank you, because that is actually the #1 thing that you can do for the algorithm. Likes are great, shares are great, subscribing is great. But the #1 thing you can do for the algorithm is watching as much of the videos you possibly can. So I appreciate you guys doing that, absolutely. And with all that said, God bless you. Shalom. Blessings to you all in the name, of course, of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, to whom we give all the glory. And if he tarries and wills, we will see you guys soon.